Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports presented by Prize Picks. We are here, the 2026 NBA free agency. And I've got my free agency predictions here for you as well to kick things off. Now, little reminder, look down in the bottom left of your screen. Free agency start time, 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. I'm sure as we go live today, as people kind of hop in, they're going to be asking. So try and help them out in the comment section. I'll try and mention it several times as well to limit how many times we are asked. But that is one thing I've learned over the years. People want to know when it starts. They don't know how to use Google to ask when it starts. So we are Google today for those people. Be sure to help them out in the comment section. But there are my 2026 NBA free agency predictions. Thank you to everyone who was in here today before the stream. LaBoom Boom here talking about LeBron possibly to Miami. Damos here, a big-time Warriors fan, saying he hopes that the Warriors land LeBron. Karen says, hello. Hi, Karen. Glad to have you in here. Agam says, who is ready? I am. Mr. York is building off that energy, saying, lock in, boys. It's free agency time. Can't wait for the Wemby to Mavericks trade today. Don't tempt me with a good time. And the Weed says, we're about to get Kawhi back to the Raptors before GTA 6. Let's go. All the GTA 6 memes are going to be great. JTB, welcome to the stream, my man. Josh says, I hope we get PJ to Detroit by 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. OG Baglin, one of the moderators on the Discord. Let's show some love to Baglin. I want to see some Baglin W's flying in here in the comment section right now. I just commented my own Baglin W. Make sure to throw yours in there for him. He says, we ball. Guys, free agency is here. We are 3.5 hours away from free agency. Of course, I will be live all the way into free agency. And then probably for several hours after the beginning of free agency, I'm sure there will be a flurry of moves as per usual at the very start of free agency. It's such a testament to how well these lawyers and agents and teams are able to really figure out 70, 80, 90, $100 million contracts within 30 seconds of the start of free agency without any tampering. That's such an impressive feat by them. Just remarkable. There's no way that they bend any rules or break any tampering violations. No way at all. Isn't that funny? Luca here says, this is literally what I needed. Thanks for starting the live stream. Now, you are welcome. I had to go live for you guys. Fred says, hit that like button. My internet has been, again, I'm moving here in a couple of weeks now. It's like literally a week and a half away. So we should have resolution here very soon for future streams, which is so good. OM Ragey, good to see you again, Sheldon. He says, I desperately need some Kawhi news. We are obviously going to be on the prowl, but I think now is a great time to revisit some of the Shams Charania news from today. Of course, this is a happiness-led decision for LeBron James. Wherever he lands in free agency, it will not be driven by money. We'll see how much he actually signs for. But we have a good amount of news to talk about and rehash here. Jock Landale got paid a 1-year, $14 million deal. Atlanta very clearly wanting to keep him and then also use him as basically a walking trade exception. 1 year, $14 million is more than movable in the marketplace. So we'll see how they operate long term, but I'm very certain we'll be talking about this around the 2027 NBA trade deadline. So stay tuned for those live streams here on the channel. And of course, the big news today, after 8 seasons with the Lakers, according to Shams Charania, including leading the franchise to the 2020 NBA championship, LeBron James departs and enters free agency set for a new team, as LeBron will continue his NBA career for the 2026-27 season, so no retirement, and has informed the Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul tells ESPN. So obviously, huge news. The Lakers were reportedly interested in bringing LeBron back for another season with the Lakers. And one thing that's really crazy, LeBron's longest stretch with any singular franchise consecutively was actually his stretch in LA. He spent 8 seasons with the Lakers, which is longer than any stretch he had with any other organization. And it's a really crazy kind of thought-provoking exercise because, you don't think about him being with the Lakers for longer than he was with the Cavs to start his career. You don't think about him being with the Lakers for twice as long as he was with the Heat. It's just unbelievable how fast time has really flown lately on LeBron's career with the Lakers being as long as it was. And Time Lord stays in Portland on a 3-year, $44 million contract extension, returning him to the Blazers through 2028, 2029. Of course, yesterday the Blazers made headlines in what became an impromptu stream here on Utility Sports for the Ja Morant trade. So Portland was active. Simone Fontecchio staying on a 1-year deal with Miami. We'll see how the Heat fill out the roster. I do have a few predictions for them today on what I expect them to do. And then, of course, dating back into last night, Porziņģis signed a 2-year, $40 million extension to stay with Golden State. Now the Warriors' grand plan centered around possibly acquiring LeBron James and maybe even Anthony Davis could be in full effect here. But here are my free agency predictions for today. I want, again, your guys' thoughts, so comment them down in the comment section below. Tweet them at me over on Twitter. Links in the description for that. But I have predicted LeBron lands in Golden State. Norm Powell fills his spot in Los Angeles. Jalen Duren signs with the Sacramento Kings via sign and trade. Detroit, in my opinion, should not allow that to happen, but it seems like they might. Draymond Green will, of course, return to the Warriors. Jonathan Kuminga will sign a 1-year prove-it deal. I'm not exactly sure where. Marcus Smart signs with the Rockets. Bradley Beal signs with the Heat, as well as Tim Hardaway Jr. and Mike Conley. Benedict Mathurin stays with the Clippers. Walker Kessler stays with the Jazz. Tari Eason stays with the Rockets or is signed and traded to Boston. And then Mitchell Robinson signs with the Nets. And then for a couple of trades, Anthony Davis gets dealt to the Warriors. And then Jaylen Brown stays with the Celtics. And if not, I think he would be a Rocket at the end of the day, which, as you can tell, there's a little bit of lineup there with the possibility of Tari Eason being moved via sign and trade in a package for Jaylen Brown. So those are my free agency predictions for today. Obviously, we have a lot to cover. We're going to talk about some of the top free agents in general. We're going to look at all of the different possibilities and everything, but a lot of crazy stuff to watch for. Love seeing those W's fly in. Beam wants to know if I think Kawhi gets traded. Let's add a little comment on this. Yeah, that's my other prediction. Kawhi would end up in Toronto if he's traded today. Fred says, let's go. Sheldon, appreciate you, Fred, for being in here. Should be a very fun day. We already have 400 people watching live, which is just awesome. Again, thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's video. Zach says, hey, Sheldon, I've been I grew up a Dayton Flyers fan. Now they do not have an FBS program, but I like Dayton in both basketball and football. But really, my college football fandom is maybe up for sale. So maybe you guys could auction me to a fan base if you guys really want to. Mark here says Duren to the Kings. That was in fact my prediction for today, which I think would be a mistake for Detroit, but it's very possible. Tony says, greetings from the Czech. Jazz re-signing Nurkic. Hopefully they get Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes would be a really nice addition. We'll see where he goes today. Lucas says it's kind of funny how everyone forgot about the aspiration thing and Silver swept under the rug. I mean, that, and it's also the reporting on that was my Wi-Fi is going to be the death of my existence today, very clearly. Let's say I was doing some investigative reporting, and then I hopped on my own podcast to say how my investigative reporting was 100% accurate, and then, I don't know, then the NBA investigates it and doesn't do anything about it. You would think that maybe the investigative reporting wasn't 100% accurate, especially since it was an assumption-based report. So that's that. Zach here says, obviously LeBron is a buck. Obviously, who would guess otherwise? I love Alave says, do you think the Lakers pivot to a different star? I do think that they will target an all-star in Norman Powell. Although a pursuit and sign and trade for Jalen Duren would be very interesting. Mel here says, Sheldon, appreciate you for being in here, Mel. Do I think Wallace gets traded? Are you talking about Kaysen Wallace? I do not think Kaysen Wallace will get traded. Agam says, why don't you think Mitchell Robinson will be a Laker? He could be, but it seems to me like Brooklyn, who traded away Nick Claxton and then re-signed Day'Ron Sharpe, is going to pursue Mitchell Robinson very heavily. Los Live says, I wish I was on my burner, but if I leak, he will know it was me, but it's a very interesting decision. Brazil says, thoughts on Bulls free agent? Joe Cowley says, Powell rumors got legs and hint at Max Strus trade. All of that's sensible. It's hard to – the first year with any new regime in place is a lot of learning. Like last year with Onsi Sala for Atlanta, I felt like he was very aggressive, and now we've been able to learn kind of how he operates, and it's informed some of my decisions on how I expect Atlanta to continue moving and how I expect them to build. And he's been very active in the trade market. He's been very active in a variety of ways. So we'll see how everything kind of pans out. Williams and Robinson got healthy for 1 year and got paid crazy. Because their impact's really good when they are on the floor. That's the big reality. Big Papa here says Tari cannot be aggregated with other players in a sign and trade. Well, that depends on the actual end result of the thing. This let me rephrase what I'm saying. The Celtics have a $27 million trade exception. That allows him to be signed and traded into that exception, while Boston would also then send Jaylen Brown into a different mechanism with Houston. So, yes, actually, he can be essentially traded with other players in two separate deals because of Boston's exception. Trust me on that. Again, it might not happen. I am still predicting Tari to stay with Houston because I think the Rockets probably don't make a trade for Jaylen Brown today. But in the event that they do, Tari Eason would probably head to Boston, as well as other stuff going out the door too. Max here says Jaylen Brown to Brooklyn. Tony says Kessler stays with Utah. Wade says, does Norm Powell make sense in LA? Honestly, not really. For shooting, yes, the Lakers were one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the league this past year in terms of both volume and actual efficiency off of Luka's creation and gravity. But at the end of the day, I think there's going to be some real defensive hangups and issues with that too. So, yes and no. SC Arisen, welcome to the stream, says just getting in. I know with Duren's situation, the team has control, but if they're letting it get to this point where he's pissed off, the relationship might be cooked. How to pivot for Detroit? Well, I think if they just were willing to pay him a 25% max, roughly what Sacramento is going to try and pay him, that is how you repair the relationship is money, as point blank simple as it is. The worst thing that Detroit can do, in my opinion, is letting him walk, and then whatever Sacramento is giving you is not going to be worth what Jalen Duren is. So I think that's going to be a huge issue. Anton here says, do you think Peyton Watson is staying in Denver? I do expect that, but I feel less confident in that than some of these other predictions on the screen. WOS Live says, I would pump the brakes on that Mathurin prediction. Clippers are in play, but there is a very sneaky team making a move on him. The issue is the Clippers still have his rights. So even if a team does sign him to an offer sheet, the Clippers could just match, which is what I'm expecting. David says, where is the Kawhi trade? I did tweet it down here. Kawhi to Toronto if moved. Yep, time. This is something that I think a lot of you guys need to know and understand about this. Anything is possible today. Anything really is possible. If we go look at this tab over here, you'll notice that none of these teams have cap space. Memphis is the only one with some projected cap space. And yet, at that point, it's almost overwhelmingly unlikely that they would ever operate with cap space, obviously, because they don't have enough actual space right now. And they also have multiple, they're actually over the roster size limit So with all of that in mind, like, you can tell, like, hey, none of these teams have space. But there's sign and trades, there's exceptions, there's all of these pathways that makes the unthinkable doable. Like last year, I remember no one would have guessed that Miles Turner would end up in Milwaukee, and then they waived and stretched and waived the Damian Lillard contract to open up the flexibility to add Miles Turner. Things are possible. So the question is almost always yes in the NBA, because you have some of the smartest minds, some of the most creative human beings in there trying to figure out, okay, how do we get this salary slot? How do we make this work? Financially, can we squeeze this? The answer is overwhelmingly almost always yes to can something happen. The question is, will it happen, or what's the likelihood of it happening? And for this question here about the Lakers getting Kawhi, I would say overwhelmingly unlikely to see them actually land him. Will says, go Flyers. Are you from the area? I'm not from Ohio. I'm actually from Minnesota. My Dayton Flyer fandom dates back to the Aaron Kraft Ohio State Buckeyes days, where Dayton upset Ohio State in the first round of the tourney. And I had a little bet with one of my friends at the time for bragging rights, and I picked Dayton over Ohio State, and he thought there was no way that was going to happen. So a little bit of a fun time. Patrick here wants to know how long I'll be live for today. Love from Australia. 4:40 in the morning. Good morning, Patrick. Thanks for being in the stream here. I'm going to be live for a long time today. I don't have an exact amount of time, but free agency starts in 3 hours and 13 minutes. I will be live well past the start of NBA free agency. So you're looking at me being live for quite a while. I will be back in just 20 seconds here. I'm going to set something up real quick on the stream. I'll be right back. The Digital Print House wants to know my Trey Murphy prediction. I don't necessarily expect him to be traded today, but if he is, I think he'll be a Pacer. He's also like a dark horse Celtic candidate in a trade with Jaylen Brown, again, being part of that. So Zach says, you know who to root for, Sheldon, reigning champs, and my alma mater, the Indiana Hoosiers. There you go. I was rooting for Kurt Signetti. One of my favorite players in college football this past year was D'Angelo Pons. And it was great when my New York Jets drafted him. I was so happy. Not that the Jets are going to do any winning anytime soon. We already know how that story goes. But I wanted to get the NBA free agency tracker on here and talk about some possibilities and some predictions too here. Harden's going to re-sign with the Cavaliers. That's pretty obvious. Austin Reeves already did. Then the question really turns to LeBron and what's going to happen with him. Obviously, the Lakers now have a little bit of flexibility because of that. How do they move out of the LeBron era, and where do they go with it? I think you're probably looking at Norm Powell, maybe a run at a big man or two. Mitchell Robinson's the name that is going to come up. Jalen Duren, obviously. Kawhi. Lakers fans want to know about a lot of those top guys too. But LeBron, I think, is going to end up in Golden State. There is still reporting about him possibly heading to Miami. There's reporting about him possibly landing in Cleveland. And I really think any of those options are good ones. So I'm going to run a poll here on Twitter and probably in the chat here where I'm going to put this. Where should LeBron James sign? I want to hear your guys' thoughts where he should sign today. The Golden State Warriors, the Miami 3 hours and 9 minutes on this. Make sure to go vote over here. I'm going to run this poll as well in the chat. So one of the fun things about doing YouTube lives here is we can do the polls in the chat as well. So let's get that up and going here as well. So Miami Heat and then the Cleveland Cavaliers. Okay, and then make sure you guys vote in the chat here. Where should LeBron James sign today? Not will, but should. Where should LeBron James sign today? Golden State Warriors, Miami Heat, or Cavaliers? Type 1 for Golden State, type 2 for Miami, and then type 3 for Cleveland. So far, the votes are coming in over on Twitter. We have a bunch of votes flying in already here in the comment section below, too, for all of these picks. Not a lot of people saying Cleveland. In fact, nobody so far. Oh, yes, it is Josh's birthday. Josh, if you're watching, happy birthday. Agam, thank you for the reminder. We will be watching for him in the comment section here, too. Retro Vegas says any 76ers predictions. They'll be in I don't have any firm predictions on who they will or will not get, but I think that they're going to be within position to get out of the tax at the trade deadline. That's what they do every single year. Isidore says, you think Rui to the Spurs? Talk is legit. I mean, it theoretically could be, for sure. We'll see how everything kind of goes. Make sure to comment where you think LeBron should sign. Type 1 for Golden State, type 2 for Miami, and then type 3 for Cleveland. Steve here says, Sheldon, glad you're back for another year of free agency. Me as well. Say a lot of fun. Appreciate you guys for being in the stream today. Howie says, if Cam Johnson, Jonas Valanciunas to the Bulls, does Denver get $33 million cap savings while Bulls bring in $25 million? Howie, I'm not going to lie. Are you talking about VC like NBA 2K with I'm a little confused by your question there. Fred says, yo, Sheldon, do you see my Orlando Magic making any kind of move? They already made a move waiving Jonathan Isaac. This was the obvious issue, and I'm going to go back to something I tweeted. Banchero rookie extension. This was something that was very obvious. Last year, June 15th, we had people not really understanding the NBA mechanisms on how to build teams and how to improve your roster and the actual functionality of all of that, because we had people saying, oh, well, Desmond Bane's really good. Yeah, that's clear. That's why he got traded for a whole bunch of firsts. The issue was a team that never spends historically big traded for their second $40+ million a year player 3 weeks prior to giving Banchero a rookie extension. They have all of their money tied up to basically 4 players: Suggs, Wagner, Banchero, and Bane. They don't have tradable firsts, and they were a first-round exit. So they almost didn't even make the playoffs in general. They could have very well lost through the play-in and then maybe even missed the entirety of the playoffs. Now, they gave Detroit a pretty good round 1 matchup, but Orlando's paying the price in terms of flexibility and optionality and improving their roster. They now have the Anthony Black rookie extension coming up, and they might not be able to keep him or pay him. So I honestly don't think Orlando's going to do anything besides fill their roster with minimum contracts. Ethan here, Kuminga to the Bucks is so easy to predict. It could be. Atlanta says Walker Kessler to Atlanta. He's from Georgia. I mean, maybe. They are looking for a center reportedly. I think they'd also be a possible Daniel Gafford team. Pimp here says, is it possible Rockets receive Josh Giddey and Isaac Okoro? Bulls receive Kevin Durant, the Suns 2027 first and 3 second-rounders. Are you a Bulls fan? Houston is not doing that trade. Okay, I promise you that. So no, that is not possible. Norm Powell to Bulls is gaining steam. Gaini here says, what does the Duren trade realistically look like? That's a great question. Let's go over to the NBA trade machine over on Spot Track. Here we are, and let's actually go over to this now. And we're in the 2026-2027 campaign, and we got Kings and Pistons. Okay, let's start this trade. We'll go to Detroit with their free agents, and we are going to trade Jalen Duren, and we're going to go up to his max $41.25 million contract threshold, which is what he is supposedly looking for in a sign and trade with Sacramento. And then in order to facilitate this, we could do something like Domantas Sabonis in this trade, which again exceeds the salary threshold. But you could also build it through somebody like DeMar, and then you're within the ballpark here. This is obviously because of first apron status stuff. So the Kings would then have to move somebody else. You probably want to add a third team. Like, there's going to be structuring here. This is all interesting too, because they could just waive here DeMar, and then they could send Sabonis, and then this deal, like, in theory, should be pretty close to working. I think it's having a hang up because of Duren's cap hold number, if I'm not mistaken. But I think that this should be pretty, like, close to working. In fact, like, Detroit would maybe have to send out a little bit more salary because of the actual size of the contract coming back in. So Marcus Sasser in this deal. This shouldn't be saying this at $19.6 million up here because they are trading a $41.25 million contract slot now in Jalen Duren in this situation. So, again, I think there's, like, a little bit of an issue with that. But they would be hard capped because of a sign and trade mechanism. So that's important to remember. But it'd be probably something like this, and then who knows if Sacramento would give up some kind of draft capital or something. But again, you can kind of see why this is suboptimal for a team like Detroit, in my opinion. So Kuminga to LA, says Glenn. To the Clippers, maybe. I don't necessarily think the Lakers will do that, but again, the Lakers posted this about LeBron. LeBron James is one of the greatest athletes in history. We'll always be thankful for his 8 years with the Lakers, including the title he led us to in 2020 under the toughest imaginable circumstances and the countless records he broke in purple and gold. We wish him all the best in the future, both on and off the court. He will always be a cherished part of the Lakers family, according to Jeannie Buss, which is you know what that reminds me of? I know you guys have all seen this clip. I'm actually the one who posted it first. I was the one who broke this on the internet. So, LeBron, there you go. You're welcome. Funny little throwback there. Appreciate you guys all for being in the stream today. Be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are enjoying. We're at 71 likes right now. There's no reason to not be at 100 likes at the very least. So take a second, hit that like button, and then it lets me know that I'm doing a good job here on the channel. Sean says he loves the Shamet contract. I agree. I thought that was a very good contract for New York, one that gives them some flexibility that they could always move out of. It's not that much, but keeps a key player around for them. Scott says, hey, Sheldon, happy free agency day. Who would be in the market for Fred VanVleet expiring contract? It's a great question. Let's go back over to the trade machine now. And again, all these teams have flexibility too. So you can get into the trade machine and figure everything out. But it depends really on what Houston's looking for. The fact that they did not act for Ja or LaMelo makes me think that they're not actively pursuing a trade for a point guard really that hard. There is always the Boston Celtics as like a trade partner here, where I need to unclick some of these teams. This is one thing I do not like about Fanspo in general, is I have to dance around all of these things because the teams stay highlighted even if it doesn't show that. But if we're sending Jaylen Brown to Houston, you could always build something around Kevin Durant, which I think is an underexplored element of this. But you could also go around Şengün and then VanVleet. That financially gets you into the conversation if Fanspo actually wants to work, which it doesn't appear to want to. But I don't know what's going on here. Let's restart this and see if we can actually get it to function. Boston. There you go. So financially, that would work. And this is kind of what I was talking about with a free agent. Like, they could sign and trade him into Boston very easily too. And then again, like you'd have I know this again, it doesn't say that it says that it doesn't work, but Boston has that $27 million trade exception, which you can see right here. If I click on, let me just go click on one of Houston's players. I'll click on Jabari. You see this trade. Oh, it doesn't actually pop up for you guys on stream, which is weird. But Boston has a $27.7 million trade exception. There you go. Should see it now. So they could use that using the sign and trade of Tari Eason, which again is how this would all function mechanically. So that would be a possible pathway, right? Maybe it's not Van Vliet in this deal for Houston. Maybe Houston keeps Van Vliet. Maybe they build something around Reed Shepherd, for example. Something like this could be functional as well, using, again, the sign and trade mechanism, plus Şengün, plus Shepherd, and then even they have the Nets pick next year. Like, however they want to go about building this trade, this is something that would interest me for Boston. And then Houston obviously gets Jaylen Brown reunited with Ime Udoka, who the two of them had very good success together in 2022, which is coming up on a half decade ago now already, which is crazy. But yeah, we'll see what happens with Bronny James. FH400 says LeBron to the Clippers would be solid if Kawhi stays, and the Clippers have some good assets to add in AD and get Washington depth, and you could trade Garland for Kyrie. I mean, like, yeah, but also no, I don't think the Clippers have that kind of intention. What I do want to talk about here is the Lakers, Golden State, and let me unclick the Rockets and Celtics here. The Lakers, the Warriors, and the Washington Wizards. And these three teams, I think, very likely will be involved with each other. We're going to send Anthony Davis to Golden State. We're going to send Jimmy Butler to Washington. And now the issue with this, since Anthony Davis makes a little bit more than Jimmy Butler, is the salary components here. And just seeing LeBron, LeBron could just sign for the minimum. If LeBron signs for the minimum, he could play for any team he wants to. And supposedly he doesn't care about money at this point, but I don't know. We'll see. We're going to execute a sign and trade for him. We're going to start it at 3.8, or we're going to start it at, let's just do $7 million, okay, for right now, okay? It could be really any number. It depends on what they actually decide to do and what he agrees to, all of that. But for Golden State, then, you could theoretically do something like this. Moses Moody to the Lakers, and a sign and trade for LeBron. The Lakers could then also send out Bronny James with him to Golden State. This would give the Warriors a little bit of space as well to continue building and implementing to their roster. It does come at the cost, again, of Moses Moody, but it gives them a little bit more space to build up their team in general. And then obviously you have this 2030 Warriors pick, which would be probably the cream of the crop to send to Washington. They already had actually traded picks 21 through 30 unprotected to Washington, but the top 20 was protected in that original trade, the salary dump of Jordan Poole. Now the Wizards, who actually rerouted that to Dallas for Davis, now maybe get the upside part of it. And then there's also like other, far out assets that they could always throw into Washington, whatever that looks like. But in this deal, you can kind of see how everything would function. This is saying that Washington and LA need to send something to each other. So we'll just have the Lakers here send this pick to Washington. And there you go. Very easy. The Warriors get 3 players for 2. Of course, one of them is Bronny, but they get 3 players for 2. They'd actually save a little bit of money, which gives them a little bit of extra space to retain some of their key free agents. Of course, they brought back Porziņģis already. They brought back Al Horford. They're going to have Draymond Green back. They drafted Yaxel Lendeborg. So their team is going to be pretty big and large, but they're going to be a real tough, challenging team to beat out there in Olden State. So we'll see how that all goes. Kawhi to Golden State, says Mel. I don't think so, honestly. Cool Genuine Phil says, didn't the Jets end their season before it even began? Yes, as per typical with them. They that is the old adage for my unfortunate New York Jets. They've so bad that we shouldn't even say the word football in front of them. They're not the New York Football Jets. They're just the New York Jets, and they are bad at football, unfortunately. Devin says, what should Boston's plan be this summer? I would say to just probably run it back, or to I would, if I were to make a move, it would be an uncomfortable shakeup in their backcourt. But that's a different conversation. It's not going to happen, so we're not going to spend too much time on it today. Could I see Isaac to the Raptors on a prove-it deal? Jonathan Isaac's going to sign for the minimum wherever he signs. He's just dealt with too many injuries, and he's too offensively limiting to sign for more than that. Josh, welcome to the stream today. Glad to have you in here, my man. Original Elite B says, are the expendables inevitable? I think LeBron is going to end up in Golden State if I had to guess. So, BS Express, you are hilarious. Appreciate that for the comment over there. Welcome, everyone, to the stream today. Again, here are my free agency predictions. A lot of fun today. We're having a great time so far. We have 2 hours and 53 minutes until the start of NBA free agency, which is quite good. The issue with base year compensation, specifically in Spot Track, is I can't structure the deal in Spot Track the way that teams are able to, because PJ Washington to the Lakers, says Glenn. I would love for the Lakers to get involved. If we look at, let's go select new teams here. Let's unselect Golden State. Let's reselect the Lakers, unselect Washington, and then pick Dallas. I would love for the Lakers to get involved here with the Mavericks. Now, the issue is there's not super easy pathways. They have obviously the Vanderbilt contract, which they could theoretically work with. They have the LaRavia contract. They have the Connect contract. And then for draft capital, they have a couple of different assets that they could use in theory. They have this 2031 first, and then they have their 2033 first. So they could dangle these two picks out to Dallas. And then with the amount of salary that they're sending out here, if we just look, we're sending out about $22 million in salary, which is not perfect, but there could be a pathway to where if they open up a sign and trade and facilitate LeBron to Golden State, and then Moses Moody goes somewhere else, then the Lakers would actually open up a trade exception, or could open up a trade exception, or turn this into a multiple team deal. And if they do that, which is again why there's so much flexibility, like you could really build out anything that you want if you're the Lakers, depending on what happens with LeBron today. Joel here says, what would you like to see the Spurs do? I would like the Spurs to mostly run it back. I thought they got Julian Champagnie on a really good contract. I think if we go look at the Spurs cap table, let me pull this up on stream for you guys. Share this tab. Let's go over to multi-year cap table for them. This is one of those situations where Wemby's going into the last year of his rookie contract. You already have the really big De'Aaron Fox contract on the books. Wemby's going to get a max extension tonight. And because of that, you have to be a little conscious about how much money you commit to your roster. I'd be hesitant. You have Stephon Castle's rookie extension coming up a year from now. You have Carter Bryant's and Dylan Harper's coming up in 2 years. Like, do we really want to see them sign a player for 4 years, $80 million tonight? I don't think so. I don't think that's the best. They got Champagnie back for a really good number, in my opinion. Devin Vassell's on a fair number going forward. Keldon Johnson will be a guy that they want to keep long term, I would assume. Like, they kind of have the roster set, and they have draft pick control. So they always have trade flexibility. Suvia says, Warrior fan from Sri Lanka. Appreciate you, Sue, for being in here. Brady says, how do you feel about the Champagnie extension? I love it. This was a really nice signing for them. He's making 8% of the cap, and that's unbelievable value for them. That's a very, very good contract for San Antonio, who historically has done really well in general. Dylan says, I think the Lakers keep Hachimura and Hayes, but also go after Kessler or another young center who would fit the system. That's a possibility as well, right? They could go after a young big man, one of the RFA bigs. I was surprised for how little Mark Williams signed for. I thought that turned into a very good value contract. Andy, yes, I did give my thoughts on the Miles Bridges trade. I liked it more for Charlotte than I did for Phoenix, but it wasn't like a terrible trade for Phoenix by any stretch of the imagination either. So keep that in mind. Devin says, what should Boston do? I think we talked about that. But again, try not to repeat your question because I'm going to get through to it. Boston, I think, should keep Jaylen Brown unless they get a motherload offer. I did like the I thought that would have been a very additive addition for them. But I do think that there is some really good sensibility in just keeping Jaylen Brown and keeping the Jays together and trying to work through some of the turmoil internally there for a second. So I think that's very sensible, all things considered. Bama Scorpio says, Duren to the Lakers. AD just stubbed his toe, says Dominic, out for the season. They says it's going to be a 14 deal. Washington isn't doing salary dumps anymore. They are trying to win. Yeah, it could be, but they could also, I mean, Jimmy Butler is not a terrible player. And if they feel like, depending on where he's at with his medicals and his rehab from the torn ACL, he could come back middle of next season and he's not a terrible player. You know what I mean? He's been a good player. The Warriors just gave up a lot for him a few years ago. A year and a half ago. This past year for Golden State, he averaged 20 on 51% shooting from the floor, 5.5 boards, 5 assists. He was a +5 plus minus per game. So it's a pretty good player. Very low turnover player. I understand he's hurt right now, but Jimmy Butler, still a solid player. Appreciate UBS Express. Thanks for being in the stream today. Nell says, advance, congrats, Warriors. You guys have to deal with Braun and his agent creating drama and pressure. J-Man says, LeBron destinations IMO. Warriors, Heat, Cavs, Mavericks, and Knicks in that order. I don't think he will go to the Knicks, and I really don't think he'll go to the Mavericks, although there was some noise about that a few years ago. But I think Dallas, for the most part, has kind of dwindled as a destination without Luka Doncic. Mohammed here says, can the Warriors go after KD instead of AD with the Jimmy contract, attach more picks, and Podziemski, and maybe something there? Well, they theoretically could, but the issue is actually Kevin Durant makes about $18 million less than Anthony Davis. So the Jimmy contract's actually larger than the Durant contract by about $16 million. So it's not the best. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. Again, I'm moving here in 2 weeks, and hopefully that should be a good resolution as we solve the internet crisis. So Mel says, you see that free agent list. Who do you get excited for? Let's go over to some of these free agents. LeBron is obviously going to be the most notable player. Jalen Duren, I think, is the best long-term player to sign today. James Harden will re-sign with Cleveland. I am excited about Jalen Duren. I very much am. If Sacramento signs him, it's going to be really good. Norm Powell, solid player. Peyton Watson, we'll see how much Denver pays him. I'm a little apprehensive. Walker Kessler for Utah is a very good player, someone who I think is really integral for their defensive infrastructure and backbone. John Collins, we'll see where he lands, but Minnesota would be definitely an option. There's been some reports there. Tari Eason's still a good young player I like. Mitchell Robinson's a very good player. Mitchell Robinson this past season averaged almost 8 rebounds per 36 minutes offensively. 8 offensive rebounds per 36 minutes. He's going to be an awesome addition for whoever gets him. Porziņģis re-signed in Golden State. Tobias Harris will be a small level signing for somebody. I could see if, depending on what Detroit does here, a Kawhi Leonard, Tobias Harris sign and trade swap could, in theory, make some sense. So we'll see if Tobias Harris ends up back in LA. I remember the Clippers actually traded him to Philly many years ago to kind of pave the way in 2019 for them to sign Kawhi Leonard. So we'll see how everything kind of pans out. Kuminga, Sexton, Anthony Simons, you can tell, hey, the further we get down the board. It's funny how some of these are ranked too. For me, I'd much rather have Colin Gillespie and Mark Williams than Chris Middleton and Nikola Vucevic. So I don't know how these lists got compiled in terms of the ordering, but again, Quentin Grimes here below Tim Hardaway Jr. and Russell Westbrook is crazy to me. But that's how the cookie crumbles a little bit. Al Horford below Gershon Yabusele is crazy. Like the rankings here, the ordering is bad. This is a little bit of a typo too that we should try and fix here on stream. There we go. I added the O with inspect element. Look at that. I did surgery on a website. Spencer Jones, Highland, DeAnthony Melton, Gary Trent Jr., and Day'Ron Sharpe. So, Joshua, happy birthday, my man. Let's get the happy birthdays flowing in chat. Joshua, appreciate you today. Happy free agency day and happy birthday as well. Liama Abernathy here says, what are the Blazers going to do about the guard log jam? We'll see. Scooter Drew could be on the move for sure, but nothing definitive at this point on time. Josh says, any talk on PJ Washington to Detroit tonight by 6 p.m.? I mean, even if a trade doesn't materialize by 6 p.m., it could still materialize later. So first of all, keep that in mind. And then secondly, if we look at Dallas and Detroit, again, I have no team selected. We'll see if it does that for me. Okay, good. If we're sending PJ to Detroit, now you're looking at trying to figure out how that financially can work. Obviously, you have that 3-team deal where we have – this is clunky today, man. We go over to Memphis. We obviously have Isaiah Stewart going to Memphis into their – we're just going to attach him into their non-tax mid-level for now. It's all kind of the same. It isn't, but it is. You know what I mean? And then Memphis had sent, second-round picks or whatever. So we'll just come around and send this to Dallas instead. Again, I'm not even being perfectly selective, but you could financially make something like this work if you turn this into a multi-team trade with the Isaiah Stewart contract that went to Memphis. So CL Oracle, welcome to the stream. He's a big-time Suns fan. He's been watching the channel here for a while. Says Luke Kennard or Colin Sexton to the Phoenix Suns. Let's go. Happy free agency, everyone. Happy free agency. Let's all throw a happy free agency in the chat here. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the start of NBA free agency. Ben here says maybe another veteran center. What an interesting username there. Josh says bring in Dean Wade to Detroit tonight. Yo World and POV says Dallas getting better. We'll see how they do going forward. Chris here says Lakers need Sheldon to be our GM. Well, I mean, as vocal as I was about Rob Pelinka not doing a great job sometimes, since he acquired Luka Doncic, I have not echoed that sentiment. He did the hardest thing in the sport, and that was acquire a top 5 player in the peak of his prime. So, Pelinka's done a pretty good job, all things considered, because he won a title in 2020, but also brought in Luka Doncic when he was 25 years old, which is crazy. Brian here says Sixers win 2026. That's a bold take, Brianna. That's a bold take. Matt here says, what do you see the Nuggets doing? If we look at the Nuggets cap table, let's go over here. Throw Denver in. You see a lot of money committed. So the question really is Cam Johnson or Peyton Watson or Christian Brown if they could find a way to get out of this contract. But it's going to be easier said than done, I think. So, they really risk losing Peyton Watson, but we'll see. Restricted free agency has helped teams before. Sometimes markets don't develop the way that they should. And maybe a team doesn't ever get a competitive offer sheet across the table for Peyton Watson. So Eli P here says, who do you think has more upside, Ausar Thompson or Jalen Duren? Jalen Duren, pretty definitively. Ausar is a freak defender, but Jalen Duren has ball skills at 6'10" and has just better offensive mechanics and functionality than Ausar Thompson does. So I don't know. Trey, like, they both have their flaws too. Trey says, you think JV is a realistic trade for the Rockets? How would it financially work? Love your stuff. During these times of the NBA, keep it up, bro. Appreciate you, Trey. Yes, I do think Jaylen Brown is feasible. Hold on one second. My cat just unplugged my camera. God, what is going on today? This is well, hold on while we have some technical difficulties here because my cat wanted to be terrible. Give me 60 seconds. All right, we are back. I had to reset my whole camera setup and everything, so that was terrible. But thank you for being patient with the stream today. Again, we've had a couple of unforeseen difficulties with my cat tackling my microphone and my camera today so far, but we should be good going forward. So appreciate you guys all for being in here so far today. It's been a lot of fun. PR Knight says, who do you think the Lakers will replace LeBron with? Again, going back to my prediction over here, I'm expecting them to sign Norm Powell, and then I'm sure that they will target some center going forward, so we'll see. They're going to keep Keldon Johnson. They just gave Harrison Barnes an $8 million contract, so they're not going to react one way or another. Okay, here we go. Let's go over to Jake Fisher. We have a little bit of news over here on Twitter. It's funny, in my prediction video today that came out this morning, I talked about this exact thing. Amid LeBron James' impending exit from LA, sources say the Cavaliers have held ongoing trade conversations centered around Max Strus and Dennis Schroeder, which could help the Cavs free the space to add James and also benefit the Cavs' effort to retain Dean Wade. So, spoke on this in my agency predictions video. Cavaliers want to re-sign Harden and Dean Wade. Likely to dump Schroeder or Strus to do so. LeBron still possible too. So definitely some interesting news on that. I did speak on that today. I have a video up on the channel covering all of my thoughts and predictions for today. 1 in a million here saying free Cade. Talking about potentially losing Jalen Duren to the Kings via sign and trade. We'll see what happens here. Ayo Dosunmu stopping me from having Tari and Dean Wade, says Dynasprite. I mean, like, yes and no. Brandon gets it. Brandon gets one of the possible Kuminga landing spots. We'll see what all happens here going forward. Happy free agency, everybody. It's a fun day for sure. Did you see the Jokic thing? He said he won't sign a contract and be a free agent in 2027. I think he's going to stay in Detroit. As you can tell, my cat keeps messing with my camera, by the way. Anton says, love your coverage, bro. Appreciate you. Here in a little bit, probably in about 5 minutes, I'm going to put the chat into subscriber-only mode. So make sure you guys are subscribed so that you can continue to comment and chat and everything. Sal Hazari says, the Lakers should pick up Walker Kessler, says Cool Breeze. Tony says, can you show the list of those who have already signed? Yeah, we can take a look over here. I have tried my best to get everything prepared for today. So hopefully you guys feel like there's good preparation on my part for the stream, of course, because you guys are curious about what is happening, what has happened, what will happen. And we're now talking about what has happened. We're in that part of the stream here. So Landale and the Hawks agreed to a deal, 1 year, $14 million. That contract, LeBron will change teams, as we talked about. The Portland Trailblazers re-signed Robert Williams III to a 3-year, $44 million contract. Honestly, more than I was expecting for him. I was kind of expecting him around, kind of the like $9 to $12 million threshold. But I do think it's like a movable salary, so it's not like it's the end of the world in my opinion. Fontecchio stays in Miami, and then that is kind of the most recent news. Of course, last night Porziņģis also signed a 2-year, $40 million contract to stay with the Golden State Warriors, at least for the short term. So we'll see kind of how everything happens. But I want your guys' free agency predictions down below. I tweeted this out last night. One of the scariest things you can do this time of year is record a video and schedule it for the next morning. That's what I did last night with my free agency predictions, and I was terrified until 8 a.m. Eastern time today. I was so worried that, hey, my predictions video is going to come out and something's going to have happened right before that, an hour before it. That makes me look like I'm not up to date, and that's kind of the scary thing about scheduling videos a little bit. I record 8 hours in advance, get it scheduled, and you run the risk of something happening overnight while you sleep. And I was very worried about that before going to basketball practice today, but everything worked out pretty well. Taquan Alston wants to know about his boys in Brooklyn. What about the Nets? We'll take a look over at the total cap tracker. The Nets are one of the teams that have some pathways to financial flexibility. If you look at their cap table, they don't have the craziest amount of total cap allocation so far. Of course, this number looks a little bit different after taking in Randall's contract and sending out Claxton in the process. They did get a tad bit more expensive. But I think they're going to just be another shifter of money like they've been year over year for Sean Marks, where they oftentimes help other teams make stuff happen. Josh says, no, Kitty. Yeah, the cat. Big Papa says, Cat is Rich Paul's client trying to take you offline. JTV Ball says, Cat is a mess. So I've got two cats. One cat you saw in this morning's video, he popped up for a little bit. It was a little cat break in the middle of that one. That was a great one. So if you saw that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And then the younger one, she is a little scramble cat. She gets super scared of everything. I swear to God, I have a ceiling fan right above me here. She is scared of ceiling fans. I've never seen it before. But she will sit there and stare at it for like 10, 15 minutes straight without like moving because she's so scared of it. And then she comes flying into the room. She jumps up onto the desk and she like slides across the wooden desk and ends up knocking everything off in her pathway. It's unbelievable. But hopefully you guys did not mind too bad. So Anton says to trade that cat for second round picks. Unfortunately, I don't think that would go over well with the fiance. I'm not sure if she would be looking for future draft rights in a deal. So I'm gonna the owner is gonna veto that for me, and I'm gonna have to find a different way to navigate our cap table. But Alex says, why Norman Powell to the Lakers? He's the opposite of what the Lakers need, because he's gonna be one of the best players available at the deadline or at the offseason here. So and that's what I think is going to happen. They still have some flexibility to make other improvements as well. But it's not just cut and dry like the Lakers. Let's just go over here quick too, because I think this will be a good way for you guys to understand some of the problems that the Lakers are still going to encounter, even with losing LeBron James, with Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic. That is $50 million, or you're looking at $90 million of their cap table tied up to two players. You still have Vanderbilt under contract, Ayton. Like, you're looking at sign and trades. You're looking at a bunch of different pathways of having to make things work. You have the first round number on Cam Carr. Like, they don't have this big pathway to cap space. They have a whole bunch of big cap holds. Of course, the LeBron cap hold is the most sizable one, but then they have Kennard. They won't keep Kleba, of course, but they have Hachimura, who they'll probably bring back. It's just not like all of a sudden the Lakers are going to be a team with max cap space that's super functional going out there and signing a superstar. So Antoine says, yo, what's up, Sheldon? How's your Tuesday so far? It's been great. Looking forward to free agency here. It should be a great time. In the Weed says, breaking, Sheldon's cat has been traded to the next door neighbor for their slightly overweight dopey dog, a bold move that will most certainly improve Sheldon's chances for a peaceful stream. All I know is it's going to be a bad fit. The moment that dopey dog gets over here, he's going to start barking it up for sure. In the Weeds, you're hilarious. Slow-mo says, just joined up, and he takes on the Hornets moves during free agency. Charlotte's such an interesting team, because if we go over to the Hornets cap table here, they obviously have a bunch of different players coming in. They have Coby White's new deal kind of in place here, this 3-year, $74 million contract. You have the Naz Reid acquisition, who's another pretty big mid-sized contract. And you have a couple of smaller mid-sized contracts. Grayson Allen, a little bit over $18 million with that player option for next year. And then Royce O'Neal, 2 years on his deal yet as well. Their kind of roster is already kind of set up, right? LaMelo's out, Bridges is out, Josh Green's out. But then outside of that, you're looking at 11 standard contracts still. Not 11, 10 standard contracts, plus 2 first-round picks. So there's 12. And then you're up to 16 if you count these 4 here. So they're actually going to be over the roster limit. But then Pat Connaughton, his non-guaranteed contract is the one that they likely move off of. So the Hornets pretty much already have 15 guys under roster. Those 15 are these 4 here, which obviously there could still be flexibility on a Grayson or Royce O'Neal situation. Grant Williams could obviously be moved possibly as an expiring. Tidjon Salon could always be rerouted. Trey Mann could be moved. Connaughton will not be on the roster. And then Liam, McNeely, Diabate, like all these guys are mostly young that the Hornets want to keep around. So I don't think Charlotte's going to be super active unless they continue to make small trades that chop up part of their team. Like they could maybe reroute Royce O'Neal somewhere if they wanted to do that. But that's kind of the overall thought. In a copycat league, Science says, do you notice the value of tweeners rising? I think just size and skilled size and bigs in general. I think back to I was in Vegas in the 2022 offseason for Summer League. And I met a lot of NBA executives. I met some G League executives, and everyone was raving about small ball. And everyone was talking about, oh, well, small ball this, small ball that. It was right after the Rudy Gobert trade. And I remember I was really the outlier there. I told everyone, I was like, I think size is king. I think teams are going to realize you have to play bigger. You have to have more length and more size, more rim protection. And that was not a popular take in Summer League at the time. But I was telling a lot of people disagree with me that the Rudy Gobert trade was going to age well for Minnesota. Of course, there was that crisis that everyone had about, oh my God, the Wolves made the worst trade ever. And then since then, they've made it to the Western Conference Finals twice, and then the second round of the playoffs one more time. They've won more playoff series with Rudy Gobert on their roster than they ever won without him. So it's a copycat league, and I think that example is a really great example of it, because after the Rockets achieved to the way that they did, and of course Golden State with their death lineups, everyone at the time was, and even for years following, was saying, oh my gosh, small ball this, small ball that, when in reality, like, if you have the ability and you're making a player, like if you could create a player in the lab, you'd walk away with a Wembanyama, you'd walk away with a taller version, a Magic Johnson, right? You're not making a 6-foot point guard on purpose. Like, there's trade-offs alongside it. So I think there's a lot of things that kind of play into it. SC Arisen says, who do you think Detroit is targeting at the 4 if they're not expected to bring back Tobias Harris? That's a great question. Honestly, I think there's a lot of – I don't have a great vibe for what Detroit's going to do tonight. Again, a lot of it centers around Duren, and they're playing with him. If they do facilitate a sign and trade with Jalen Duren, like maybe they get back X, Y, or Z. Like if Keegan Murray could maybe be in the deal, right? But I don't know. I wish I could sit here and say like, oh well, the Pistons are for sure going to get this, or I think they're going to go get this guy. Like John Collins comes to mind. Tari Eason would be like, but then you're starting to project like 3-team sign and trade. It's just very, very tricky to do. Rui obviously could be a target, but that's complicated. Kuminga could be a target, but does that actually help Detroit? That's a different question. Like there's issues you run into all along the way, honestly, and I think there's just a whole bunch of stuff that could be problematic one way or another for Detroit. And if they lose Duren and lose Tobias, like that's a lot of production they have back. Mudthorn says the Rockets are going to get Marcus Smart. That was one of my predictions as well. If we go back over to my NBA free agency predictions over here, I did predict Marcus Smart to Houston as well, which I think is very possible. Lee here says it sucks to be in the Lakers front office right now. I mean, I don't think it's too bad. They got a dream job, right? Like I'd love to be in the Lakers front office right now. And I actually think life after LeBron James might be pretty good for Los Angeles too. We'll see how they operate through it, but we'll see what they do. Sam Jones says Mark Stein says Quentin Grimes is a top Laker target. Quentin Grimes found a lot of success. Let's go over to Data Ball R here. Let's go over to the 2025 Dallas Mavericks. 2025, boom. And we're going to put on here, I want to look at Luka and Quentin Grimes together. And you can tell that, hey, this actually wasn't too bad. With Luka and Grimes off, like pretty solid. Obviously, with no Luka, your team's going to struggle a little bit, but it's actually really not that negative. Like minus 2.6 isn't horrible for a Maverick stretch without Luka. And then with Grimes and Luka together, they were obviously quite good. The offense reached higher heights. The defense bled a little bit, which is actually a little surprising to me looking at these numbers. Now, this is also with low leverage removed. So if we go to all leverage, maybe that will give a better indicator. I mean, a little bit. This speaks to how good Luka was in Dallas, but would be interesting to see these two guys reunited again. Can Walker Kessler be plan B for the Kings? Jazz need rebounding help. Yes, but also probably not. Like, this is going to be hard to kind of facilitate, I think, for pulling Walker Kessler away. Chris here says Lakers signing Sheldon's cat to play center. They'd definitely be able to clear the glass. Crazy. My cats are a little nuts. Howie says my cat is from a farm and acts like a killer mountain lion, eats bunnies from the top down, birds. Oh my gosh. Well, that's a little terrifying. But Howie, thanks for sharing. Golden State not winning, says Mike. Maury says LeBron to the Spurs. Clutch Sports apparently runs the franchise anyway. King Nacho. Oh man, you never know what to expect. Every stream comes with some new meme and some new kind of fun little thing. Comment meat down below if you know. If you've been here for a while. Errol says, "LOL, Wizards stink. They ain't lapping nobody. Playing team at best." Shells give us one move you would make for each playoff team. Well, the issue is, I think for a majority of playoff teams, I'd probably make pretty similar moves. But what we can do is talk about what I think will happen. Harden will stay with Cleveland. Norm Powell will not stay with Miami. I think the Heat will sign Bradley Beal. This will be the second offseason in a row where a team tries to replace Norm Powell with Beal. The Clippers did it last year, trading Beal to Miami. Or trading Powell to Miami and then signing Beal, Then the Heat will also sign Tim Hardaway Jr. and Mike Conley tonight. I'm not from the future and very well could be wrong on those things, but I think that's what's going to happen. Jalen Duren. We'll see what happens with Jalen Duren. LeBron will go to Golden State if I had to bet. I don't think Miami's the most likely outcome for him, honestly. Mathurin will stay with the Clippers. I'm very confident on that. Porziņģis is staying with Golden State. Sexton, your guess is as good as mine on Sexton. I really don't know. I don't think Vooch will be back with Boston. I really don't know where Vooch will play next year, honestly. Do I think Malik Thomas or Ryan Conwell can crack the rotation? Both of them will get opportunities to at the very least. So, yes, the start of free agency is tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern time. We are 2 hours away from it. Thoughts on Shed 2030 first being reported as the holdup for the Kawhi trade? I like Jamal Shed a lot, and I like draft picks. So I'm sure there is a little bit of a holdup, but I think the Clippers need to be very smart about what they do. Graham says, howdy champions, enjoying the stream from down under. Appreciate you, Graham, for being in the stream here today. He's one of the members on the channel, so let's get some W's flying in here for Graham. Appreciate you, my man. Hope you are doing well and healed up all fine and dandy as well, I hope. Oatmeal says, where does Tobias Harris land if not Detroit? Feels like a couple young teams could use a floor raiser. It's been a lot of teams what a lot of teams are looking for. Has been floor raisers, which is interesting. I think, let's just let's hop over to the trade screen here just so you can see a list of teams and who would potentially consider someone like Tobias Harris. I think a Clippers reunion is very sensible. I think, a team like San Antonio could really look at him as an upgrade for their roster for probably not too much money, which would be nice. Phoenix just acquired Miles Bridges, so probably not the most likely. Minnesota would love to have Tobias Harris. That would be a dream come true for them. I don't necessarily expect that to happen, but I'm sure they'd look at it. Indiana, I think, would be an interesting Tobias team. Toronto comes to mind, depending on what kind of move they make for Kawhi, if that does actually come to fruition. Those are the teams that come to mind first. And then Miami, I'm sure, would love him too, but that might be difficult. Why so late for free agency? It's just how it's always been. It's always been 6 p.m. Eastern time. Barry says, good morning, Sheldon. Really hope the 6 hours sleep over the last 48 hours is all worth it for my Raptors. I swear I'm running on fumes here too, but should be a good time for NBA free agency. Live Ride says a team needs to steal Peyton Watson. We'll see how everything actually pans out there, of course. Should be interesting to see. Oh, hold on. There we go. Oh my God. There it is. You guys are probably yelling shams. Okay, my fault. There we go. The Los Angeles Clippers are nearing a deal sending Kawhi Leonard to the Raptors for Brandon Ingram, Gradey Dick, 2 first-round picks, 1 pick swap, and 2 second-rounders, sources tell ESPN. A return to Canada for Raptors champion and 2-time finals MVP. So Kawhi lands back in. Oh my goodness. Let's get an update here on the stream title. Kawhi Leonard traded to Raptors. Okay, that's updated there now. Very crazy news. This is huge news, of course, with Kawhi returning to Toronto. That is obviously substantive news, and now he is a Toronto Raptor. So that's it's huge news here with Kawhi on his way to the Raptors organization once again. And there was obviously some news and reporting about the fact that he was going to corner his market, essentially would only extend with Toronto. And sure enough, here we are. Kawhi was traded. Absolutely crazy. Kawhi Leonard traded to the Toronto Raptors in a deal. I'm going to give my trade grades here in just a minute. The deal is Brandon Ingram, Gradey Dick, 2 first-round picks, 1 pick swap, and 2 second-rounders. We will come back to this in just a second. And time to let me go over to my profile here. What is going on with this? There we go. Matherin. There it is. God, that's bad. Don't love that. Do not love that for the Clippers, honestly. Trade grades. Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto. Trade grades. What are you guys thinking? Comment your trade grades down below before I share mine. I want to hear what your guys' thoughts are. I'm going to give the Raptors an A and the Clippers a B a C plus. I think the Toronto does really well and reestablishes themselves as an elite defensive team while taking a massive offensive creation step forward. Much better, much needed upgrade from BI to KL2 and a nice outcome for the Raptors to bring back the 2019 Finals MVP. I'm going to actually give the Clippers a C. The 76ers and Thunder own the nearest future picks for the Clippers. I know some people will say sunk cost, but it's literally just the reality. Like, again, it's I don't love this for the Clippers. I don't think it's the end of the world, but no other players from Toronto in this deal. Precious Achiuwa has agreed to. Oh my, what? Okay, what is going on here? Why can't I pull up Chris Haynes? Chris B. Haynes. There we go. Precious Achiuwa has agreed on terms to re-sign with the Sacramento Kings on a 2-year, $11.5 million deal. So, what? I was not expecting Precious Achiuwa to get almost $6 million annually. I was not anticipating that. Hopefully there's a team option on that. Yikes. But Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto, give them an A, and I think the Clippers here just honestly did not do great. Anton, nice. Raymond here saying A for both. I don't know. I just Oh, great. We got a Brandon Ingram truther in the chat here. Woo! Yeah, Himothy says Sheldon never gives good grades to the Clippers, and you wonder why they haven't succeeded. I wonder why. It's almost like the franchise has not been productive toward winning, and then they continue to get bad grades from me when they make bad decisions, and then the bad decisions do not age well. Like this, it reminds me of them drafting Daniel Aturu. You wanted an A grade for that? Like, I don't know what to tell you. They just got a crappy version of Kawhi Leonard for Kawhi Leonard. The Clippers got way worse. The Clippers, it's unbelievable how much worse the Clippers got. And they don't even have their picks. They, again, like people are going to say sunk cost, but it's literally just reality. Like not having your own picks and then selling your team. I don't know what that really accomplishes. I really don't know what that accomplishes. And if these are not way out future picks, that's going to be really rough. If you guys see what the picks are, make sure to comment at me on Twitter so that I can see the exact, make sure to tag me so that I can see it. That'll be one of the best ways to get my attention in streaming here too is, well, there we go. Kawhi ended up in Toronto. So there we go. And I did talk about that in my predictions video this morning as well. If you watched that, I cannot believe that Precious Achiuwa got 2 years, $11.5 million, by the way. I really was not expecting that today. The Kings literally just salary dumped Devin Carter to get out of this exact kind of money. They gave it to Precious Achiuwa, which is really was not on my bingo card. But this is not good for the Clippers, in my opinion. Not great. Chad is interestingly disagreeing with me on that. Yep. Clearly, I'm the idiot. The Clippers who don't have their own draft picks getting significantly worse are the smart ones, and I'm the idiot. You've got it. Let's listen to Shams Charania here on the trade. Okay.
How did this deal finally get done? Kawhi going back to Toronto.
And at the crux of this, Kawhi Leonard had 1 year and $50 million left on his contract, and there was no future for him after this season with the Los Angeles Clippers. The Clippers failed to give him a contract extension commitment, but multiple other teams out there were pursuing Kawhi Leonard for the last few weeks, were willing to give him an extension, but he only wanted to go to one team and give only one team a contract extension commitment, and that's the Toronto Raptors. Going back to the city that he led to the 2019 NBA championship, he led them to their only championship in franchise history, won Finals MVP there, and so there was a preference for Kawhi Leonard to stay in Los Angeles, but once it was made clear that there was no future there, he settled on Toronto as his preferred landing spot, and sources told me there were three keys to this. One is the familiarity with the Toronto Raptors organization. We know he spent that to go get him with Brian Wright, the Spurs GM, back in 2018. The city of Toronto as well. And the ability now to go to the Raptors and contend in the Eastern Conference and to be able to say that I ended my career with the Raptors after playing for the Clippers and the Spurs. So I'm told Kawhi Leonard views this as an opportunity.
The issue, and this is the issue with NBA coverage in general. People tend to look at, oh, well, this is where they were today, so this is what they had to do today. And the issue is this stems back to what they decided to do in February when they were one of the hottest teams in basketball and blew up their roster, trading Ivica Zubac to Indiana and trading James Harden to Cleveland. This dates back to their decisions before that. This dates back to a lot of their choices, even in 2019 free agency. They had possibly 2 max slots. They didn't operate that way. They decided to instead trade Danilo Gallinari and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and 8 first-round picks essentially for Paul George. They had 2 max slots. They could have went out and signed Jimmy Butler that offseason. They could have tried to pair Jimmy with Kawhi, kept SGA. They could have traded Danilo Gallinari into cap space, still had all of their draft picks, and operated a whole bunch of different ways. People tend to think about, oh, this is what they had to do without any imagination or creativity on what they could have done and different ways to maximize their roster in the process of building up their team. And yes, like the Clippers today probably had to move Kawhi Leonard, but again, it's because of the decisions that they made over the last 4 or 5 years, and I'm not going to be forgiving to them for missing on every single first-round pick that they've had over the last 4 years. I'm not going to be forgiving to them for finding almost zero value in the draft since 2018, excluding Terrence Mann, who then, guess what? After the Terrence Mann success happened, they massively overpaid him and had to salary dump him to bring in Bogdan Bogdanović, which was, again, a salary dump from Atlanta. So you look at across the board, LA's decisions and everything that they've done, typically they've landed on the bad result. And yes, at some point, this is what you have to do because you force yourself to do it because you were incompetent in every single step or pathway that you took until then. And the Clippers are a prime example of this. When you screw enough things up, at some point you feel like the only way out is to open the door and walk through that door. And they opened that door and walked through it today by trading away Kawhi Leonard. And they, again, probably didn't get really anything substantive in value here. Depending on where those first-round picks are, if they're far out at least, then at least I can say, oh, there's a chance that they end up being good. If they're short-term, the Raptors have the 5th best defense in the NBA this year and just traded a non-All-Star caliber player in Brandon Ingram for an All-NBA caliber player in Kawhi Leonard. This is really, really incredible. Twice in 7 years, twice in a decade, the Raptors trade a solid player Jamal Shed, RJ Barrett, Kawhi Leonard. This is, you guys need to realize how insane this defense is. Scotty Barnes, CMB, Allen Graves. This is fertile. We'll see what they do with his contract. And I know some people are going to say, oh, he's 35 years old. How old is LeBron? How old is Kevin Durant? How old is Steph Curry? You know, these guys are still getting valued going into free agency and the offseason right now. Last year, think about what Kevin Durant got traded for. He got traded for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and pick number 10. Compare that to what Kawhi just fetched. And Kawhi is multiple years younger and better than what Kevin Durant was last year when he got traded to Houston. This is I cannot emphasize enough how good of a trade this is for Toronto, how easy of a move. Jameson Battle. I need to put Jacoby Walter on here, and then also Trace Jackson Davis. Like, this is their lineup is pretty darn good, honestly. A ridiculous defensive roster with legit shot making now. They're going to be really good. Again, would I pick them to be the favorite coming out of the East or anything? No. But what they gave up is not a kind of all-in move that you would need to be the favorite anyway. So this is a ridiculous defensive roster and infrastructure in place, and it's really good. They gave up nothing of long-term value to them. And you guys know, if you've watched the channel, you know that I did not love the Brandon Ingram acquisition. And if other teams were smart, they could have just forced Toronto to keep Brandon Ingram. And instead, the Clippers are the team that takes in his contract now. And now the Clippers will be the ones stuck with him. And then hopefully not Benedict Mathurin at the same time. But we'll see. Yeah, Suns, you are not getting LeBron. Again, like, this is twice in a decade that they get a top 10 player in the sport for nothing, really. Nothing. Are the Clippers rerouting Ingram? He's not going to have value, so I don't think so. Josh says, I don't think the East is better than the West, but it got insanely competitive. And to be fair, I've been way more entertaining and competitive in the playoffs last 3-4 years. Yeah, the East is, I think, underrated, honestly. Yeah, 2027 and 2029. Yeah, Can you tag me in that again? Like, if you guys can tag me. Yeah, this is the Clippers. By the way, this is a great. I don't know how I'm getting dunked on here when the Clippers end of season was horrible, and you saw what happened to them in the play-in. So, I mean, you know, it's funny because we live in a world where that 47% chance is seemingly worth it now. In hindsight, to everybody, it was a bad decision at the time. They got lucky in general with the lottery luck. Like, there's a world here where Indiana could have had Caleb Wilson on their roster right now, and then the Clippers would have had nothing. But congrats, you got picked 23 in the draft here. So, yeah, used to score 25 points per game. How many games did New Orleans win? I think that's a better question. Rigo here says, my GOAT is back in my city. Yeah, Toronto. If Toronto had given up Colin Murray Boyles, I would have loved this for the Clippers, but it's not what happened. So, yeah, this is a great point from the We the North. It's a great point. Gradey Dick will average 25. Yeah, maybe minutes this year. That'd be great. Joshua says, yep, you read that one. Why did the Raptors overpay to get Kawhi Leonard? No, honestly, they did not. Here we go. We have, I don't know. I'm going to show this. I don't know if this is like firm reporting or if he's just talking about possibilities. Man. The issue with their tradable first, this is, again, they owe their first in 27 through 29. So, like, oh yeah, hold on. Thunder. Here you go. Let's just Clippers. Let's just pull this up on stream, okay? We'll just talk about this real quick because everyone wants to act like they're so smart. Okay, so the 2027 Thunder own swap rights. 2028, what does that look like? In 2028, the 76ers have it unprotected. This is unbelievable. This is 2029. What about then? What does that look like? Oh, Sixers have option to swap. Okay. Wow. Very good. And I know someone's going to say, oh, at least it's top three protected. If you have to worry about being one of the three worst teams in the league, it kind of shows where your direction's headed. The Clippers are not a good team, and it's not going to age well for them. This is the funniest thing. The Clippers were the hottest team in basketball last year when they murdered their team, by the way. So very cool. And now they trade the best player to ever wear their jersey, arguably, and they get Brandon Ingram back. So yeah, that's the all-time clip right there. Cue the Kawhi Leonard laugh track. That's me at Clippers fans right now. Clippers fans are going to go into the season cheering for Darius Garland and Brandon Ingram and hoping that the two of them combine to play 80 games. So, yeah, Timothy, this is a great point. With the 5th pick, the Pacers still would have traded that pick for Ivica Zubac. You guys don't know how good Ivica Zubac is. The Pacers are going to be contenders next season. Revisit this with me next May. Okay, we'll see where everyone's at. You let me know next May where the Clippers are and where the Pacers are, and we'll revisit. Okay. I think this is very, very pointedly the example. I'm in fact, I'm even going to tweet this. It's again, if you want to look smart, if you're a GM, you just trade your good players for a couple of picks, and everyone's going to think, oh my God, he's got a great plan. No, that's not the truth. That's not the reality. I don't know. It's all right. 6 months from now, we're going to be hearing about how Brandon Ingram's a superstar in LA. So they'll be 22 and 30, and everyone's going to be saying, look. We'll see if Derrick Jones Jr. is there. Maybe they could trade him for 3 second-round picks, and then everyone can say how smart that is too. Kawhi, my previous chapter. That's funny. Ryan said the Clippers are rebuilding and got assets to do it, so why keep Kawhi if they aren't trying to win? The assets, again, guys. Is greater than quantity. The Clippers getting pick 20-something for Kawhi Leonard will not look phenomenal in hindsight. Please. Again, guys, unless the Raptors have unbelievably bad injury luck and their entire season falls apart somehow, which is, again, even if that happens, it does not mean you were smart to bet against that. It's, in fact, stupid. This is essentially what they did. Pick 20-something in 2027, which is already projecting to be a questionable draft because of NIL and players likely returning for multiple seasons, and the fact that it's not an unbelievable high school recruiting class. Again, I'm one of the more positive people about each draft class and how there's talent every year because guys like AJ Mitchell, Stephon Castle, and a whole bunch of other good players end up existing. Donovan Clingan's a really good player. There's a lot of guys. Alex Sarr, someone I like from 2024 still. There's a lot of talent. There's a lot of guys in the right system, right situation that can succeed at a high level. But, guys, Kawhi Leonard's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Do we need to pull up here? Here we go. Again, it's honestly crazy to me. This is 2025. Let's go to this year. Guys. It's really not that complicated, but everyone continues to make it out to be because it's unbelievable to me, honestly. The on-off swings aren't going to lie about this. There's a few situations where on-offs can be really painful to look at, and people don't understand all the nuance sometimes. But when it's your best player and your team sucks without him on the floor, and your team's really darn good with him on the court, that says something. It says something, okay? It's just it's honestly shocking to me. The Clippers deciding to tear apart their team and trade all of their best players when they don't have their own draft picks will always be a choice. Again, the Pacers pick worked for them. My best friend is a Clippers fan. I fully do not hate the Clippers. In fact, I literally rooted for them to win multiple series. I wanted them to win in 2021. If you think I hate the Clippers, you have not been watching the channel. Honestly, like very clearly. But I can say when a team does something stupid. All of the signs were there, by the way, with Dallas and everyone. The Mavericks were my favorite team. I didn't even get mad when the Clippers beat the Mavericks in the playoffs for multiple years in a row. And then secondly, like Mavericks fans thought I hated the Mavericks, even though I'm a Mavericks fan myself, because I hated everything Nico Harrison did. And it took a Luka Doncic trade for them to open their eyes and realize how bad he was. That's what it took. And then everyone else caught on. And everyone that had beefed with me on Twitter and told me I was dumb in the comment section, the night Luka got traded, everyone started walking back all of those comments. And guess what? The Clippers, this should be that moment for them, because the guy that they either supposedly manipulated the salary cap for, which, again, that's a completely different topic, but supposedly that guy, right, the guy that they lined up the red carpet for in 2019, the guy they traded SGA and a whole bunch of stuff to appease because the moment he got on the roster, he wanted Paul George with him. Everything that they've done for this franchise, and they turn him into Brandon Ingram, Gradey Dick, and 2 bad first-round picks. And Clippers fans want me to say, great job, LA. Thanks for participating. You know, like, we might as well hang the banner for the 2027 season. Thanks for showing up, Clippers. That's, again, I would love to be in the minority, because 3 years from now, when the Clippers are still not relevant, I will be proven right by that. Again, I don't care what the minority is or the majority. If you go back to the Nets and Celtics trade, everyone thought the Nets were stupid, or the Celtics, were stupid for giving up Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce and Jason Terry. Fast forward 4 years, the Celtics were the genius team. And if you go look at the ESPN trade grades, I don't care what the majority versus minority is. Trust me, I think if we revisit this Clippers team 3 years from now, we'll have a pretty good indication of what things look like. Pretty good indication. And, you know, like, it's just, it's unbelievable to me. I think my best friend literally has a rookie season SGA jersey, and he was devastated. I have a video of him on the phone with me being devastated about the SGA trade. Like, it's just, you know, all of this stuff is, you know, I'm fine with people disagreeing with me, but it's like, again, if you're trying to become a mediocre team, congratulations. The Clippers, you play Darius Garland, you play Benedict Mathurin, you play Brandon Ingram, you pay those 3 guys $100 million a season, and you do what? Start Yannick Conan Niederhauser at center? Have fun. Have a great season. Thanks for showing up. This is an unbelievable deal for the Raptors. This is very good. Kawhi Leonard in the last. Let me just make sure you guys understand this. Since 2018-19, since he got traded to Toronto, Kawhi Leonard has one season with less than 52 games played. One season with less than 52 games. I know, like yeah, it's not the best benchmark, but let's compare that to someone like Steph Curry. Okay, in that same time span, this is Steph Curry's games played. 51, 69, 5, 63, 64, 56, 74, 70, 43. Okay, let's compare that to Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler in that time span. 55, 58, 52, 57, 64, 60, 25, 30, 38. Okay, let's compare that to Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic in that same exact time span, 72, 61, 66, 65, 66, 70, 22, 20, or excuse me, 50, not 22, 28. That was when he got traded from the Lakers and to the Mavs, from the Mavs to the Lakers, 64. Okay, so like he's in the same ballpark between Steph and Luka in terms of availability every single night. Again, yeah, load management was such a huge discussion for him. Like, I don't know, guys. I just think it's overblown at this point. Like, played 65 games. He's dealt with a torn ACL. He's dealt with meniscus injuries. Like, his injuries have all been valid, real injuries. Like, people act like he literally, like, it's not Anthony Davis getting poked in the eye and missing a game. Like, he literally had knee surgery and he comes back. Like, I don't know. If you want to call reality bias, then you do that. Okay. Oh yes, Brandon Ingram made the All-Star game, and then what did he do in the playoffs? Oh, that's right, he got denied the basketball, and then got mad at his coach for having him try and function around that. The Raptors fans will see how much better they got in October. Okay. You can sit here again. The easiest way to look at this team, guys. Look at this team. This is a good team. This is a very good team. Get Pirtle off my screen. Yeah, true. We'll see what they do. They still have Pirtle's contract, which I would prefer for them to move, but at least Pirtle wasn't in this deal. If Pirtle was in this deal, I probably would have pulled my eyes out, but Mamu Kelishvili's probably gone, yeah. The Raptors drafted Allen Graves, who is a big. Like, I'm sure that they'll play him as a hybrid 4-5 combo big man. So very interesting stuff that we got going on here. James says this is a big win-win. That is very good draft capital plus decent player in Ingram for an old injury-prone guy that might get arrested. Here we just pulled up Kawhi's games. Let's look up Brandon Ingram. Here's Brandon Ingram's games played since 2018. 59, 52, 62, 61, 55, 45, 64, 18, 77. So again, like, you talk about availability, like, Ingram is right there in terms of availability with Kawhi. They miss very similar amount of time. This is usually the best part about going full rebuild is usually when you have your own draft picks. For example, when OKC decided to trade off both of Paul George and Russell Westbrook, the pick that became Chet Holmgren was their own pick. The Clippers don't have their own picks. That's kind of the issue that you guys are misunderstanding, and why this will be hard to rebuild their team. They don't have their own assets. And again, people will say, "Oh, sunk cost fallacy." You don't, like, cool. Like, you got okay value for Kawhi Leonard in theory, but the best value for rebuilding is having your own picks so that you can rebuild your team through those picks. And now the Thunder and the Sixers have really good chances of having high picks, while the Clippers have Brandon Ingram. That's the reality. Kawhi Leonard is most certainly top 10. You need to hear Kawhi Leonard's numbers this past season. Let's do a little bit of educating. This is Kawhi Leonard this past season. 28, 6, and 4 on 51, 38, 90 almost. His win shares were 9, which is a lot. This is an elite player. This is an elite player. His true shooting percentage, which is going to be down here, is very high, as you would assume, 63%, which is actually the highest of his career. Defensive win shares was quite good, not quite as good as his depoy seasons, but still very good. And he actually had the third highest offensive win share of his career, and the third highest total win share number of his career, or fourth highest total win share number of his career. The most recent one higher than that was his year in Toronto when he won Finals MVP. He finished 7th in MVP voting. He made All NBA second team, so that by definition is literally top 10. So it's crazy. Scott here says, Detroit, you are on the clock. Let's go over to Bobby Marks quick. Kawhi Leonard is most definitely top 10, though. I am shocked that there's even pushback on that, honestly. Bobby Marks says, because of where Toronto is with regard to the first apron, the Kawhi Leonard proposed trade will have to wait until January 6th. Leonard also has a 15% trade bonus. The bonus is valued at $7.5 million. And, oh, by the way, the Clippers are responsible to pay. He can amend the bonus or eliminate. So it just gets better. The Clippers are paying Kawhi to play for Toronto a little bit. It just keeps getting better and better. To be honest, I'd forgotten about his trade kicker, but there you go. We talked about a trade kicker yesterday quite a bit. This is an unbelievably good trade. And even we'll see how everything goes, but The Raptors are very good. Man, it's unbelievable to me. It's just bad. Clippers are going to be Clippers, though. They'll win 33 games this next season or something, and it's whatever. Guys, you need to look at Brandon Ingram games played. Again, like, it's very shocking to me, the kind of conversations we're having right now. Unless they get Jalen Brown, who I'm not even a fan of, then it's really bleak. I would have liked for them, if they would have gone for Jalen Brown in a Kawhi for Jalen Brown swap, there would have been something sensible there. But it's there's just a lot of stuff that did not age well. According to sources in my head, Bronny James has been traded to the Utah Jazz. VMAX, you are hilarious. Dame on Geppetto here says aspirational for Raptors fans, land of trees. Very good wordplay there. Underground says the Thunder celebrating they got that 2027 Clippers pick swap, most obvious top 10 pick. Science says Raptors get better while getting Jacoby Walter more playing time, who is better than Gradey Dick. Yeah, Gradey Dick was out of the rotation completely. Yeah, it wasn't even a good chance at the 5th pick. It was literally less than a coin flip. They ended up getting it. They got lucky. The fact that they got, maybe lucky is not the right term, but you get what I'm saying. The interesting take that the team that was just in the finals a year ago and then will be back healthy and better because they now have Ivica Zubac instead of Miles Turner. I promise you they're going to be contenders. Will they make the finals? Maybe not, but they're going to be very good. They're going to be very good. They got better without Turner, in my opinion, as evidenced by Milwaukee this past season. Devin says, how far can the Raps go in the playoffs with a healthy Kawhi, and how likely is that? I think that they're probably a second or conference finals exit team. I would not pick them to win the East. I would not pick them to be the favorite in the East, but they got a really darn good player who helps them big time. The Clippers got significantly worse, drastically worse. It is for that team. Okay, it's how it is. Okay, here you go. This also is quite nice. Oh my God. Oh, geez. Oh, man. Well, this is, it's funny because I don't even look at these numbers. These numbers aren't gospel to me or anything. But this is already how I felt from watching the games. And then I look at the numbers and it completely confirms exactly what I felt. So this is oh man, that's actually genuinely hilarious. The issue, they didn't trade for Keaton Wagler. They traded for a 47% chance at Keaton Wagler. They happened to hit on that chance. Actually, they traded for a 24% chance at Wagler and a 23% chance at pick 6, and they happened to hit on it. It happened to work out for them. But if Washington drops down, then all of a sudden the Clippers have nothing from this draft to show for it. And then Zubac and Harden and Kawhi would all be playing in the East, and the Clippers would have had no 2026 picks in the first and a Raptors 2027 first. It's not great. Let's say I inherited the Clippers yesterday. What moves would you have done? They've already messed up. They're just trying to dig themselves out right now. Well, the thing is, I don't think that this digs them out. This just digs the hole to the side, and then they can continue to be in the hole for longer as they dig toward their future. Like they're not digging and putting soil underneath of them to build themselves up, and they don't have their assets to actually bottom out and then get their own picks back in the future. Like it didn't make sense to be terrible and then continue to be terrible. Like it just, I don't know. I just don't see how this advances them forward, like at all, honestly. It just doesn't. Presuming that the Spurs only retain McLaughlin and Barnes, who do you think would be additive free agents they could target, Sheldon? I think the Spurs would possibly, I know there's been noise about Rui. I don't expect that to be ultimately what they do. Honestly, Quentin Grimes would be nice for them. Dean Wade would be really nice for them as kind of a defensive option. Keon Ellis wouldn't be bad. I don't know. Fontecchio signed with Miami. He's staying in Miami. D'Anthony Melton would not be terrible either, but I don't know. I'm really not expecting the Spurs to be super aggressive. They might add one player. I don't know. They drafted a lot of front court though, so they probably just kind of where their roster's at. And if they make a move, Vucevic would be a little fun signing for a year, but I don't know. I'm just I'm at the point with San Antonio. They proved enough this year, and they're so young. They're gonna keep developing internally, and I think that should still be the way that they focused. That their focus is just keeping their own team intact for the most part. Again, blowing it up for what reason? They don't have their own picks. Brian, I'm going to just disagree with you on this because Zubats is one of the 4 or 5 best defensive centers in the game. So, and he's super functional offensively. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes up. We'll see it. We'll see how it goes next to Halliburton. I think it'll be quite good. Well, it's fun content. I feel like it's enjoyable to talk about random. That's why. Yes, exactly, Steven. That's exactly right, and it looked stupid. You're 100%. That's why Nico Harrison does not have a job. Oh man, hey, they got Gradey Dick. Yep, they did. They did. I'm a fun guy. Says yes, that's me. Shout out to I'm a fun guy. I have a little mini piece of art actually that my little sister drew for me and everything when guys, again, I don't know how many of you have watched. I don't think you guys watched the Raptors play. If you did, you'd realize, oh, Brandon Ingram misses a lot of time. How many of you watched the Pelicans 2 years ago? It's actually so funny to me. It's some of these, there's so many things that I'm not expecting you guys to believe that somehow the chat believes. And I don't know where some of the thoughts come from, but it's unfortunate. Look at how Paul George and Harden did. Yeah, Paul George, well, he wasn't traded. They just let him walk for nothing, which was close to what they got for Kawhi today. But Paul George actually played okay in the playoffs and this season. He actually had a solid year. I know he's still not worth his contract, which there was always risk when Philadelphia signed him. But also Paul George is not as good as Kawhi Leonard. James Harden's not as good as Kawhi Leonard right now. And then, James Harden also made it to a conference finals with the team he was with. The Clippers did what? They missed the playoffs. So it's kind of funny to me. I like Keaton Wagler too. I had him. I had Wagler 7th on my final big board. I gave them a good draft pick grade. Let me see if I can find it here. People will say that I am. This is the thing. They'll say that I hate the Clippers, but then I give them a draft grade. When I actually like something, I give them an A, and it's supposedly biased when I hate something that they do. So, very, very good. Again, they could have built their team differently so that this wasn't even a conversation. Like, imagine, like, right now, oh, the Celtics could either trade Jason Tatum or not trade him. What do you think the better outcome is? Like, you guys are thinking so linearly to the point where you have no sense of, oh, well, the things could have been different if they did different things. Like, it's honestly shocking to me that this is how the world is. Man, I still can't. Yeah, exactly, Brandon. Since literally, it's actually so funny to me. All of this stuff is really crazy, but I'm not mad at all. I'm disappointed for the Clippers, but at least they have a good young player in Keaton Wagler, who they'll allow to have the ball every once in a while this year. Darko's gonna be great. Atlanta analyst, welcome, my man, to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Should be a very fun day. That's already off to a great start with the Kawhi Leonard trade. Obviously, creating some headlines and some big news here, as you would expect. A lot of fun today. It's going to be a great day here with NBA free agency kicking off in an hour and a half. We are obviously going to be watching for the news. I'm doing a good job watching for Twitter now. I'll do a better job than I did when that Kawhi news broke, guys, so don't worry about that. But appreciate everyone for being in here so far. The support has been really incredible on the channel. A lot of great support and love. You guys have been absolutely killing it by showing support in the comment section and hitting that like button and everything. So very grateful, very, very grateful for each and every one of you. And they're just very, very blessed, of course. So it's been a great time over the last. Let me look over the last 90 days. We're at really good number of views, honestly, over the last 90 days. One of probably the highest 90-day stretches in the channel history. So very, very good. We'll see how everything kind of pans out here, but yeah, time will show how this all pans out. I will 100% 10 toes down stand on that. So we'll see where LeBron goes. Again, you guys earlier voted on that. Let me resume that and show it here on the stream right now. Type 1 for Golden State, where you think LeBron should sign. Golden State, type 1. For Miami, type 2. And for Cleveland, type 3. Where do you think he should sign going forward? Very interested to hear your guys' thoughts. Again, type 1, 2, or 3 in the chat for that. Also have a poll like that up on Twitter as well. So we'll see how everything kind of ages going forward for them. But Kawhi did play 72 games this season. So new system punishes bad teams. Why would you want your picks if you're in the relegation zone? Because you still have a chance. Like, I want you to think through this. Is it better to have a 5% chance at the first pick, or for another team to have a 5% chance at the first pick because it's your pick that you traded? You answer that question to me. I just want you to think that through quick, okay? And let me know. Pietro says, could the Celtics sign Peyton Watson in some way? They could sign and trade for him, technically, because of their trade exception. Dylan Mitchell will wear number 20 for the Celtics this year. The trade will hard cap Toronto at the first apron. They have 4 spots to fill. So the Raptors will still likely make another move. I think it is important or imperative, actually, to go over here to their cap table quickly. They are bringing in Kawhi Leonard, who has obviously a large contract. That's part of the deal here with the trade kicker involved, but they got off of Ingram's deal, which was quite good for them. If you've been watching the channel for a while now, you know that I graded very similarly the trade harshly for Toronto when they acquired Brandon Ingram. And fortunately for them, they found a suitor that was willing to take in Ingram. You know, there's a world where if the Clippers didn't want Ingram, the Raptors would have just been stuck with Ingram for X amount of years. But instead, it's the Clippers who are. So that's no longer their problem. Pirtle's contract. needs to get moved at some point in time for sure. We'll see kind of how that pans out. But he's got a huge deal here, one with a very massive extension in place, one that Masai Ujiri handed to him. So hopefully a deal materializes there for Toronto. If they move off of Pirtle and turn him into one or two or three salaries that are cheaper, that would probably be actually the best case scenario for their depth on their roster and everything. We'll see if they find some center play, because I still think they could use a little bit in their front court, but they obviously really like Colin Murray-Boyles and also Allen Graves, who they just drafted. Tomas here says Kennard or Sexton on a vet minimum to Toronto. Maybe not the vet minimum, but we'll see if there's any kind of sign and trade mechanism in place. We will see. But Tomas, thank you for the super chat. Kennard probably not on the minimum either, but they obviously have sign and trade flexibility. There's always ways to be a solid possibility for them building forward. Brandon Ingram sponsored stream. I have says with the good center, Raptors are favorites in the East. They'll be at the very least a very good competitive team in the East. Really good chance of being a top 4 team. It'll be tough because Boston's legit. Of course, the Knicks are very, very good. Detroit, we'll see what their roster looks like. They might move off of Duren, which would change the outlook of their team a bit. And then also you're looking at the Pacers making a return to high relevancy in the East. So it's going to be very hard, but we'll see how everything goes. He had a very bad playoff run, and I wouldn't quite go as far as saying played great all season. I think he played adequately for you guys, and that's kind of the Brandon Ingram MO, is he's a solid player. But as you can tell from the Julius Randles, the Brandon Ingrams of the world, the moment that teams have the ability to upgrade over those guys or get off of those guys in some way, that is what they do. And, it's just how it is. Like, I don't know. I think too many people tend to value name recognition in trades of like, oh, I know Brandon Ingram. He was a former 2nd overall pick. Like, I don't know. Could the Blazers sign John Collins for the mid-level? Definitely. There's a good chance of that, that he could sign for the mid-level. I think Minnesota should be considered the favorite to sign him, though, because they'll offer him a starting spot in their lineup. We happy for Julian getting a contract on his birthday. Yeah, I agree with you here, Kurt. 6 p.m. Eastern time is the start time for free agency. Death taxes and the Clippers rebuilding. Kirk says, I don't understand why the Wizards would want Jimmy Butler, because Jimmy's a pretty solid player, and if they're getting Jimmy Butler and a draft pick or two for Anthony Davis, I really don't think it's that bad of an outcome for them. Think any other moves are coming from the Raptors? Maybe a move for Drew or Miles Turner, since the Blazers have a logjam at point guard, and Turner may want out. I think Milwaukee is the team to really watch right now. If we go over to the Bucks cap table, we haven't really spent as much time about them after the Giannis trade, but they've got the Tyler Hero contract, which could obviously get moved, $33 million expiring. They have Miles Turner's contract at around $28 million annually here that they could move. The Celtics are a team that, again, with their trade exception, could just theoretically fit Miles Turner into the exception. Obviously, then they'd have to be very conscious of the aprons and where they'd be hard capped, but they have a lot of flexibility and ways of adding talent if they want to. This is Milwaukee's kind of the team to watch here a little bit, because they have Kuzma's contract expiring. Portis is obviously on the way out. They have AJ Green, who should be valued around the league. Ryan Rollins is who they're handing the kind of keys to. They also have Burries coming in, and also Nate Ament. So kind of a lot of young talent and obviously some bigger contracts that they could still look to move. So we'll see how everything kind of shapes out. Let me show you guys this poll once again here. Right now, the Warriors are kind of the 2-1 favorite in the comment section on where LeBron should sign today, which is very fascinating to see your guys' thoughts. We will conclude that poll here for a little bit. Should be very fun. Should be a good time. I do want to, right now, since we have about an hour or so until the start of free agency, I want to really quick, if I can find it on my end here. This is maybe a little bit of bad management on my part. Where did I put this? Prize. There we go. Let's throw this right here. Okay, where did that go now? We're going to just throw this here. There we go. Okay. Let me alter the screen share here. And we'll go over to our sponsor of today's video. Thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's video. Really appreciate them for supporting the channel and allowing me to go live. My Prize Picks lineup today is a 6-leg power play lineup with Ayo Wilson in the WNBA at more than 34.5 points, rebounds, assists. Brianna Stewart for the New York Liberty at more than 24.5 points, rebounds, assists. Jackie Young for the Aces as well at more than 24.5 points and assists. Jonquel Jones for the Liberty at more than 19.5 points and rebounds. So a couple of Aces and a couple of Liberty on my list. Sabrina Ionescu, another New York Liberty member, at less than 9.5 rebounds and assists in her game. And then Angel Reese, who's been one of my favorite players to pick in my power play lineups for Thursday this week. I have her at more than 11.5 points. So pretty fun lineup today in the WNBA. A lot of good basketball still being played even in the NBA offseason. We also have Summer League coming up here too very quickly, which I'm excited for. But reminder, if you use code HMA over at Prize Picks, play $5, you'll get $50 instantly in lineups. And just a big reminder, a really important reminder to me, just play responsibly. Okay, only play if you have the means to do so. And again, be super responsible, all right, with Prize Picks and everything as such as well. But thank you guys all for being in here. Thank you to Prize Picks once again for sponsoring today's live stream, supporting utility sports. And I'm glad that we can be live for you on the channel like we are today, where we're going to be live all day long. Should be a very good time, all things considered. And again, going back over to Shams Charania here, there is just a lot at play. But again, the Raptors trade for Kawhi Leonard, which is obviously a big deal. So very interesting situation there. You know, the finals MVP, especially, like the fact that, let me go over to images here. Here we go. Like, this is pretty iconic. I'm not going to lie. Like, Toronto, you know, it was so sweet seeing Kawhi win with the Raptors. They, you know, had such a great postseason run. You know, you think about the shot in Philly, the game winner that hung up on the rim the way that it did. You know, obviously just delivered in the finals as well. One of the really greatest trades ever. Like, you think about the gamble that was at the time for Toronto. And this one honestly feels like a lot safer even. You know, it was a really great outcome for them. They won an NBA title. Who knows if that happens again, but they have one of the 10 best players in the sport once again. And they were able to get him for very cheap. He's one of a few players to win finals MVP in 2 different cities. He's just an absolute icon, and seeing him go back to Toronto is obviously very exciting and pretty cool to see. Honestly, we don't really get situations like this too often, where a guy returns to where he was, you know, 7 years ago, and this time via trade again, just like the first time he got sent there. So, you know, we had LeBron return to Cleveland. That was obviously fun. This one even just a little bit different, but still very cool. I do want to go over to the Draymond Green show quick. Is this not hilarious? This is after he declined his player option. He tweeted this. I still can't believe that this was a real thing. This is Draymond Green. I made a joke about College Football 27, the new game coming out for EA. And I made a joke in my video today saying that you don't want to let Draymond Green in your show because he comes in, or in your dynasty, because he comes in with the elite recruiter to start with. So very fun. Risha Sood says, which centers are available for the Toronto Raptors? Let's go over to 2026 NBA free agents. Let me pull this up on the stream here for you guys. There we go. And here we are. If we go over and look at centers, Vucevic, Zach Collins, Mitchell Robinson. Like, Robinson would be really great for this team, honestly. Like, his offensive rebounding would be, I think, super additive for them. But I also think, like, a center with feel. You think about how valuable Marc Gasol was to that 2019 Raptors team. They have Allen Graves. They have Colin Murray-Boyles. I think those two guys will carry some of the offensive front court work for them. And, I mean, defensively, they are just a little small still. Like, you just generally need the size and the actual height part of center play a little bit, which is where Mitch would be super valuable for them. As you can tell, like, based on the names here, free agency is not a pretty spot to get a center. Ariel Hukporti would be not a bad option. The Knicks decided to not retain him, at least at this point. So I would not mind him as a possible center option for Toronto at all. I don't think that would be a bad choice, and really anyway for the contract slot that he's likely going to get. So honestly, like, all things considered, I think they're in a very good spot. So, very good spot. Harkir says AK-47 retired after the boom tizzle dunked on his dome. Dumb trade ring chasing, or if you're talking about Kawhi, I don't think anyone's going to Toronto to ring chase. I think Kawhi would be a pretty central part of winning a title if they do that. Magnus here says Kawhi should never have left the Raptors. There's always, the hindsight's 2020 thing, but he wanted to be in LA. That was very clear. He wanted to be back where he grew up, and I cannot really blame him for that. So, I don't really hate that. Kirk here says Jaylen Brown asking price too high to be traded. Yeah, if you're Boston, like, you can't screw up this deal. If you mess it up, now you're probably stuck, honestly. So you need to get the exact right stuff back. Nick here says, what number do you think Kessler ends up signing for? It seems like the Jazz offer was fair. I would say 29 to 30 million a year is the most likely outcome. I don't know if you've covered this. I just tuned in, but what would you suggest the Clippers do in the near future? Well, now that they've made the trades that they made, the near future is probably one of the most convoluted in the entirety of the NBA, because they don't have Kawhi Leonard. This is what their roster looks like now, right? They have Keaton Wagler, Darius Garland, Derrick Jones Jr., Brandon Ingram, Gradey Dick, Brooke Lopez, Ijax, Chris Dunn, Yannick Conan-Niederhauser, Cam Christie, and then they would probably keep, we'll see. They don't have Beal. They let go of Batum. Like, they're probably losing John Collins. Like, I don't know. They're going to keep Kobe Sanders, and they're going to keep Jordan Miller. So Jordan Miller is 27 years old, and Clippers fans think he's their young, up-and-coming young player. So, man, I don't know. They don't have, this is, and they'll probably pay Benedict Mathurin. So, oh man, it's not great. Rishi says, thanks for my comments. What is your option for Jaylen Brown to the Raptors? I don't think that'll happen now, Rishi. Honestly, like, now that they got Kawhi, I think that they're going to bow out of the marketplace, and I think they got done what they wanted to get done, honestly. Correction, Kawhi should never have left the Spurs. Well, that too. Man. It's a bummer how everything happened there. Warriors getting Sexton. Hark wants to know, probably not. I think the Warriors are going to be in line for AD and LeBron. So that's what I'm going to presume will happen tonight. Yeah, Big Papa said, Windy said Celtics have actively been making offers to teams for Jalen Brown. The thing is, the offers are going to be very high. Pregunta says Sheldon trades end today. Not necessarily. The trades could carry into tomorrow. They could carry into July 10th. They could carry into August. We've seen. Drew Holiday got traded to Boston in 2023. I think the night before training camp. So things can happen pretty fast, and at any moment. Magnus says Beal to Heat, Collins to Wolves. What are the chances of this happening? Well, I think that's what's going to happen for both of those guys. So I'm not going to say 100% because nothing is, but should be a decent option. This is a crazy comment by SC Arisen. I love my comment section, guys. You guys are awesome. Amma says it's crazy because the only way I see Rui signing with Spurs is if he's willing to take $15 million. Maybe Mamu Kelishvili is a better option. What do you think? I mean, Mamu back in San Antonio would be great. I like Mamu Kelishvili, but I think Mamu might end up in Minnesota. They really badly need a 4, and someone with offensive skill would be a really nice addition for them. Kirk here says, my prediction, Scoot, Sharp, Drew, 2 firsts for Brown. Hauser gets it done. If the Celtics are serious, if Portland, I don't think Portland's going to continue pursuing Jalen Brown, honestly, super aggressively. I don't see a Ja Morant, Denny Avdia, Jalen Brown trio being a very additive fit together, honestly. All 3 of them are better with the ball in their hands than they are off of it. All 3 of them are downhill drivers of the ball. And if you're going to have 3 downhill drive players, you probably want guys who function off of it very, very well. So, in my opinion, do the Bulls look for shooting more than defense or defense more than shooting? And second question, who do the Bulls grab? I think in free agency, they'll add a shooter because I think if you look at their young talent with Caleb Wilson and Dalen Swain most prominently, I almost said predominantly, but most prominently, they are probably looking for guys who can space the floor off of them and provide value around their kind of core nucleus of young talent in place. So this is a very, very solid outcome for the Toronto Raptors here, who got obviously an elite player. What do I think the Blazers do now? Add shooting. I think that they should be looking for 3-point shooting. I would see if I could get AJ Green from Milwaukee. I would see if I could get Max Strus from Cleveland. Those would be a couple of guys I'd go after, or Sam Merrill. Those 3 guys would be names that come to mind. Benny here says 1 hour to go, chat. Yes, we are an hour and 7 minutes out from the start of 2026 free agency. It should be a very good time. I am very excited. Spike says, are we likely to see any activity from Brooklyn? Let's go look at Brooklyn's cap table quick just to review and make sure you guys know where everything kind of sits and lies. They obviously acquired Julius Randle, and they now have supposed deals in with Day'Ron Sharpe and Josh Minott. Reminder tonight, guys, it is moratorium. I'll talk about that in a second. They have MPJ. Still have Terrence Mann's contract. Shout out to the Clippers for this. Oh, man. Crispo, thank you for the 5, says Drew, Yang, and Time Lord for Sabonis and Filler. Now that they re-signed Time Lord, I don't think so, Crispo, or Scoot and Tamani with picks for Zion. The Zion outcome is, I think, theoretically possible. The Pelicans have had long-standing interest in Scoot Henderson, even dating back to his draft night. So New Orleans would be kind of a fun, under-the-radar team for Scoot in a trade. So we'll see how kind of everything shapes out and manifests. But Scoot and Tamani for Zion, I think, would be a really nice move for New Orleans, and one that I'd be a little hesitant on for Portland's standpoint. If I'm Portland, I'm probably just kind of hanging out, standing pat now after trading for Ja Morant, and maintaining my flexibility for future off seasons. But Crispo, thanks again for the 5. Appreciate you, and hopefully I was able to answer your question quite well. Sam says, I hate waiting for the last hour of free agency to open. I feel you on that. Also looking at, basically the Nets just have a lot of young pieces and young players and first-round picks coming in. Draft and stash here. They don't really have a lot of cap space. But in a world where they renounce rights and they could theoretically open up a little bit of space if they want to. So in terms of the number of players that they have right now, they definitely have some roster spots. So they could be players like Mitchell Robinson's been the name that's come to mind. And the most, I know there's been just a tiny bit of reporting around that too. But Ryan Ball wants to know if I like the direction of the Hornets. I think it's okay. I didn't love the decision to trade LaMelo Ball, but the long-term direction is still pointed in the correct way. But it's about how do they execute and actually go from, okay, our direction's good to, okay, you could be facing toward the steps. At some point, you actually have to walk up the steps, and that's the harder part. That's the difficult thing to actually do. Big Money Walker here says Kings are a sneaky playing team if Doug Christie allows it. I don't know about that. I wouldn't say all that. I don't think Sacramento is very good, but that's maybe what makes them sneaky in your eyes. Edub says, I'm hyped this year for free agency. Do you think the Knicks repeat or we have another new champion? I think that we're going to have another new champion more than likely. I think San Antonio is going to look like a pretty big force again this year. I think they're going to be motivated and hungry to take a step forward. But OKC could return and be the first team to win 2 in 3 years for a while. So we'll see. Christopher here says, I assure you that there is no tampering pre-negotiations going on before the start of free agency. Adam Silver made certain of this. Yes, I 100% wholeheartedly agree that these teams and players managed to luck into an $80 million agreement the first minute of free agency. I definitely don't think there's any tampering. And even tonight, the other thing is I think the teams have gotten a little bit smarter about the reporting's gotten a little bit smarter about hey, maybe let's not report this right away. Let's sit on it and wait until we tell a reporter. And then, 15 minutes into free agency, that's when the news will start really rolling because they're negotiating for 15 minutes. Man. Joshua says, hype for the Eastern Conference. Says, do you think Portland goes and gets Trey Murphy? That would be a real possibility too. Spike says, I won't get my hopes up then. Appreciate the response. Yeah, appreciate you, Spike. I don't think Brooklyn's going to go out and do anything crazy, but that's what makes free agency fun, right? If I had all the answers, it would probably make free agency less exciting. So as much as I, prepare myself and know who's out there in free agency and all of the possible options and everything, that also the reality is that, some of these guys might not actually pan out or it might not play out the way that I expected going into free agency again. Maybe it's time to revisit my predictions here quickly. Let's go back over to my free agency predictions here now. Kawhi to Toronto was also tweeted by me, and sure enough, that's where he ended up. My 2026 free agency predictions: LeBron, Powell, Duren, Draymond, Kuminga, Marcus Smart, Bradley Beal, Benedict Mathurin, Walker Kessler, Tari Eason, Mitchell Robinson, Anthony Davis, and Jalen Brown. I'm going to very quickly go and grab water because I am actually struggling here. I will be back in 60 seconds. And you guys just witnessed history, the first ever full-on water break for utility sports stream history. For the most part, I've usually been an Iron Man, but as you can tell, I'm getting old. Spartacus says, Sheldon, you are the Portland GM. You have a surplus of point guards and picks. Which forward that could make an impact and is young do you target? Click the like button. You guys heard Spartacus. Everyone smash that like button now. For Portland, I am just playing it patiently. If I'm the GM there, they already took the little stab at Ja Morant. Very low-risk move, in my opinion, with that decision. They just escalated their contract a little bit, but turned a 2-for-1 into a little bit of longer-term flexibility potentially, depending on how they want to go about it. But they're in a very good spot, and I don't think that they need to panic or do anything right now. Curry, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Let's get some W's in here for all of our super chatters, for Crispo earlier and for Curry. Says, Luka needs some help. We're going to need you to suit up. Trust me, I'm not helping the Lakers win games out on the floor. I'm definitely not. I'm not. I don't think I'm a slouch. I can get out on the court and move a little bit and play, but I'm not advancing the Lakers. My advanced numbers would not be very good on the floor. If you guys think Luke is bad on defense, wait until you see me. I'm the 6'1" or 6'2" version of Luka Doncic. I'm not competing as a team defender as much as I maybe did about 15. How old do I think I am? About 5 years ago, even when I was 22 and still in college and moving fast. The Lawrence program says this is going to be the longest 60 seconds of my life. Appreciate you guys back. Mike says, remember, kids, hydrate. Nikki says, you like the Wizards more without AD or no? Honestly, having AD there is pretty good for them. It just depends on what they get back. So we'll see. I love these aluminum cups, by the way. These are so nice. I don't know if you guys have any of these, but if you don't have aluminum cups, you need to go pick some up because they keep your drink ice cold. It's unbelievable. Not sure how long the water is even going to last for me, but it's very, very good. Amma says, tell the like button that you're visiting a friend's house, but walk them up to a complete stranger's house. And when they ring the doorbell, run away and leave them standing on the porch alone. So what I'm getting from that is Amma saying, hit that like button. Okay. Ding dong ditch the like button is what I'm hearing there. Serena Williams lost at Wimbledon is what I just got updated on Bleacher Report. Jose Bro says, been watching full Michigan games, and I'm certain Merez Johnson will be the type of player teams throw 5 first-round picks at Dallas for. He's insane. I think he's a really solid player for sure. I really like his game. Taganga says, you've been a free agent these past years, bro. When are you going to get picked up by a front office and make a dynasty? LOL, good work, bro. Keep going. Appreciate you. At some point, I'm sure my time is coming. I am currently involved around basketball in some pretty good ways, and I feel very blessed with my involvement around the game outside of just YouTube. But definitely, hopefully this is a pretty solid portfolio of my passion, my dedication, my knowledge, and my work ethic. I feel like this is that's part of why I love YouTube, is it's a long-standing portfolio of my work. So 2001 Gaming Fan says, W water break. Appreciate you, Epic, for being in here, my man. Tom Murray says, despite your prediction after LeBron news, I'm starting to feel paranoid we'll lose Kessler. Genuinely just want to see this roster play together at least until the trade deadline. I feel you on that. I really hope for their sake as well that they do not lose Walker Kessler, because I feel like their team just is drastically worse without him. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying the Utility Sports 2026 NBA free agency live stream. Be sure to, like Mike says, hit the like button. Also, if you don't like the stream, hit the like button anyway. I love that note there from Mike. You guys heard him do exactly as he says, and do as he does as well. Smash that like button. I'm going to check here real quick at how many likes we have right now on the stream. I'm sure it's a very good number. We're at 260 likes, which is quite good. It just jumped up even more. So you guys are absolutely doing great. Are these reading or computer glasses? These are just normal seeing glasses. I am actually nearly blind. Not actually, but I very much need my glasses to survive, and I do not like contacts, honestly. Like, they are very irritating toward my eyes. So the Lawrence program says, wow, you got Pistons getting nothing. Hey, you guys got Kevin Huerter already. Sorry, I should not be facetious like that. Well, you'll get something from Sacramento via sign and trade, even if it's bad salary, or a trade exception, which is actually meaningful. So there's that. Benny Barrels says Jaylen Brown will be traded today. Bet on it. Interesting. No Brown prediction. Kirk says Brown too expensive. Well, my Jaylen Brown prediction's down here. I'm actually predicting that he stays with Boston. And if he does get moved, I think he'll be a Rocket. But more than likely, I expect him to stay there in Boston with the Celtics. So we'll see. We will see what happens. So. Defense is all about effort. Yes, that's true. And I'm telling you right now, I am not in my playing shape anymore. And as a result of that, my defensive effort can lull at times. I still, when I go play, I'll play for 4 or 5 hours at a time. And don't get me wrong, I still win most of the games, but I'm definitely not competing in the same way that I was a couple of years ago. So appreciate you guys all for watching. Don't worry, I still get buckets. I'm nowhere close to hanging up the shoes quite yet. Mr. Lucky says, I want my Hornets to acquire Lou Dort, Dennis Schroeder, and finally Miles Turner. I don't think the Hornets are going to operate that way, unfortunately, Eric. I think that they are very gung-ho on the future and going to play a lot of their young guys. Khan obviously going to be, I think, asked to do more this upcoming season. I also think you look at Christian Anderson being thrusted into a role, Hannes Steinbach having some good opportunity at minutes. Amma says, very excited to see my fellow Abdou Toure get potentially drafted. We'll see what kind of season he has for Arkansas this upcoming year. Taquan says, will Brooklyn get a big man? They definitely will target one this offseason and in the next couple of days for sure, if not tonight. But tonight is very, very possible, very likely, I would assume. So we will see. Make sure, what I want you guys to do right now, okay, I have this up here. What I want you to do, just like this, I want you to go to my tweet, and I want you to Command-C this, and I want you to go like this, paste, and I want you to, hopefully it won't do what my desktop just did, but I want you to take this and then respond with your own prediction. So if you think, if maybe you don't think LeBron will go to the Warriors, maybe you think he'll end up in Miami, I want you to go tweet that at me, quote tweet this, and I'll show all of your guys' predictions up on stream if you quote tweet this tweet right here, okay? So go find that one. I'll even share the link to this in the comment section here down below. So use this tweet, go quote tweet this, and I will show it on stream here for the final 50 minutes before the start of NBA free agency. I'm very excited to see what you guys think, but we'll see what happens. You guys keep coming up with some of the most interesting ways to tell people to hit the like button. I absolutely love it. Chase says, so Mavs do nothing. Well, not necessarily nothing. They have Daniel Gafford. They have the Daniel Gafford trade to possibly make. They have a PJ Washington trade. This is not all encompassing. These predictions. Okay, this is like some of the things I felt confident on. Maybe there's something on your list that is different than what I had on my list, right? Like maybe you're like 100% confident that Luke Kennard ends up somewhere, or maybe you're 100% confident that like Mitchell Robinson doesn't go to the Nets, or maybe you're 100% confident that PJ Washington gets traded to Minnesota, or maybe you're 100% confident that Daniel Gafford gets traded to Atlanta, something like that, right? You guys have the optionality. Ty says, do agents get too much play? The Pistons have repeatedly said they will match any Duren offer and aren't interested in a sign and trade, and all over it's assumed Duren is moving via sign and trade. Yes. Agents, there's far too much agency control. Let me show you exactly what I mean by that. Restricted. There we go. Okay. So this is one thing I want to say. The entire value of restricted free agency is that you don't have to give in to what the player wants. And I specifically think about Jalen Duren. The Pistons do not have to sign and trade Jalen Duren, even if that's his preference. Like, that's why you have restricted rights. That's why restricted free agency is called, again, restricted. So some teams are scared of that. And you saw it with Henry Vasar on draft night. Teams didn't draft him because his agent didn't want him to get drafted there. Who cares? If I was running a team, I'd say, yeah, screw you. I'm going to take your player. I'm going to draft him earlier than you think he's going to get drafted, and we're going to do what we want to do because we have his draft rights now. And teams should not get bullied by other by agents. It's shocking to me that that's even a thing. Brandon here, thank you for sharing. I'm going to leave a like on that. He did exactly what I wanted him to do and quote tweeted. He says, Walker Kessler to the Lakers, and LeBron goes to Cleveland in a sign and trade. So very interesting takes here from Brandon, who is a Steelers, Yankees, and Lakers fan. And clearly he's got Lakers on his mind with Walker Kessler maybe landing in LA, and then LeBron, that whole decision and situation. We'll see what happens there. Remember, LeBron could theoretically sign for the minimum anywhere that he wants without a sign and trade. But if it is with Cleveland, and if it's more than the minimum, which the minimum for LeBron, by the way, is not even that little. It's like almost $4 million because he's been in the league for so long. But compare that to like the minimum for some other guys where it's like just barely over $2 million. It's a pretty substantial minimum contract, but very interesting to say the least. Brandon, thank you for tweeting that at me. Again, I will be watching for everyone else to quote tweet this tweet right here. So I will be watching for this. Make sure to copy paste whichever part you want to do. Maybe you want to do like just the Jalen Duren and the Jonathan Kuminga ones, or maybe you want to do all of them. Maybe you want to do more than ones, or maybe you want to quote tweet and tweet about different ones that I don't even have included there. But feel free to do that. Again, it's @_utility sports on Twitter. Jared says, question coming from a Michigan fan. How do you feel about your Mavs stealing Dusty May? I loved it. Dusty May is an incredible coach. I loved him at FAU. The year that I gained, I think the most appreciation for him, obviously just won a national championship. So I think a lot of people's default answer would be this year. But the year with Danny Wolf and Vlad Golden, I thought was a really impressive season with the way that he managed that roster, with the way that he kind of had that style of play tuned up and built in a way that was very unique in college basketball, with a lot of 45 action and big-to-big screen and high lows. Very skill-based concept, and you saw how well Danny Wolf played in that kind of system. And I think for Dallas, there's a lot to be possibly excited about with Danny Wolf. Now, obviously, you still have the personnel questions, the long-term decision-making, and all of the choices they have to make on the fringes and the external parts of their roster too. But I think they're in a really great spot, Jared. And I know if I was a Michigan fan, I'd be devastated. But as a Mavericks fan, I am so happy, honestly. Chuck here says Brown staying in Boston will be very awkward. It will be, but that is the name of the game here a little bit. Let's go over to Shams. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Nothing new here on the last little bit. So that's very good. Make sure, again, guys, quote tweet that other tweet, and I will share your predictions. Leia here says, been asleep all day. Are the Spurs in the mix for anything as of right now? I've not had any Spurs updates. So for you and Burger Boy, no Spurs updates quite yet. But free agency starts officially in 45 minutes. So we are nearing the beginning of NBA free agency here quickly. Obviously, we'll have a lot of news and signings and everything. So it should be a very good time here on the channel. I'm going to update the thumbnail here quickly as well. I want to maybe switch over to, should we switch over to the LeBron one, or should we switch over, which one do I want to do? I do kind of want to do my LeBron James thumbnail a little bit. Let's do LeBron for just a little, and then we will update this again here shortly. Because I put together a bunch of different thumbnails, and I think it's always fun to kind of alter between them, switch between them a little bit. Aaron says, I've seen local reports that Pistons are not interested in signing and trading and fully intend to keep him. I think Duren stays in Detroit. That's what I hope. I think that would be the best for the Pistons. I am a little concerned, though, about how teams tend to play out their agencies and try and navigate their own futures. Let's go over to Jake Fisher here. Being told that barring a last-minute change, Dean Wade will test the market in unrestricted free agency, where Wade is expected to field interest from several playoff teams. Excuse me, I almost sneezed on stream. That would have been a first-time experience for me, I feel like. I think Duren stays in Detroit, says Aaron, but it does seem like Dean Wade will be hitting free agency. Spoke a lot about Dean Wade in a ton of my offseason previews for teams around the league. Going to be a real wide market for his services. Great defender with length and quickness. Good initial positioning and defensive scheme executor. He's a very solid defender. And, you know, obviously there's a little bit to be desired offensively there. Dylan, thank you for tweeting. There you go. We have your predictions up. Duren says Pistons or Bucks/Kings. Bucks is very interesting in there. Very surprising. LeBron says Cavaliers. And then Brown, Purgatory, Pelican. I love these predictions here from Dylan. Very fun. I got to make sure I leave a like on that. But very fun predictions there from Dylan with the cute little doggo, by the way, in the profile picture. So got to show some love there. But Dylan, thank you for tweeting at me. Really fun predictions. It would be if Duren ends up in Milwaukee and Brown ends up in New Orleans, I might have to revisit this and call you a wizard, because it's very fun to hear and see. But it's very, very good. Burger Boy says, I hit the like. You're welcome. Thank you, Burger Boy. You're an absolute legend. I love that profile picture too. Mike says, hit the like button as if you were a Mavs fan, and the like button was Nico Harrison. Oh my gosh. Even better ones every single time, Mike. That's great. Tyler says, I know you've probably been asked a lot, but what could you see the Lakers doing? Only seen talks of people walking for them. Yes, that's a great question. One of my predictions for them today was getting Norm Powell, actually, who I don't think Miami is going to be able to retain and afford. So as a result, I think there's a really good chance that Norm Powell ends up in Los Angeles, actually, playing for JJ Redick. And I also think that they would then potentially go forward and target a center, maybe Mitchell Robinson, depending on how sign and trade and how everything kind of navigates with LeBron. There's a lot of question marks right now, but a lot of great stuff. Paranormal says, thank you. I'm a Steelers, Lakers, and Yankees fan. What a mixed combo, huh? Thanks, man. Yeah, of course. Appreciate you, my man. It's a fun mix for sure. And gotta love the color yellow a little bit there if you're cheering for Pittsburgh and LA. But I've got a Lakers jersey up in my closet now with Luka's name on it. So yep, Luka Uzman-Jang returning to the Bucks. That is very likely, I would assume, as well. Let's go over here to this. Shout out to my man Epic Wallpapers for the the cat graphic. This was my cat trying to take down my setup earlier in the stream. If you guys recall that, that was absolutely crazy. But appreciate you guys all for being in here for the live stream today. It's been so much fun, and we are just 40 minutes away. Of course, I will be live throughout the beginning of free agency for quite a while. Mike says, if you were LeBron, where would you sign for the minimum? I would probably sign back with either Miami or I probably wouldn't sign with Cleveland, honestly. I would probably sign with Miami, just given their need for talent and how the lifestyle is and everything. Like, I really love Miami as a city. I've visited there. I really like Miami. So I would probably sign for the minimum with the Heat. But, you know, Golden State would be really fun too. I honestly, whatever choice he makes would not be bad. Carlos says also, what's up, Sheldon? Who do you see Portland going after in the free agency pool or still make a trade? Honestly, would be ecstatic if we could sign John Collins with the full mid-level exception. Perfect forward/big that they could use. Also a career 40% behind the arc. Yeah, he's actually a very solid catch-and-shoot shooter. The question's always been if the impact follows the box score production for him. And that's one of the difficult things for certain guys around the league in general is, like they put up certain numbers, but they don't maybe necessarily drive winning as much. But Portland would be a very easy situation for him to kind of fit into, I think, around their roster in general. Here we go. Andreas, thank you for tweeting. He says LeBron James to the Heat, Norm Powell to the Bulls, Jalen Duren in a sign and trade for Sabonis, Draymond Green staying in Golden State, Kuminga staying in Atlanta, probably on a new deal then, Smart to Houston, Bradley Beal to the Heat, Mathurin to the Pistons, very interesting take there. Walker Kessler to Brooklyn, actually. Tari Eason staying in Houston, Mitchell Robinson to the Lakers and not the Nets. Very solid picks, honestly. Honestly, I think those are very solid predictions in general there. So very, very great to see. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Jay Ride Flips, who's watched the channel for a while, says final thoughts on Kessler before free agency starts. One thing I want to do is I want to head back over here to Data Ball R just to talk about the importance of him for Utah this year. Obviously, it's another lost season. They had a rough year, but really the biggest thing for this Jazz team going forward is the bet on size, right? And this next year, it's going to be Jaren Jackson Jr. will obviously be one of the main integral pieces. You're really looking at Lowry, Jaren, and Walker. But with Filipowski in there, look at how good some of their bigger lineups were. With Filipowski and Lowry together this season, they were +3 per 100 possessions. With Lowry and Kessler, and albeit just 70 minutes, they were +4. With the three of them on the floor together, they dominated teams. This is a testament to the value of size and length, and then also the perimeter skill set that Lowry and Filipowski provide. So if you're really trying to envision, like, what's the best case scenario outcome for Utah, it's a possibility of Lowry, Jaren, and Kessler kind of all clicking together and just being a perfect fit around each other. Again, there's going to be a lot of things at play for that to materialize perfectly, but I think they're in a very, very good spot. And I think if you look at this as kind of a basis of, hey, this maybe doesn't end up being too bad. And if we go back even through 2025 and 2026, right, we'll go through those two seasons. Even with a slightly bigger sample size, this number still stays very positive. And if we go back 2024 through 2026, obviously you don't have more Filipowski numbers, but you can tell, like, hey, Lowry and Filipowski in general have been pretty good together. And then obviously you're just hoping that Kessler can get healthy, stay healthy, and now you maybe have the defensive infrastructure in place. But I think Kessler does stay with Utah. That's my final prediction on him. But if he goes somewhere else, he's going to be a really nice signing for that team. So we'll see what happens here ultimately. But those are some of my thoughts on him in general. Dean Wade for the Spurs would be pretty solid. We'll see. Jordan Peterson, thank you for the tweet here, Jordan. He says LeBron to the Warriors, Norman Powell to Detroit. Interesting. Jalen Duren to Utah. And a sign and trade for Lowry and picks. Very interesting. So Detroit walks out with both Lowry and Norman Powell in the same offseason. That would be obviously a heavy dose of shooting added. Draymond to the Warriors, Kuminga to Milwaukee. Interesting. Marcus Smart to the Heat, Bradley Beal to Houston, and then Walker Kessler to the Lakers. Very fun. Jordan, thanks for tweeting that at me over there on Twitter as well. You guys have all done a great job sharing your thoughts and everything. It's been fun reading some of your predictions live on stream. A lot of very, very good stuff in general. Rumor is Rui to the Spurs. Yeah, we'll see if that happens. I'm not necessarily banking on that. At this point, Dean Wade and John Collins to Portland would complete the team needs and would give Cronin an A. Let's go Rip City. Mike says, what does the Kenrich Williams decision say about Sorber? Well, it's part of it was a financial decision on Kenrich. I wouldn't be shocked if Kenrich actually ends up back in OKC, but just they saved a lot of money. The fact that they declined Kenrich's team option, were able to trade Aaron Wiggins and Isaiah Joe, that saved them a lot of money against the tax and everything. So very solid situation for them. Thank you, Epic, for the $2 super chat. He says the Jazz will win their first championship soon. I absolutely love the excitement. Jazz fans are so passionate and really care about their team a lot. So I always love talking about Utah, whether it's on stream or in video format, as you guys know too. So I'm very, very appreciative of each and every one of you for all your thoughts. Silk here says LeBron James, Cavs, Norm Powell, Pistons, Jalen Duren staying with the Pistons too, Draymond Green to the Warriors, Kuminga to the Bucks, Marcus Smart to the Wolves, interesting. Bradley Beal to the Heat, Hardaway to the Lakers next to Luka again, Mitchell Robinson to the Lakers, Pistons trade Duren, might have to burn my signed jersey. Oh no, that would don't do that if you're watching live right now. Do not do that. But very fun list, and I'm excited to see really the first time in a long time that we've gotten to talk about LeBron and possibly really truly leaving. You know, he's been in LA for 8 years, which is crazy. Gorgeous Rock. No, I do not think the Suns will trade Jalen Green, honestly. Famous last words, though. You know how it goes on trade or on free agency live stream day. Rishi says, "Do Raptors trade Pirtle?" I think that'll still be a prerogative of theirs, and I think they're going to try and shave down the salary of their starting center spot a little bit in the process. Deaton Eibel says, "Mari getting picked in the draft pushes Sorber down the bench most likely." I do agree with that, which is, you know, I wasn't really the biggest Sorber guy to begin with, but you know, it's just okay. Like OKC just drafts good players. It's just what they do. So it's, I don't know. Ryder here says, "Is Jonathan Isaac washed up? Is there a market for him? On a minimum, he will definitely get signed. I'd be very surprised if he does not. All things considered." Mike says Rui is on the record during his pre-draft saying he grew up a Spurs fan. Would be cool. Lakers since 1990 says Lakers need Walker Kessler. Would love for them to get a big man for sure. Whichever center signs with Luka Doncic, with the Luka Doncic team, is going to have some career seasons ahead of him. Any home for Marvin Bagley? Some team will sign Marvin Bagley for sure. Skilled size tends to stick in the league. He can score it, and he's productive offensively. Cody Highwood says, "What happens to Bronny with Braun leaving?" Very well gets signed and traded with LeBron. I think he's going to probably end up wherever LeBron does. I would be surprised if not. Any home for DeRozan? Denver. Denver makes a lot of sense to me for DeRozan. Silver says, "Which free agents should the Mavs look to target?" Honestly, I don't know if the Mavs are going to be super aggressive. Here is the tweet from Whalefish, which I said I would share. LeBron James, Cavs. Norm Powell, Pistons. Jalen Duren, Lakers via sign and trade. Very interesting. Draymond Green, Warriors. Marcus Smart, Rockets. Bradley Beal, Heat. Okay, good on the. I like the Smart and the Beal selections, and obviously Draymond staying in Golden State. Tari Eason, Rockets. Anthony Davis stays in Washington. Interesting. Jaylen Brown to the Blazers, and Russell Westbrook back to Washington. Very fun little pick there of Russ back to DC. So very good stuff. Mate says that tag me in a Kessler post. I am not. I'm not seeing that. Was it recent? I am not seeing that. Damos, thank you for your tweet. He says LeBron to the Warriors. Got to manifest it, right? Got to manifest this. As well as Bronny. Yes, I like it. I like it. Anthony Simons. I don't think Simons can actually return to Boston because of trade rules or sign rules after trade. Duren to Detroit. Draymond to Golden State, of course. Kuminga to Sacramento. Okay, could see that. Marcus Smart to Houston. Mitch to the Nets. Turner to Toronto. That could theoretically work depending on what the package looks like. Kessler to Utah. and then Schroeder gets traded somehow. So very fun. Thank you, Damos, for tweeting that at me, and also thank you for being in the chat today and pretty much every single day. Again, Monte, I am not seeing that exact thing, but try and tag me in it again so that I see it. But I am not. I do not see it in my mentions or anything scrolling through here. So we will see what happens. BMAX says Lakers can have Kessler for anything over $35 million. Pick compensation works. Lakers are not going to be good, says BMAX. Tiger Ichia says Kyle Lowry coming back to the Raptors as a player coach. Hopefully this team can compete for a championship next year after Kawhi. Maybe DeRozan returns to ring hunt. Hashtag I got us. Hashtag We the North making a comeback. I'm not sure if DeRozan wants to be on Kawhi Leonard's team or not, but there's a little bit of beef there. Kawhi has year over year gotten the better of DeMar DeRozan in almost every single instance. So we'll see, but we'll see how my free agency predictions pan out. Sam says TMZ interviewed Kessler at the airport. Interesting. Lakers since 1990 says I live in Portland, but I'm a Laker fan. Very fun. Hopefully you get to see a couple Lakers games out there in Portland then every year. Diluted Element says the Wizards say no way they're trading Anthony Davis. I mean, yeah, they say that, but you're also probably not going to come out and say, oh, yeah, we'd give him up for nothing. That's probably not the best course of action. Simons needs to come home to Orlando. I would like that for Orlando a lot, actually. I did again. It might work this time. Okay, I'm watching for it, but I'm not. I'm trying my best to watch for it, but I'm not seeing it so far either. So I will keep my eyes on it. I still cannot believe that Precious Achiuwa re-signed on a 2-year, $11.5 million deal. That was very surprising to me. DeMar and Drake have beef as well. Yes, that is true. Jamarian Sharp is a beast, and he is huge. Very, very big-time shot blocker. He is massive down in the G League for the Texas Legends. He is a big boy for sure. Simons to the Heat says Halo. That's not a bad option either. That's a real possibility. J Ride says Kessler is at Rich Paul's office in LA talking with Lakers, Nets, and a third mystery team. Interesting. JKH says the Jazz aren't trading Markkanen. I don't believe they are either. DJ Washington to the Pistons for Marcus Sasser. Big Papa J95 says Fred VanVleet back to the Raptors then. Please. That would be fun. But I honestly don't expect it to. I mean, quickly for VanVleet does theoretically build an early pathway to working financially. There would still have to be other stuff involved in the deal, but Keys, this is oh man, the agency stuff is always so interesting to me too. He is represented by Aaron Mintz of CAA, so it's I don't know. BMax with a funny message here. I really hope Brian Wright cooks in 25 minutes. We are 25 minutes away from the start of free agency, which is so exciting. Sabonis and Duren have the same representation, by the way. Very interesting. Mike says LeBron is not signing with San Antonio. Even if he wants to, the Spurs don't do entourages. That would be – San Antonio would be – I mean, I know how some people feel about LeBron, but LeBron in San Antonio with Wemby would be pretty darn fun, although I don't believe that will happen. I'm very certain, honestly, that it will not. But very interesting, very, very interesting. Where do we see Zaire Williams going? I'm going to keep that comment to myself. EuroLeague. A11 Gravy says Warriors so thirsty and desperate. The Curry last year in his contract. Curry will be gone after this season. He coming back home to play with Khan and the Hornets. I mean, he could in theory, right? But I don't know. He also might just be a Warrior lifer, which is cool to see. So the more guys we have staying with one team their entire NBA career, the better. That'd be very fun. So we'll see. The Spurs have literally been signing clutch all year. They have minimum and two-way guys on clutch. Would be fun to see San Antonio bring in LeBron. JKH says Jazz will keep Kessler. They're paying Lowry $50 million a year and traded to pay Triple J $50 million a year for this exact team next year. This is the team they wanted. Why would they let it go now? That's what I think too. I think that they're going to try and get Walker Kessler around 28 to 29, maybe $30 million a year. That's kind of the market for them. So that's kind of what I am expecting. If I go over to my predictions again with Walker Kessler, I just think he stays with Utah. So again, I want to hear your guys' thoughts. RD here says, I'd hate myself for being a Spurs fan if LeBron landed, but they refuse to listen to me. So yeah. Taraz says Warriors are doing something, man. They have their grand plan, or excuse me, their grandpa plan. They want to be the oldest team in the league. We'll see how that ages for them. But other than Jason Williams, you are my favorite white boy. Keep working, says My Joints. Thank you for the compliment there. I was not expecting to read that out on stream today. But glad I'm right there up there with white chocolate for you. That's awesome, my man. Appreciate you for being in the stream here. Angelo says Kessler is in LA now. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that means he's signing with an LA team for certain, but we'll see. Trade prediction: Jazz and Cody Williams and John Conchar plus second rounders for Herb Jones. For New Orleans' sake, I hope they get more than that for him. Honestly, like, I don't know. What would a Zach LaVine trade look like for the Clippers? Steven, if the Clippers trade for Zach LaVine, you have no idea how bad of a grade would come in from Utility Sports. You don't even want to know. If they have Brandon Ingram and Zach LaVine and Darius Garland, I'm not even gonna say anything else. I'm not even gonna say anything else. Lakers will offer $35 million a year to Walker Kessler. If they were able to steal him, that would be really nice for them, I think. What four-man do you think the 76ers get? I think the 76ers... It's funny because for Philly, we had talked all like draft cycle about them probably drafting a 4 or a 5, and then obviously, they had the great opportunity to take LeBaron Philon, who fell to them. I could see the Sixers being like a Nikola Vucevic spot. He's obviously not a 4, but he's he's a skilled 5. Dean Wade would be tremendous for Philly. Harrison Barnes already signed. Mamu Kelishvili would be really nice for the 76ers as well. Some of these guys like, being really nice as like a small contract doesn't mean he's going to change the course of their season, but help them win a few games, be valuable. Hachimura would be nice. Tobias returning to Philly would be interesting now that Daryl Morey's not there, but not the biggest certainty on any of that. Okay, we again, I don't ever want to show this because I don't think this is the most accurate stuff, but I am going to put it on the stream here now at the risk of it just being wrong. But supposedly Minnesota will pursue LeBron. And I think this is the reason I'm showing this. Again, I try not to show this account because I find my own hesitancies with it. But I am showing this because Minnesota was one of the first teams that came to mind to me when LeBron, when the report came out today that LeBron will look around at options and will not return to the Lakers. I thought, Minnesota, it's not your typical dream destination. You think about, okay, you have Golden State, which is a pretty great location. Miami's an unreal location, probably the best basketball city in the world in terms of, the nightlife, all the extra stuff, right? It's like that or LA. Those are the two premier destinations. Obviously, there's other great ones like New York and Boston. There's a bunch of great cities, but honestly, every NBA city is good in my opinion. But in no way am I trying to diminish any others. But Miami, it's Miami, right? Then you have Cleveland, which for a lot of other players probably wouldn't be the sexy landing spot, but it's LeBron's home, which is fun for a farewell tour, if that's the pathway. And then Minnesota is like hey, there's LaMelo, there's Ant, there's Rudy. LeBron kind of just fits in there. So I don't know. I don't love it. Taraz wants to know if there's Celtics updates. Nothing definitive yet, but usually the final 18 to 20 minutes before, or 15 to 30 minutes before free agency is typically the most quiet. Epic here says adjustment, maybe a first for Herb as well. Yeah, I mean, you never want to bet against New Orleans doing something that they shouldn't do though. The unction, yes, it is the unction there for them. Valley Rhino says the king times the villain incoming in Phoenix. I'm a delusional Suns fan. Victor says, what do you think happens in Detroit? My prediction right now was that they lose Jalen Duren via sign and trade, and they basically facilitate a deal, but I hope that is not the pathway. I do think the Hawks will make a move. They have a bunch of contracts to trade. You look at Kispert. You look at, obviously they declined the team option on Kuminga. They have a few other contracts too. Risa Shea. They have the Buddy Hield contract. So they've got quite a few options for sure. But stay tuned on all of that. There's a lot of different stuff. Oh, LeBron tweeted. Let's go over there quick. This is honestly very interesting. Like the way that this is all panned. I did not see this before. Very interesting that LeBron let it confirm this too, which is very cool. I guess I like that at some point. I don't remember doing that. I guess I did. I don't know. Now I'm a little worried. Kessler's missed a lot of games in his young career so far. I'm not sold on him. Is he worth $10 million more per year? Well, Zubats is on a great contract. I would not use Zubats as a litmus test because Zubats is so cheap, which is part of why I loved him so much for Indiana, because he was cost-controlled and affordable. Ideal return for Jaylen Brown, all-star caliber player, plus 3 first-round picks is your ideal return. But you're not getting that, which is why I don't think he gets traded ultimately in a deal. A11 Gravy says Utility Sports, what's Beal's value with all the injuries? Do you think he tries to sign with a contender? Yes, I think he's going to try and sign with Miami, honestly. Jay Cage says there's literally no reason the Jazz wouldn't match any offer sheet on Kessler. They're over the cap regardless, and they'll be over the tax once Keontae extends regardless. Yes, but you're also with hard cap situations and with the apron proximities and stuff long term, each dollar does matter. But I agree with you in theory that they should just not let him walk regardless. But you also don't want to be posturing that way because then you make it you threaten the whole. This, we could do this, and they're so desperate they have to keep him. So, I mean, yeah, LeBron probably won't go to Minnesota again. It's not a sexy place, but I wanted to talk about it briefly. I'm going to have a video on this hopefully soon, Noah. So stay tuned. I'm very excited about Tyron Stokes. I like his game a lot, actually. I think there's a real skill set there. Dodgers fan says LeBron James' son plays at Arizona. Yep. Plays is kind of a loose term. His son attends Arizona and is on the basketball team. Sam says T-Wolves fans are so over their heads. I mean, I don't know. They've been a market a little bit. Get a bunch of good players. They've been under Tim Connolly. They've been able to get a lot of guys. LeBron going to Memphis. There you go. See, that's definitely not happening. And again, like I said, like it's LeBron to Milwaukee, preseason LeBron. Like again, I get what you guys are saying, and I wanted to be clear. Like I was not saying that Minnesota is a great destination or landing spot or city, but if it is a basketball motivated decision where supposedly it wants to be fun for him, I don't know if that means fun in terms of great nightlife or if he means fun in terms of, hey, there's a real opportunity to win. And if it's a real opportunity to win and be around other really great players like Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, Rudy Gobert, there's 2 first ballot Hall of Famers there. And then there's LaMelo, who is super skilled and could end up becoming a Hall of Famer at some point, depending on how things go in Minnesota for him. But very interesting. But again, he is confirmed not returning to LA, which is, again, kind of different from the typical situation we see. LeBron to San Antonio. Does LeBron sign today? I think LeBron will sign today, honestly. I'd be kind of surprised if not, given the fact that the news came out today that he's not returning to this is great from Sam here. Memphis needs the new hotels. A11 Wolves cooking. They're trying to make sure Ant-Man stays. I mean, yeah, they're just trying to compete at a high level. Obviously, that's what it's really all you can ask for from your favorite team year over year. Like, not everyone's going to have Victor Wembanyama. So if you don't have Victor, you need to have other ways of trying to compete and beat Victor, possibly. OKC's right there. OKC should probably still be considered the favorite, even maybe in the West. It's them or San Antonio. Those 2 teams are both elites. In no way are the Thunder just done for. It's going to be hard to deal with Wemby, but they'll throw the whole kitchen sink at him if they have to. Blaine says Braun going to Miami or Golden State. Again, for my prediction here, it's Golden State, which we are 12 minutes away, guys. 12 minutes away, which I am so excited for. Okay, we are 12 minutes away, which is very good. Okay, the share tab here, and boom. Okay, we have our timer going. This is how long until the start of NBA free agency. Comment some more of your questions. I will be reading everything. And of course, we are watching for every little bit of news that we could possibly see or find. I'm very excited for all of the possibilities this offseason. There's already a lot of stuff, and this is exactly what Gorgeous Rock is saying. There's been a lot of stuff so far. It's been crazy. And honestly, I'm very interested to see how everything kind of materializes going forward. So Ryan says Golden State is not getting Anthony Davis. That's Ryan's perspective. I thank you for sharing that with me. Will Spurs sign Rui? I don't expect them to, honestly. I really don't, but they could. They always could. That's the fun thing. Braun chasing rings. He only really 3 or 4 teams. That's legit. Time Lord staying in Portland. Nice. I love Time Lord, man. He's a good player. Graham says, expect LeBron to be the first announcement to make it to the current iteration of the online decision. Hold on. What we need to do, someone send LeBron the channel. Let's get LeBron on Utility Sports for La Decision here in 2026. So LeBron, you hopping on the stream with your boy here? How great would it be if we had LeBron in here live right now? And right at 6 Eastern time, we gave him the floor and had him share his thoughts on where he should sign. Be interesting. Kiza says, if I'm Braun, I don't know how bad I want to be in Golden State when Jimmy has an ACL injury. Well, Jimmy's going to get moved if they sign LeBron. That's that's kind of the situation. So is Moody. So that's kind of the deal here. It's about to get real spooky. Out in theaters now. La Decision Part 3. Ain't no. Oh, great. Oh boy, that's an all-time crazy quote. By the way, the fact that he said, "Ain't no party like a blank party." That's crazy to me. Ant-Man to Atlanta. That's the hope for Atlanta going forward. Scary hours incoming. Michael Orlando, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's get some W's flying in here for Michael. He's been an absolute beast lately. Says both Sheldon and LeBron are currently not signed with any NBA teams. What a world we live in. LeBron, if they're signing LeBron, I got to come with. It's the Bronny package. Okay, I'm going with LeBron wherever. Okay, LeBron to the Okay, A11 saying everywhere. Michael, appreciate you again. Thank you so much. More Summer says, hello, welcome to the stream. More Summer, glad to have you in here. Scooby with the W. Sheldon signing a 10-day. Get me in the front office. That's probably where I can be a little bit more additive. You get me out in the court, like I can shoot it a little bit, but am I helping a team toward winning? No, not even in the summer league would I do that. No. The answer is definitively no. Sam says Golden State will be in purgatory in 2 years. Purgatory might be a little too nice, honestly. They might be a little bit lower than purgatory, depending on how their roster ages and matures and how everything looks. A11 Gravy says Bron to the Hawks would be nice. Little heart emoji there. Thank you, Paranormal, for that. User says anything on the Pacers, maybe Oubre. Thoughts? I would be not super excited about Kelly Oubre, although he has had a better couple seasons the last few years. So maybe, honestly, it's not the worst idea. I don't think the Pacers are going to be super spenders, though, this offseason, honestly. But I could be wrong about that. Harrison says, let's go. JT says LeBron to the Hawks. Bronny can have all the lemon pepper wings. Ooh, I want to see Jaylen Brown and LeBron's decision. We are 7.5 minutes away. We will see. You got JJ a job. Yeah, LeBron likes to be on podcasts, so maybe I should invite him on here. The timers for the start of free agency, Ben. That's how long away we are from the start of free agency. 7 minutes away from the beginning of NBA free agency, which is extremely exciting. Going to be a great time here today. It's been a lot of fun already. We've been live for 3.5 hours almost. Let me discard that. Going to be a great day here in free agency for sure. Elliot says, super curious about how the Rockets address shooting if/when they get smart. Got to come off the Dorian Finney-Smith and Clint Capella contracts. Definitely going to be important for them to find a little bit of flexibility for sure and making some moves. They do have that Nets 2027 first, so they have one of the, I think, premium draft pick trade assets if they want to use it this offseason. Here we go. More Summer says, I want to see Desmond Bane in Denver. I don't think that will happen, unfortunately. SC Arisen says, is anyone going to beat Raptors offseason Kawhi for Brandon Ingram, Dick, and picks? SC Arisen, you keep coming up with some of these, and I'm never ready for them. Declan says, who will the Wolves sign? I think they'll sign a couple of power forwards. I think Jonathan Isaac could be one of them. John Collins might be the other, or maybe someone like Sandro Mamukelashvili, who had a really nice season this past year for Toronto. Dylan says, is Sabonis plus Herb plus picks, including Bucks 27 swap, enough for Brown? No. Well, wait, how are they getting Sabonis and Herb? How is all of that happening? That's coming from multiple teams. So there's a lot of question marks I'd have about that trade yet, Dylan. Twist says it. Yep. Okay. We'll skip over that. Noah says, what do you think the Wizards ceiling is now with AJ and Trey? I'll probably do a video on that, but we are 5 minutes away from the start of NBA free agency, guys. We are here. It's going to be so exciting. And I am over the moon excited for it as well. So, it's going to be a great stream here. Should be a lot of fun. And I'm very much looking forward to it in a big way. So hopefully you guys are all enjoying the stream so far. Again, we are watching for the news. We do have a little bit of news, actually. Let's go back over to Twitter now. I am going to get rid of our timer because I think the news is going to start coming in here very, very quickly. We have to go over to Mike A. Scotto. who has some news here about the Chicago Bulls, who plan to waive Cam Jones, who they just acquired from Indiana the other day. Jones had a deadline today that would have become full and guaranteed at $2.15 million. It was the 38th pick in the 2025 draft by the Pacers and was traded to Chicago on draft night. Pretty solid move for Indiana when they made that move up, I thought, with that asset involved and everything. They've been obviously trying to get some cost-controlled contracts. According to, again, I don't trust the source, but there are some reports coming out that the Pistons plan to match any salary off or any offer sheet that comes in. So we'll see how everything ages and kind of materializes here over the next couple of years. But we will see how everything kind of pans out. Taganga here, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, buckle up, boys and gals. Free agency is about to be lit. We are just 3 minutes away now. It's coming up very, very quickly. And it should be a very good time. Very good time for sure. Nylander for Hart says, just got the call. The Raptors are signing me. There you go. Naz Reid is reliable and efficient and plays both sides. I think he's a solid player. I think he's a really good player. Here we go. Mike A. Scotto with more news on Chicago. Really like this news for them. The Bulls will fully guarantee the $2.4 million salary of Leonard Miller. Love this for Chicago. Big believer in Leonard Miller's skill set. Bulls have a bit of a logjam in the front court, but he's skilled and productive. Pretty nice contract there. 1 year, $2.4 million for Leonard Miller. He will be staying. Sham's going to be cooking all night. We'll see how everything pans out there. If the stream suddenly ties down, Sheldon probably got a front office job. We'll see how that all pans out tonight. I would love for that to happen, but I'm sure the NBA front offices are a little busy right now. Pretty busy right now. I would like to see Jaylen Brown for Evan Mobley and picks. If Harden resigns, Cavs could say no, but I don't really know. I mean, interesting. I don't think the Cavs would. I don't think the Cavs would pass on Evan Mobley, but and I don't think it would be Mobley and picks. In fact, I think it would be Brown and picks for Brown and a pick probably for Mobley, if anything. Just given how teams view some of these young guys. But we are a minute away, basically, from the start of free agency. A minute and about 20 seconds, minute and 15 seconds or so. So it should be a very good time. As you guys can tell, my cat is having, I don't know if you guys can hear him or not, but he is freaking out over there. But we are a minute away from the start of free agency. 900 people watching live. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel for more content if you do enjoy. It's going to be a great time here. Thanks again to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's live stream. And let's get after it, right? 6 p.m. here in just about 20 seconds. It's going to be a fantastic time. I'm so excited for it, guys. I know you are as well. You've all been hanging out in here with me. It's been just an absolutely great time so far. Let me update the thumbnail here real quickly, too. Again, a lot of stuff to watch for, a lot of nuance and details, and a lot of things that we must keep our eyes on for sure. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Should be a really great time. There's a little bit of a thumbnail update. And it's game time, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, some of these teams are in the process of figuring out $60 million contracts and $80 million contracts. So there's no way that they know what these deals will look like right now. There's no way that they've been talking before tampering rules have been lifted. There's zero chance of that, of course. So keep that in mind. But here we are. Sort of free agency. Nothing yet from Shams Charania, but again, kind of like I said, I think that the teams have gotten a little bit smarter about reporting their news about 5, 10, 15 minutes into free agency so that it doesn't appear to be tampering, even though, again, they're not finishing these contracts in 10 minutes. But that's what the appeal is going to be tonight. So we'll see. I do think the Rockets will get smart tonight. I would expect that, honestly, since he opted out with the Lakers. LeBron, Cooper, Kyrie, let it happen. We will see. Again, here were my final free agency predictions. LeBron to the Warriors, Norm Powell to the Lakers, Jalen Duren to the Kings via sign and trade. I hope for Pistons fans I am wrong. And there's a good chance I'm wrong about a couple of these things, honestly. Draymond to Golden State, Kuminga signs a 1-year prove-it deal. Marcus Smart to Houston, Bradley Beal to Miami with THJ and Mike Conley, Mathurin to the Clippers, Kessler to the Jazz, Tari to Houston, Mitch to Brooklyn, Anthony Davis to Golden State, and Jaylen Brown stays with the Celtics or ends up in Houston if he is actually traded. I also tweeted below that LeBron or that Kawhi would be traded to Toronto if dealt. Obviously, there was a lot of reporting on that. But where should LeBron James sign today? You guys voted for the Warriors, both in the stream and over on Twitter. So very, very interesting stuff there. We will see what all happens, but a lot of great information that we should look to see and watch for going forward. So very, very nice situation. What's for dinner tonight? Andres wants to know. As of right now, nothing. No plans for dinner. We are just locked in on the stream. In fact, I don't really. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to eat tonight at all, depending on how long the stream goes for and everything. We will see. Hey, 11 says I don't think Brown will find a team. That is, I don't expect that to be the case here. Okay, interesting. Let's go over to Dave McMenamin. This is very interesting. LeBron James has instructed Rich Paul to talk to everyone around the league who is interested in him playing for them and come back to him with what the options are so he can make his decision. A source familiar with James's thinking told ESPN. So very interesting. LeBron seemingly is going to be open to a lot of different possibilities. Washington Wizards are not interested in trading for Anthony Davis and are not listening to trade offers for him, according to Mark Spears. We'll see. Again, there's some posturing possibly going on too. You never want to fully 100% say that there's no way that they would trade him. I'm sure if the Warriors called with legitimate assets in a deal, that they would at least have to strongly consider what that could look like. Do I have any dark horse destinations for LeBron? Minnesota and Dallas would be the two that would be dark horse destinations. But, you know, Kyrie being in Dallas is a driver of that, and Ant in Minnesota would be another driver of it. But for the most, and Houston would also be a dark horse landing spot, but I just don't think that's likely. Mike says, come on now, it's obvious LeBron's going to milk this for all the hype and publicity. We'll see. I think that there's going to be hopefully resolution on it tonight. Benny says, who says no? Call Murray Boyles and Barrett for Duren sign and trade. My friends are arguing about this. Is fair or awful? Who says yes and who says no? The Pistons probably say no to that. And then financially, like, you run into issues there too. So that's part of it. Dark horse for LeBron. Carlos says Portland. Alex says, I think the Jazz pretty much match any offer Kessler gets. Probably. Braun to Boston. That's an interesting possibility. It would be a crazy outcome. Class here says if he didn't make such a spectacle every offseason, LeBron would be the perfect for the Spurs' needs. Steady hand to guide them in the highest pressure moments, teach the young guys. I do think he would be terrific for San Antonio. That would be like a really great destination for him. You saw how well Chris Paul kind of worked with Victor Wembanyama. Now imagine LeBron James with him. I think there would be really good stuff to work with there. But the outcome is great. But Erie says LeBron to the Wolves. Moore says, I think Magic will move on from Paolo or Franz or Suggs this offseason because they've gotten bounced in either the first or second round, blow the core up. LaMelo, Ant, Jaden, Braun, Gobert. Exactly. You see how fun that starting lineup is. If LeBron goes to Toronto, who is the king of the North? Scotty, Kawhi, or LeBronto? I mean, Kawhi to Toronto or LeBron to Toronto would be ridiculous, too. That would be kind of nuts. Brooklyn. We do not have any news yet firmly. Okay, if something does happen, though, make sure to tag me on the Twitter sphere, please, so that I do not miss it. Do I think the Lakers lose Rui? It does seem like there's a real chance of that, but I don't definitively feel confident in that either. Knicks have to go over the second apron and re-sign Mitch. Obviously, that will be we'll see what they do, but teams have been very, very afraid of the second apron. Check Mark Spears. Let's go over here to Mark Spears and see what he's saying. The Detroit Pistons have offered what the franchise believes is the most lucrative contract possible for their all-star restricted free agent Jalen Duren. They're not interested in any sign and trade deals and will match any potential offer sheet he signs. Sources at ESPN at Anscape. Okay, so some interesting reporting here from Mark Spears. Again, Shams has not confirmed this at all, but we'll see. Obviously, Mark Spears does some very solid reporting work too. So take it as what it's worth. Obviously, things are probably very fluid right now, and it's the first 7 minutes of free agency. Again, kind of like what I said before, free agency. There's no way these teams have these deals ironed out ahead of time, and they definitely aren't waiting 10 to 15 minutes to report them either. So. Sexton to the Suns. I'm manifesting it, says Chris. Cricket says King Nacho. Yes, a little quiet to start, but that's all right. We're going to get news here. I do not panic, guys. Again, I've done this for, 4 years in a row. This is how it goes. Okay, the first couple minutes are always a little quiet, and then things start to kind of play out going forward. So we'll see how everything looks. Sam says, so funny how people beg their teams to sign the most random players. Here, let's go over to Bobby Marks quick because we do have a little bit of information. This is really relevant to me. This matters a lot to me, probably a little bit less to you guys. But here is the salary cap numbers. Bobby always does a nice job with some of these graphics. The max salaries. Here's the table and everything. So $164 million cap with the $148 million floor. Luxury taxes just over $200 mil. First apron 209, second apron 221.7 almost. Non-tax mid-level is just a hair over 15 million. Pretty good number, honestly. Biannuals a little bit under 5.5. Tax mid-level is just a hair above 6 million. The room mid-level, which might not be super prevalent this offseason depending on how teams operate, but $9.4 million. Then you have early bird, 15.2. Then for max salaries, 41.24 is your max salary for players with 0 to 6 years of service. 7 to 9 years of service, you're looking at $49.488 million. And for 10 plus years of service, so your LeBrons, your Durants, your Currys, your Hardens, they are at $57.736 million. Others, cash and trade, the maximum that you can send in a calendar year is 8.5 almost. Exhibit 10 bonus, 91 grand for Exhibit 10 contracts, not bad. The estimated average around the league is around 15.163 which is a little bit above the non-tax mid-level actually. So very interesting. Very interesting. But worth the intel on that, worth the details. Pretty fun to see. And again, we are live for NBA free agency. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the show so far. Obviously, we are in the moratorium period, and now is a great time as we're waiting for that first little bit of news to remind you guys that anything reported today is technically not official. Now, it does not mean that it won't happen, but it does not mean that it is a foregone conclusion. I think back to DeAndre Jordan when he signed with the Dallas Mavericks, and then the Clippers locked him up in his own house and said, no, just like that movie this year, Obsession. And the Clippers were a little bit obsessed with good old DeAndre Jordan back then, and they did not allow him to sign with Dallas and leave Lob City until he did a few years later. But there's always the moratorium period, which is it gives time to a bunch of different options. Logan wants to know my guess for the first deal that we see. I'm going to guess that it is Garrett Temple staying in Toronto. I feel like we see that every single year toward the beginning. So I'm just kind of playing that probably will not be that. In fact, I'm almost certain it will not be, but we'll see. What teams should want Kessler? A lot of them. Kessler is very good. Jalen Wells and a pick for CMB. The Raptors say no to that. They are not trading Colin Murray Boyles this offseason. Guys, you can't negotiate a contract in 10 minutes. Everyone knows teams and players just started talking. 100%. There's no way that these teams and agents have talked to each other about any other players that are not on their roster before 6 p.m. tonight Eastern time. There's no way. Graham says OKC would be the laziest option for LeBron to maximize his chance of 1 or 2 more rings. I do agree it would be the laziest, and I hope we don't see that. I'm in H-Town says, howdy, Sheldon. Appreciate you, my man. Love that little Dunkstronaut profile picture there. Very fun to see. Sean says Knicks suck. Well, they just won the championship, so I don't think they suck. Gold Eagle, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, what's your thoughts on Ben Simmons thinking of making a comeback? Possibly with Miami. I could see a team giving him an opportunity, but I think we should temper our expectations. I think injuries have really diminished who he is as a player. I think there's, obviously the mental side with the confidence and everything as part of it too. But I really just think like for Simmons in general, like if you watch his rookie year, sophomore season explosiveness, like he's not the I got you, Sean, too. I got you. I think that there's he's just not the same player anymore, unfortunately. Sean, what he had meant to type was Knicks sign and trade Mitch to the Lakers for Ayton. I think the Knicks would prefer to just keep Mitch, but there always is questions about their apron status and everything. Ben Simmons to the Timberwolves says Zay Mula. We'll see. Again, I'm not certain that Ben Simmons will get an opportunity this season or not. He does seem pretty content in some of his off-the-court life stuff from what I've seen. Mason says you do great work, Sheldon. Keep it up. Appreciate you, Mason. Thanks for all the support over on Twitter as well as watching all the videos and everything. So very, very grateful for all of the continued support that you and a lot of other people show as well. Henry says, Henry and Aaron say, what's up, Coach? Appreciate you, Henry. Hope you guys are both doing well. It's great hearing from you both, and hopefully you guys are enjoying the trade deadline, or not the trade deadline live stream, the free agency live stream here today. It's a fun time. As you guys can tell, I'm a little bit scarred from the trade deadline live streams where I lose my voice and I end up losing my mind by the end of those two. But Henry, great to hear from you. Aaron, you as well. Appreciate you boys for being in here. Cut says Grizzlies winning it all. Awesome to see from Cut there. I don't think so. I think, in fact, they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league this upcoming season, probably bottom 10 for sure. But I do really like Cam Boozer. I think long-term they're in a very good spot going forward now. Any guesses for Jonathan Isaac? I would guess the Minnesota Timberwolves or maybe the Miami Heat, but probably Minnesota. Gold Eagle, thank you again for the $10 super chat, though. I want to make sure we get some W's flying in here for Gold Eagle. So send those W's into the chat right now. My mayor. Yep, there we go. Little New York, the New York chant right now. Errol says the only thing the Grizzlies winning is lottery. I don't think they'd be mad at that either, though. Tyron Stokes would be quite the addition for their roster. Erie says, why are we still pushing for teams to sign a player who has the yips? He genuinely does. I'm not even going to discredit that. I think that is very, very feasible. Mike says, hit the like button if you want to start the free agent announcements rolling. In no way am I promising that that is what happens, but there's a good chance that if you hit that like button, maybe a signing happens right now. We'll never know. So we'll see. JKH says Ben Simmons would be interesting in Utah. Doesn't have to shoot with that group. You can watch. Wiz says 1,000 watching. Let's get to 800 likes. You heard Wiz right now. Everyone, be sure to hit that like button. We have 1,000+ people watching live, which is so awesome. You guys do such a great job supporting me and the channel here. I really am so appreciative of each and every one of you for taking time out of your day to support me, support the channel in the ways that you do. We're at 376 likes. So let's at least hit 400. I think we can definitely do that right now. Let's get to 400 likes on the stream, and that would be definitely great. So I don't know why my this is unbelievable to me, but keeping up with all of the news here. Again, nothing quite yet, but as I said earlier today, as I said a couple hours ago, as I said about 30 minutes ago, like it's going to take 15-20 minutes for news to come in a little bit. I'd be surprised if we get to 6:30 and there isn't any news. Then I would say, whoa, what's going on here? Okay, but for the most part, I think we're kind of right in the right kind of space for where you should expect to be today, with all things considered. Okay, so don't panic too much. Don't worry too much about everything. I think we're in a good spot here. Okay, so keep that in mind. Okay, we're in a good spot. Watching for the news as you would expect. In the description, by the way, there's a whole bunch of stuff for you to check out in the description. There's some of the best free agents available with some of their news around them. There's some of the best or biggest signings so far, the biggest contracts, all of that. So stay tuned for all of that stuff. Go check that out in the description. Again, we've had a busy offseason already, a bunch of trades, bunch of live streams on the channel, which has been, like, honestly, so much fun to me. I feel like I've had such a great time covering all of the news and watching for everything. So we're just waiting for that first move, and once we get it, everything will kind of speed up here a little bit. So keep that in mind. We already had the Kawhi Leonard trade, right? So Kawhi Leonard was dealt to for Gradey Dick, Brandon Ingram, and 2 first-round picks. So that was the big news today already, but a lot of different stuff in there to continue watching for, of course, and everything. We'll keep you updated on all of the news as it comes in. Right now, we are still in the process of waiting for the first little bit of news, but appreciate you guys. I hope you guys are enjoying the content. It's been so much fun being live so far, by the way. We've been live for almost 4 hours. And here we go. Shams Charania with a little bit of a tweet. Let me play this for you guys here.
Blake wanted an opportunity to go somewhere where he can have
This is about LeBron.
What does happiness mean? Sources close to LeBron James told me a place where he can play meaningful basketball on a night-to-night basis. And we've seen the last couple of years, there's been a lot of changes come to this Lakers organization. So for LeBron James, the priority in leaving LA and going to a new home is finding that happiness and finding a place where he can compete at the highest level. I'm told this is not going to be a financially driven, money-driven decision for LeBron James coming up. And then you get to the who of it all. I am told LeBron James will not be in a rush in his decision, but expect a dozen teams that are contending, teams that have aspirations to potentially
a dozen teams
in the playoffs. Reach out to
He's
LeBron
41
James,
years old.
Interest. 3 notable teams that everyone around the league is keeping an eye on with LeBron James: the Golden State Warriors, the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the Miami Heat. Two of those teams LeBron James has already played for and has won championships with. Many more will be trying as well, and I expect Rich Paul is somewhere getting already pitches and offers as we speak.
So there we go. There's your news on LeBron. Like I said, I will be updating you guys. Everything that Shams tweets especially will be either shown as audio or shown on the stream in one sense or fashion. But obviously that is very big news around LeBron and his future with, again, according to Shams, a dozen teams interested in him right now. Chris, good to see you, my man. Glad to have you in the stream here today, like always. ATG Rico says, sounds like Pacers to me for LeBron. I mean, that would be fun. That would be fun. Projected 5.5% increase next season. Very interesting, according to Bobby Marks. 41-year-old dude holding the NBA hostage. It's really crazy, isn't it? Like, the guy is 23 years into his career. 23 years. I'm 27 years old, and he's been in the league for 23 years. I don't even know the NBA without LeBron James in it. Really, like, you know, obviously I've watched old games. I've watched a lot of 1990s basketball, so it's not like I've never seen a game without LeBron in it. But, you know, well, it's my whole life, LeBron's been pretty much in the league. Deet here says, Sheldon, with the expansion draft expected to be the summer of 2028, how does this affect deals of this offseason? I honestly don't think, like, as much as you would think maybe it would, I really don't think teams are projecting that far out in terms of that event. So we're only 20 minutes in. Again, I said the first 15 to 20 minutes probably wouldn't have any reports because I think teams are patient trying to share. I'm sure that there's already deals done, and I'm sure there's a good level of discussion already had between agents and GMs. They've been talking to each other all day. I'm very certain of that. Again, no one will admit to that. And do I think the NBA should prosecute them for that either? No. I think that'd be very silly. But is LeBron to the Jazz too crazy? Yes, I think so. Bron is going to the Warriors. I'm 100% sure, says El Barbu. Old as crap and don't really appreciate LeBron. Okay. King Nacho says Shams. Let's go over to Shams. Is there news? There is news. Oh, okay. Let's go over there. Shams Charania. We have news from him. Oh, what happened here? What is going on? Why is Shams not loaded? There we go. Free agent forward Ousmane Dieng has agreed to a 3-year, $17.5 million deal. Should have predicted Ousmane Dieng would be the first signing of the offseason. Dieng had a strong finish to last season after his trade from OKC, and now Bucks officials finalize the deal. Super curious about the team option / guarantees in this deal for Milwaukee. It's a little bit more than I would have given Ousmane Dieng, to be very transparent. But he stays in Milwaukee. Obviously, the Bucks are very focused on the long-term future of their development and roster and everything. On the big move, the first one, Ousmane Dieng is back to the Milwaukee Bucks. So obviously, bit of news there, pretty big news, important to know and understand, and obviously kind of crazy, right? Kind of crazy. Such a boring start, says Sam. I mean, yeah, this is kind of how it goes, though. Mason says that is a nasty contract. It's more than I would have expected. I'm really hoping, and supposedly DeAndre Jordan is re-signing with the New Orleans Pelicans. Let's go over to Mark J. Spears. Does he have the news here on this? He does not. DeAndre Jordan. I should have guessed this, honestly. Here we go. According to Chris Haynes, let me make sure I'm following Chris Haynes. Free agent center DeAndre Jordan is re-signing with the New Orleans Pelicans for what will be his 19th NBA season. We actually just talked about him on the stream just a little bit ago. Stays in NOLA. Mentor big for the Pels. Staying put. I mean, I had joked about it being very likely the signing of Garrett Temple for Toronto, but turns out New Orleans beat them to it with DeAndre Jordan. John Strosity, welcome John to the stream. Glad to have you in here. He's a big-time Timberwolves fan. He says King James wants to win. Wolves are the only option. Who will they get at power forward? Dreams of Mamukelashvili, but my guess is they'll need to trade Green and TSJ for a mid-tier. Would love Aldama. Aldama would not be a bad option. Of course, there's always teams that are actually selling off parts of their roster, even when you think that maybe that's not the best value move for them. And, I think there's plenty of options. They could obviously try and pursue John Collins. There's, Jonathan Isaac on the minimum as a defensively oriented forward for them, John, that I would really like, especially if you're trying to give that infrastructure around Ant and LaMelo defensively. Jonathan Isaac on a permanent basis is still one of the best. Here we go. We have news as well. Let's go back over to Chris Haynes, who does not have the news. Let's go over, look up Bones Highland. The news here, this might be, yep, there we go. Sources told The Athletic. Really, John Krasinski's a really great reporter, by the way, really great guy. Had really the pleasure of working alongside him quite a bit in Minnesota for a year. He's a really great dude, very down to earth, and fun to see him breaking a little bit of news here for Minnesota. So Bones Highland back to the Timberwolves. Really nice retention for Minnesota. Really like that. Obviously Tim Connolly is the one who drafted Bones Highland, so he stays in Minnesota. Notably, Tim Connolly drafted Bones in Denver. Now keeps him in Minnesota moving forward. So great to see. Obviously, you love seeing a player like Bones Highland after a couple of rough starts in his career. LA, Denver just didn't really work out. It's very interesting to see how Errol, you're funny for that, about the Ousmane Dieng signing. But important news, obviously a lot of details that we are keeping up with here. But biggest one so far is Ousmane Dieng got more money than I would have expected, quite a bit more. Again, this is not going to handicap Milwaukee or anything. You're looking at what, $5.5 million a year, a little bit more than that, $5.8 million. Like, it's really not the end of the world, but it's more than I thought that he was going to get. And they did the same thing last year with Kevin Porter Jr., by the way. So I don't know who they think they're bidding against, but very clearly they believe that they are. DeAndre Jordan's probably back on the minimum with New Orleans in kind of like a player coach mentor role for them. He played last year, like actually played. I hope that's not the case going forward, but DeAndre is back for his 19th season as confirmed here by Shams Charania as well. So we will watch for all of that. Again, people are spamming Chris Haynes. I mean, they were earlier. I think this is probably just the same thing. Let me turn on the notification bell so that my phone buzzes at me if something happens here. We'll watch. But Bones Highland agrees to stay in Minnesota. So far, that's the news, right? DeAndre Jordan stays in New Orleans. Bones Highland returns to Minnesota. And then Ousmane Dieng stays in Milwaukee. John, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's get the W's flying in here for John. Appreciate John says Bones signing means Minnesota's Mike will become Miami Mike. And that is what I'm expecting as well. Mike Scotto here. Ooh, Mike Scotto has given us some answers on one of our questions. Mike A. Scotto, thank you for all of the reporting work that you do, Mike. He says that let's go in here. The Ousmane Dieng and the Milwaukee Bucks have agreed to a 3-year, $17.5 million option, including a team option year 3. So there we go. That makes me feel better. What is going on? There we go. Quote. The year 3 team option makes me feel way better about this, to be honest. I didn't love it, but John, thank you for the $5 super chat. I do think Mike Conley will end up in Miami as a depth piece guard and a veteran for the Heat to put around Giannis and Bam and company. Davion Mitchell, obviously, just a little bit of talent there. Appreciate you guys. DeAndre Jordan stealing Pelicans money. Do you know what's funny? On the minimum, if it's a 1-year minimum contract, the NBA actually pays the player. So DeAndre Jordan, presuming it's a minimum contract, will actually be getting checks from the NBA, but he counts on New Orleans cap table. A little bit of interesting bit of information to keep your eyes on. Would Brandon Ingram, Gradey Dick, and Isaiah Jackson, Clippers 27 swap, 2029 swap for Sabonis be enough for a deal? I mean, yes, but I don't think it moves either side really. And those swaps probably don't mean anything to Sacramento anyway. And they already owe picks up the door to begin with. So Dupe says, how much actual spending money are the Hornets looking at having? There we go. One of my first predictions is accurate. Here, let's go over to Chris Haynes. There it is. Tim Hardaway Jr. will be signing with the Miami Heat. This was one of my predictions in this morning's video. This was one of my predictions on my list of predictions today, as predicted earlier. Tim Hardaway Jr. signs in Miami. Now wearing Heat threads like his father. So very cool. Obviously, Tim Hardaway Sr. played in Miami for a while. So very cool to see him now in Miami. That's a pretty solid signing on what I would presume to be the minimum. Massive here says LeBron to the Wizards low key. Also shout out Utah. Appreciate you, Massive, for the $2 super chat. Let's get some W's flying in for Massive here. And LeBron to the Wizards would be fun. There was a report earlier that the Wizards would look at LeBron. I just don't know if that's what LeBron would choose ultimately, given the state of their franchise. But maybe. Very interesting. So Chris Haynes said free agent sharpshooter Tim Hardaway Jr. He was the first one on this. And then if we go over to Shams, he says free agent sharpshooter Tim Hardaway Jr. has agreed to a deal with Miami Heat. So he's confirming that deal, but he is using very similar verbiage to what Chris Haynes is saying. I'm just saying. And Chris Haynes has beat him twice now. For what will be his 19th season. I'm just saying, I don't know if there's a little copy-paste going on here, but he keeps saying almost the exact same thing verbatim to what Chris Haynes has tweeted prior to him. So that's just something a little interesting. But Chris Haynes off to a very good start, clearly. Breaking a few big pieces of news. Thoughts on Isaac and Ellis to the Pacers. The Pacers right now, in terms of their cap table, they do have a little bit of space that they could theoretically work with. Keon Ellis makes a lot of sense to me in the pace environment. Jonathan Isaac, he has his own real host of flaws. He's obviously really defensively valuable and could be worth a shot, but I think for the most part, I think Keon would be more likely. To Indy than Jonathan Isaac would be. Yeah, that's a good point on agent copy paste. Yes, you're definitely right on that. Yes. Usman's deal has a club option. Yep, was able to. I don't know if Mason, you might have missed it from my stream, but I was able to. Let me go over here to the tweet that I sent out a few minutes ago. Yeah, the year 3 team option makes me feel way better about it, just because there's way less like risk. Again, the risk wasn't really that big, but Nikki here says, will Bronny sign with whatever team LeBron signs with? I'm sure that's where he'll probably end up. Yes. Walker Kessler to the Lakers, says James. Steph. ATG Rico says Oubre to the Pacers. I would assume not for that. Walker Kessler to the Lakers. I mean, yes, James. I don't try not to spam. Okay, I will see your message and I will read it probably. Okay, unless some big news happens. But so far, our predictions, we are 1 for 1 right here with Tim Hardaway Jr. And we'll see how the rest of the cookie crumbles. But pretty good start for me. We'll see how everything actually pans out and picks up. But I do think that was a pretty good signing for Miami. Tim Hardaway Jr. coming off a pretty solid season this past year. I'll pull up his numbers here now for you guys. Hardaway this year averaged 13.5 points, shot it over 40% from 3. Actually, for the first time in his career, he shot over 40% from 3. And now he ends up in Miami next to Giannis and company. So pretty solid season for Tim Hardaway Jr. Had his first ever 40+% 3-point percentage season this past year next to Nikola Jokic. And now we'll get to show out alongside Giannis and Bam. Pretty good signing there for Miami. Can't go wrong with it, especially for the price point. And I think that is, again, a further continuation of the likelihood that Norm Powell is not returning to Miami, which was obviously pretty predictable given the financial burden they were in once Andrew Wiggins opted into his contract. Had Wiggins opted out and then signed a long-term contract, I thought maybe they could have still gotten to the necessary number there for for Norm Powell, but they did not. And it looks like they used the biannual exception number here in a deal for Tim Hardaway Jr. So we'll see how everything goes. Let's go over to Mark Spears quick. Nothing new on his front. Let's go over to Bobby Marks. Nothing new there. Let's go over to Chris Haynes. Nothing new. Again, we're going to keep up with all of the news here. Obviously, it's going to be an interesting day, especially with all of the trade chatter. In general, there's going to be a lot of stuff that we need to keep our eyes on. Okay, interesting. This is Shams reporting this on the day of free agency is unique. Let's refresh here. The NBA will hold the NBA Cup championship game at Butler's Hinkle Fieldhouse on December 11th next season. Sources tell ESPN. So there we go. $6.5 million for Hardaway isn't bad. It's pretty good for Hardaway, honestly, too. Shams bomb. Yep. Shams bomb. Very interesting. But had to break it during NBA free agency. Had to get that out there. Dom says, would love to see John Collins to the Lakers instead of Norm Powell. I'm not sure if that'll get done or not, but we'll keep our eyes on it, obviously. We will watch. Erie says, how ironic that Hardaway Jr. battled with Waiters on the Rising Stars and then both of them signed with the Heat. Not at the same time, though. It's kind of funny. That was an iconic battle between those two guys. Yes, the Shams noted we were all waiting for today. 100%. I will, real quick, I'm going to keep this here on Shams. I will be back very shortly, okay? Just a minute or two. I will be right back, all right? All right. Thank you guys so much for all of your patience. A little bit of a situation on the back end here for YouTube that I had to take care of real quick. A few technical difficulties with the stream that I've been trying to resolve. And I feel like finally have gone right with the kind of thumbnail and some of the other situational stuff that is a little bit more boring for you guys. So I know, sorry that took a minute or two to kind of resolve, but I've been having issues with the thumbnail and some of the circumstances. Lance Stevenson to the Hornets. We do have actual news here, though. I'm going to real quick update Shams, just make sure nothing missed. But I know we have to go over to Chris Haynes because he has a little bit more information on LeBron. LeBron James will be patient and open-minded in selecting his next destination, but the priority is having a realistic chance at competing for a championship. He remains committed to playing at the highest level. So that immediately brings your attention to a few teams: New York, Indiana, obviously Boston. You think about maybe Toronto now with Kawhi Leonard. Those are maybe four of the top teams in the East. You know, Cleveland's obviously going to be in that mix. They were just in the Eastern Conference Finals. And then you look in the West. You look at San Antonio and OKC as the two top dogs in the Western Conference. Okay, my cats are trying to murder each other now, clearly, too. What is going on? So the Spurs and Thunder very clearly are at the very top of the list for the West, and then Minnesota would be another candidate as well as a possible option. Okay, this one is being an absolute nightmare today. She's the one who destroyed the camera earlier too, so she is being an absolute demon right now for the stream. But we're back, and don't worry. Yeah, sorry guys. Thank you for all of the patience. Speaking for all NBA fans, we don't care about no tampering. Bring back the announcements. It's been, I mean, LeBron James. Everyone wants to know where LeBron's going. Is LeBron really slowing down NBA free agency ahead of his age 42 season? The answer might be yes. The answer really might be yes. James here says, what two things do the Lakers need? Shooting. The Lakers badly need shooting. They were one of actually the worst three-point shooting teams in the league in terms of volume, which is not what you'd expect around Luka Doncic, who has such a high volume dose of pull-up three-point shooting and also a large assist generation opportunity for pull-up shooting. And then also just more rim volume and rim protection in general. They need a rim-to-rim big man, in my opinion. Or a situation with what's it called? A stretch big, but that's harder to find. Much harder to find. Indiana is definitely in the running for it. I think a lot of people are sleeping on how good the Pacers are. Cats did not like the LeBron to Indiana speculation. If you're talking about like in the running for signing LeBron, probably not, but we'll see. Everett says LeBron going to the Warriors. I bet. I mean, if he wants to compete for a championship, do we think the Warriors are going to be a championship caliber team? I find that less likely. Bones Highland was back with Minnesota, though, which is very cool to see. Yep, Tyler, agree with you there. It's pretty solid signings. Again, the biggest news of the day, Kawhi Leonard is back in Toronto in what was a huge deal and one that was very good for the Raptors to make, in my opinion. Ty here says Jalen Duren wants to play for the Pistons, but he wants another team to offer him the max. Yeah, I think that's kind of how restricted free agency goes a lot. And then it's hard because you have to open up the pathway to cap space if you're going to offer that offer sheet. And it's very hard to do that knowing that you might not even get to keep the player in general that you want. So that's why restricted free agency is really punitive. Yuri says sign that cat to a max 5-year, $300 million deal. You heard that. My cat is she's on the marketplace. She's trying to go out there and get a deal. She's been an absolute nightmare today, but hopefully she can sit here and behave on stream. She's now clawing the absolute heck out of my shoulder. So I might end up on the injured reserve after this stream performance. Okay, that's enough of that. Yep, there we go. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream here today. Carter says was very excited for the Pistons offseason. Now I am worried. I'm sorry, Carter. But really good season this past year, and hopefully you guys are able to build forward off of it, depending on what you accomplish today and tomorrow and maybe the rest of this week too. Remember, Summer League starts on July 2nd already, so we are not that far away from some more summer basketball, which is what I'm so excited for. Should be a really great opportunity and an unbelievable moment. BT gets it. Jalen Duren has interest in Boston, says Halo. I have not seen that myself, but if you have the sourcing on that, feel free to tweet that at me on Twitter over here. Link is in the description. Feel free to send me some of your tweets that you're coming across or news that you're coming across. Obviously, we're going to watch for everything. Try and keep you guys updated. The Twitter's growing quite a bit. Over 1,000 followers gained in the last week, honestly. So it's been quite good. Okay, at some point we'll hit 10K and that'll be awesome. But until then, we'll keep grinding. And we got almost 40K on YouTube right now as well, which has been just tremendous. Let me see exactly what we're at right now. We're at 38,526 subscribers currently, which is so great. We got 1,000 people watching right now. You're offering 3 first-round picks for the cat. She's untouchable. She's not available for trade unless you're throwing in make it 4 firsts, 4 swaps, and no, I don't know. I'm scared you're going to accept the offer. I'm not. I can't do it. Everett says, hey, how much are tickets for Summer League? Tickets for Summer League in Vegas were very cheap last time I went. They were about $40 per day. So the nice thing about Summer League is it's in one venue. You go there, but there's 2 gyms. You can go between the 2 gyms as you please. It's all general admission seating. It's very, very nice. Very, very functional. So Jake Fisher here says, Sam, let's go over to Jake Fisher. Make sure we're not missing out on anything. Okay, that is there's nothing new there. So don't tell me to go somewhere if there's not anything new. I've not seen what resale is for Salt Lake. I've never been to Salt Lake. I've been to Vegas Summer League. So I do want to go to Salt Lake Summer League sometime, but I'm sure it's a little bit more spendy. And I've never even been to Utah. So yep, I'm gonna start calling her Wemby as a nickname. $40 sounds. It was unbelievable. It was so much fun when I was there. I met a lot of great people. Met a couple people around the league, but also a lot of people who just love basketball. It was a really great time. Next time I go, I'll try and let you guys know. I'm hoping for next summer I'll be out there again. That's kind of the aspiration at the very least right now, is to plan to be out there next summer. And then if I'm there and you guys see me, you guys can come up and chat with me and hang out a little bit. That'd be great. It'd be fun to meet some of you guys in person. Declan says Anthony Edwards frustrated. Minnesota report says he'll be requesting. No, not happening there. Cat has a no trade clause. Yes. You guys are awesome. Obviously, we are all just anxiously waiting for some more legitimate news. Yeah, don't worry. I put the user in a timeout here, so don't worry, Ed. We took care of it. Okay. So it should be solved. Okay. We took care of it here, Kingston. I took care of it. Don't worry. Everett says, you aren't bribing the cats, are you? We're trying. Zach says, Sheldon, do you have dogs? You need a lab. I do not have dogs. In fact, I am not. I'm not sure if I'm a good dog person, honestly. The getting up to go outside at 3 a.m. is something I've not wanted to sign up for, and I'm sure that I could train them to not need to do that. But it's I don't know, still a lot of work. Legion Hoops. Are we looking at Legion Hoops for news? This is a new level here of things that we're doing. Jalen Duren reportedly wants to play for the Boston Celtics. Interesting. I mean, it would be really good for Boston if they're able to get him. That'd be nuts. Magic fan here. Appreciate Dark Reaper for being in the streams again this year. I know you were in a few of the streams last year and previous years. The Greatness says Cat Dad here too. Me and Cat Dad's super fun, man. Trevor says, are you bringing the Cats to Summer League next year? Maybe. We might have to get them out on the plane. I'm not sure if they're going to deal with it well. But We'll try our best, Everett. And then Trevor here says, hey, Sheldon got out of work at 5 today to be here. Trevor, that's great to hear. Glad that you were able to make it into the stream. Been live for 4 hours and 22 minutes, and luckily you have not missed much. We will recap here very briefly before we get over to our super chat. Tim Hardaway Jr. signs with Miami as we predicted. Usman Jang stays with Milwaukee in a 3-year deal that has a team option for the final year. Bones Highland sticks back in Minnesota. DeAndre Jordan stays in New Orleans. And that's all you have missed so far. Unholy Trini, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's get those W's flying through here. I need to see at least 5 W's in the chat here now. So send them in, okay? Send those W's through. She says, I miss tampering. Honestly, the news dropping. Remember when Brooklyn signed Katie and Kyrie, and it was reported like 4 hours before free agency even started? Man, the good old days of that kind of league. Here we go. LeBron going to Warriors, because if he goes to the Heat not being the Raptors or Celtics or even the Knicks, the Heat not coming out the East, he's got a better chance going to the Warriors. I'm not sure if the Warriors are going to have a better chance against Golden State or against OKC and San Antonio, but man. Roy says cats are demon spawns. Yeah, so far my cat today has scratched the heck out of my shoulder, destroyed my setup while I was live on the channel, and they also started to attack each other. So yes, but that's what makes it fun. They in fact are. Mike here says, I bet there's an unofficial 1 hour hush agreement because of tampering. Expect announcements to start rolling in 5 minutes. Maybe, we'll see. Obviously, I think the LeBron factor here is a little bit of a situation too. Wiz says 920 watching and only 434 likes. You guys heard him. Everyone go smash that like button real quick. Let's get to at least 500 likes on the stream today. I think that's an acceptable number. Jimmy says Victor Wembanyama for Clint Capella and 2 first-round picks. Who says no? Somehow, if the Clippers had Wemby, somehow Clippers fans would tell me that should have been an A-plus trade. Crossing my fingers for Dean Wade to San Antonio. AKF says if the Warriors get LeBron and Anthony Davis, who do you think they target for depth pieces? I would expect them to look at a wide array of shooters who can light it up from deep, depending on who is actually still available at that point. So we'll see. Jimmy, try not to spam, please, okay? Don't copy-paste the same message in there a whole bunch. Okay, I answered you. So let's try our best here to not do that. Keto says, what's up, Sheldon the dog? Appreciate you, Keto, for being in here. NBA Central. Let's go over to NBA Central. Pacers showing interest in Kelly Oubre. Washington Wizards are shutting down all trade talks involving AD. Minnesota Timberwolves are showing interest in LeBron. Is dead per Sam Amick. We'll see. Pistons plan to match any offer sheet on Jalen Duren. Interest in Lakers plan to meet with Kelly Oubre per Kelly Aiko. Okay. Very interesting. No, not tequila says, Sheldon, are you still selling merch? I am. You can actually see the merch up on the channel. We have a bunch of different merch, some really fun stuff. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. We have some news here. Let's go over to Jake Fisher. There's an update to the compensation here. Total comp and draft picks for Kawhi Leonard are in, per source. Ingram, Dick, 2031 and 33 unprotected first. Updating my grades. Raptors A, Clippers B. For Kawhi Leonard trade. Like this way more for B. Yeah, we'll say B. Originally reported the 31 and 33 picks give much more potential upside IMO to the deal. I'm going to even give them, I'm going to stick with a B. I still don't love the actual player compensation back, and I still think, again, you're trading the best player ever to wear your jersey, arguably. But you know, it's at least better. So, but yes, I am still selling merch. It's a lot of fun stuff over on the merch. So I definitely think you guys should check it out. A lot of good stuff. In fact, I'll show you guys here. I have the prices almost as cheap as possible, so you can get like pretty nice hoodies. Like I'm telling you, I wear them all the time for $30. I basically make like very little profit on it because I just want them to be cheap and affordable for everybody, especially this time of year. Like it's just, or this time of life in general. Like I feel like everything's so expensive. But there's a little hoops head shirt, which I love. A little magnet ball, ball and chain, cosmic hoops. This is one of my favorite ones with basketball being kind of the center of the universe. I love that one. And then, you know, I've got this one, which this one's okay. It's probably my least favorite design of the bunch, honestly. I really like the magnet ball one. I have a magnet ball shirt that I wear all the time from the merch line. One of my favorites, as we got a little visitor coming through here. Another cat hanging out for the stream here today. If you guys saw the video this morning, you know he wants to be an internet star. This one's my favorite, the dropping dimes with the little stuff there. So I definitely recommend checking this out. Is this the dagger? A little Kawhi Leonard themed one, kind of. So pretty fun to see today. But yeah, some really good options, honestly. I would recommend checking out for sure. Shams has Kawhi news, supposedly. Let's go back over here to Shams. Very good, very good. Let me. I need to go over there. I want to link this into my original grades because I'm sure someone's going to come back to that in 8 years when the Clippers get an okay asset and pick 12 in the draft. And like, oh look, see. So there we go. Now it's updated in there. There we go. Very good. Who do you think the Jazz pick up on the mid-level exception? I think Quentin Grimes would be an option. They wouldn't even probably use the entirety of the mid-level. It depends on what the Walker Kessler comes in at to see how likely it is that they actually use it and the entirety of it, or what portion of it they would use. So we'll see. Riker, let's not do that. Okay. I met Shams. He's pretty nice. Nick said, or M. Smitty says, what did you think about the Rob Will re-signing? Love the stream. I'm locked in every NBA free agency and trade deadline. Appreciate you, my man, for being in here. I thought it was an okay signing. A little bit more money than I was expecting even for him. I think I'd projected him around $10 to $12 million a year. And he got almost 15 million. But he had a really good season. Again, like part of my speculation on him being a little bit cheaper was the injury history and some of the concerns about that. But, you know, I just think in general, there's less to be, you know, I don't think it's the end of the world that they paid him a little bit more than what I was expecting is what I'm trying to say. I didn't like love it. I wasn't like, oh my gosh, that's an A++, but it's like it's a good move, solid move, and definitely going to be tradable. C says, how far theoretically would the Raptors have gone in this previous playoffs with Kawhi? They would have at least beat the Cavaliers for sure. For sure, they would have beat the Cavaliers. They would have beat the Cavaliers pretty handedly, I think, if they just single-handedly had Kawhi in place of Ingram. So, yeah. Jimmy, appreciate you for being in the stream here, my man. The Shy says this is the worst free agency ever. I mean, it just started. What? Bubba here says, I'm OKC Thunder fan. What do you think they do via free agency and trades? They have their roster pretty much set. They had a real roster crunch that they had to solve. Probably bring back Kenny Hustle at the minimum, maybe, and call it a day. So. Supposedly, this is according to Darren Wolfson, who is a Minnesota reporter for the TV. He's on television over in Minnesota. He says that Bones Highland's on a 1-year min contract, supposedly, which feels about right to me, honestly. Yeah, let's try not to spam, Jimmy. All right. Okay, try not to spam. It should be solved here. I'm taking my arthritis to Minnesota. Raptors going to the finals again. I can smell it. Robert, yeah, I think it's a solid package, but like it would definitely be enough to get Sabonis in my opinion. But I probably wouldn't do that if I was the Clippers. Although, like, I don't know, like it's just kind of potato, honestly, across the board there. Best team near Akron could use a power forward. They could. They really could. Do I think Miles Turner gets traded? Yeah, at some point, but not necessarily today. Definitely could be today, but again, here's my updated grades. I have before, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. I do not watch it constantly or consistently. C. Geezer here says, I wish the Hawks would have grabbed Time Lord. Looks like with the Jock signing that we might be staying put with Onyeka Landale rotation. Hope Basar takes that spot sooner than later. We'll definitely see how his rookie year goes. Obviously, rookies don't play a lot typically, but I do like Basar's game a lot, and I think he's a very good player. So we'll see how everything kind of develops for him on how he fits into Atlanta's system. Sayo says, do you think the Bulls should make a trade for Yves Missi? Yves Missi is a good player. Whoever gets Yves Missi, I think, is going to be pretty happy. I think the Pacers should get Yves Missi. I think that would be a very good outcome for them. Kevin here says, LeBron to the Wizards to do what Jordan couldn't do, win a chip there. That would be, if he won a chip with Washington, that would be kind of nuts. Mike says, has the team failed more trades than the Bucks for the past 5 years? Lawrence, there you go. Michael here says, Knicks versus Raptors Eastern Finals. I could smell it. Celtics will not beat Raptors. Cavs losing to Knicks or even to Celtics. There's still a lot to be, there's still a lot that can play out and shift. Like rosters are still going to change a little bit. Styles of play are going to maybe change and alter a little bit too. And we'll see how everything kind of pans out here. I actually think Cam Boozer has the best chance to be an MVP one day. He's going to be a really good player. Really, really good player. Boss says, hopefully Brad Stevens can actually do something. Bean, should Lakers trade Bronny? Probably see that happen, yes. Giving up the 2031 and 2033 unprotected first worries me as a Raptors fan. It didn't affect Raptors. I think, I get what you're saying here, but you still have Scotty Barnes to fall back on as reasons why that won't be completely punitive. Do you have a prediction for Cash Middleton? I could see him on a vet team on a bench role. I like Miami or Denver. I think Miami is super sensible in a reunion with Giannis Antetokounmpo, given all of their needs. But sorry, I meant to say in comparison with AJ and Peterson. I hear you. I get what you're saying for sure. GFR says the Bucks are still $33 million under the luxury tax. Trade coming. Jamal Shed is a problem. I really like Jamal Shed. Jamal Shed was let me see where I'm at with. I know I have a Shed tweet that I want to show. Here we go. Jamal Shead is going to make a name for himself, a disruptive pick and roll chase defender. This was 3 months before his draft. He's turned out very well. Very solid player. I liked him a lot. He finished top 25 on my final big board that year. He has definitely returned solid value. Being said, what should my Hawks do? I viewed them as a possible Daniel Gafford team. But, my bad, Amadou. Sometimes it's really hard to, it's hard to tell with, I never know which part is, some people don't even have, like, actual names as their username, and I also can never tell where, like, the, without capitalization, like, where the difference is. Like, for Riker here, it's easy to tell, like, where the difference is compared to yours, which is all lowercase, which is okay, but thank you for the correction. I'll try my best to remember that, Amadou, and I appreciate you being in here for all the streams today. No, it honestly didn't really, because again they got Kawhi Leonard for Brandon Ingram at the end of the day with 2 picks. Like, that's pretty good. Riker, really try hard to not spam, please. Okay, just don't spam, so that way I can actually read all of the comments and everything, because it's pretty frustrating for everyone else if they have to deal with this spam. Will the Magic sign someone at some point? I think Javon Carter could stay. That'd be a name to watch. What should my Bulls do in free agency? Add shooting. I think the Bulls will target a shooter for sure. Michael here says Kawhi is going to have Jamal Shead believing in himself. Thought he was going to the Clippers. Shead, he is not. Jamal Shead is staying in. Jamal Shead is staying in Toronto. It's Brandon Ingram and Gradey Dick. No Jamal Shead. Which, if the Clippers would have gotten Jamal Shead, I would have been pretty happy about that for them, but they did not. What are these teams doing right now? Hurry up! It's not hard to make deals and trades. How do I get my hair to always be so nice? I feel like it's not nice right now. It's actually driving me up a wall. I am going to perm it in a few days probably, and because it's getting a little unruly for me. It's just too much. But Brandon, thank you for the little vote of confidence. But honestly, I'm at the point where I'm not happy with it at all. It's actually been bothering me big time the last couple of weeks. But LeBron should do the decision again. Hashtag the decision. We'll see. Do you think Harden stays? Yes, Harden will for sure stay in Cleveland. I would be shocked if not. AKF says, wonder if LeBron will get permission to wear 6 in Golden State, or if he makes Draymond switch numbers. Interesting question. He might not go to Golden State. That was my prediction, but it sounds like Washington's at least playing hard to get with Anthony Davis at the very least. So we'll see how everything kind of shakes out. It's not that I'm coming around on it. It's just the package is different than what was originally reported. So it is very additive. Mark Stein said Pistons might be trading Marcus Sasser to the Mavericks. Wouldn't be bad for Dallas to get Marcus Sasser. He's a solid young guard. James here says I'm from Australia, by the way. Appreciate you, James, for being in here. Riker says, who's winning in a fight between Cam Scatterbo and Andy Reid? I was not expecting to be asked that today, Riker. So congratulations on throwing me for a loop. I'd probably take the professional athlete over the football head coach. Mast here says, to be honest, Scotty and Kawhi finna be a top 5 defensive duo. Yeah, the Raptors already had the 5th best defense in the NBA this past year. They need offensive talent, and they got a guy who is one of the most efficient high-volume scorers in the league. James says, I woke up at midnight to watch this. Appreciate you, James. Glad to have you in here. Kelly Olynyk hairstyle. No, I'm not. Should I rock one of those for a stream, though? One of those little tiny skinny headbands? Oh, man. Yato says, you always help me get through the offseason. Appreciate that. Sexton going back to Utah, says Epic Wallpaper. I mean, he, in theory, could, but I'm not certain that that's the way that Utah would want to operate. Keto says, the Jazz are ready, no cap. I think Utah's going to be pretty good this upcoming season, as long as Kessler stays. Bach here says, if Kessler wants to leave the Jazz, what are the center options for Utah? And that's where the market is not super attractive. You obviously have Mitchell Robinson, who would be a nice get. Nikola Vucevic, who would fit their system, but defense would be questionable. You have Mo Wagner, Kevon Looney. Like, guys, you can tell, like, if you lose Walker Kessler, it ain't sweet. It ain't sweet out here in free agency at the center spot, which is why you guys always wonder, like, why do you care about centers so much in trades and free agent and draft picks? And because centers are hard to get. You end up with Nick Richards, unfortunately, if you're not careful. And it's not a good way to win. Kevin says, why do you guys no longer want to test free agency? Because teams don't have cap space. This is the biggest reason why. Here is the salary cap tracker. There's one team with cap space right now, and it's $3 million. That's enough for a minimum contract. Teams just don't operate that way. They don't operate with cap space anymore. They realize that having rights and having the ability to go over the cap to sign players using those bird rights is actually better for your organization. And as a result of that, now teams have shifted course and how they operate. And then as a result, players have adjusted and agents have adjusted to that as well. Love Alave says, do you think the Thunder will trade Dort or are viewing him as a rental franchise tag situation? I honestly think it's that latter outcome where they are planning on keeping him for a single season, but I upgraded the trade grade in Zoomies. Try not to be so mad, but you did trade the two-time finals MVP. So it's, congratulations. Giza says there are no mechanisms for players to sign players. I mean, players can't sign players. Yes, that is correct. Nick Richards catching strays. Yes. Hornets fans know it better than anyone else, too. They know the help defense that I'm talking about. Damo says, what would be your targets for Golden State if LeBron decides to not sign with them? Honestly, that's where things get crazy. That's where all of a sudden, are they going after Michael Porter Jr.? Do they try for Jaylen Brown? Like, the Warriors I think are one of the most unhinged teams possibly this offseason, because if we go look at their cap table, let me make sure to pull this up on stream after I get over to them. If you look at their cap table, they obviously have Porzingis and Horford locked down for another year or two for both of them. Then you have Steph. You have this huge Jimmy contract to move. You have Moody's contract. And you go into the marketplace with $68 million. Can they work with Dallas? Can they work with, they have all of their draft picks. They have a lot of flexibility that they could go out and offer. They really could do a wide number of things. And all of a sudden off of that, they're in a spot where, they can literally sit there and give up $68 million of salary, $69 million of salary, and a bunch of pick swaps if they want to. And teams, given the age of this roster, would be willing to bet against these guys. There's a lot of optionality here Golden State has because of their draft pick control. So we'll see. Brick hands Nick Richards. Suns legend Nick Richards says Gorgeous Rock. Yes, Suns legend. I'll never forget game one of his time in Phoenix, and every Suns fan called me an idiot besides a few of you. But Jericho Sims could be a starting center at this point. What do you mean could be? He was starting for Milwaukee this year. That's why they weren't good. Fade says, thoughts on Detroit Pistons rookie Ibuka Corey in his role this year. We'll see. Interesting player, can really handle it. I'm a little concerned about some of the other things in terms of the processing and the decision making, but that's a different story. His role will really come down to what Detroit does the rest of the offseason. I think we'll have a better idea of that going forward. James here says, you think Devin Booker is going to get traded? No, I do not expect Booker to get traded. When will Landry Shamet stop being what? Camp here says, which of these players do you think breaks camp for Brooklyn power forward? Okay. Let's not do that. Okay. Let's you guys don't know how hard it is to read comments, and then you get halfway through and you realize it's something not very good. Codeine says Miami still needs a shot creator. Is Simons or Sexton still a possibility? They gave $6.5 million to Tim Hardaway, so unless those guys signed for the minimum, I would assume not. Honestly, I would assume not. SC Arisen says, what, you don't like a 6'1" guy who can't finish at the rim or hit a catch and shoot three? Color me shocked. Interesting. I'm not going to add any further comment. We need a new Tyler Johnson to get $20 million a year. Sean Marks is out there somewhere dreaming something up. He was the one who did that for Alan Crabb and for Tyler Johnson and all those guys. So he's still somehow the GM of the same team too. Luckily for him, all of those contract offer sheets got matched. If Pistons lose Duren, will their draft pick Ugana and Yenso get playing time? If Ugana and Yenso is getting playing time, it's going to be a rough season for Detroit. Okay, I do not think Ugana and Yenso will be seeing a lot of run year one of his career. I'd be pretty surprised by that. Who's replacing Hardaway Jr. For Denver? I don't think there's really going to be a great opportunity for them. Michael Lee here says, man, I can't wait for October to come around. Me too, man. It's always the best part of free agency is when we actually get to see these guys on the floor. Dodgers fan says, LeBron signed tonight is my prediction. Definitely think there's a very good chance of that, which we are watching for, of course. Sam says, sign and trade Keldon Johnson for LeBron. DM1964 says, if Pistons sign and trade Powell, can Miami send Duncan in return? I keep hearing that rumor. No, the Heat don't have the space. They are hard capped because of their trades and everything. They cannot get Duncan Robinson at this point. Alex says, I feel like Giannis would have had a better chance of winning elsewhere. He wanted to be in the East Coast. His best chance at winning would have been in Portland, in my opinion, based on who was all there and everything and the assets that could have been sent back and the sensibility. But he wanted to be on the East Coast. Kawhi owns Toronto. I mean, he plays for them. Sam says, best Pelicans free agent with their $10 million-ish left over. We'll see $20 super chat from High Grade Pat. Let's get some W's in here for High Grade Pat. Appreciate you. Big time for the $20 super chat. Says, hi, Sheldon. I'm a huge Luka Doncic fan. I would like to know your best case scenario for the Lakers, what that would be this offseason. I'm hoping we can get one of Duren, Kessler, or Watson, and then fill out with solid options. To me, I think just pretty simple. Walker Kessler is probably the most realistic, best option for them. Jalen Duren's really great, but I think Kessler at his price point is going to be a bit more reasonable and I think very functional alongside Luka Doncic as a big-time screen and roll big partner. Does a tremendous job screening, a very good box-out big man, which I think is super valuable in the West, especially when you have to deal with some of the best offensive rebounding teams in the league. I think that Kessler would be really nice for them and would really help set Luka up into advantage pretty consistently. And then I think for filling out with some of their other talented spots, depending on what they're able to do with LeBron and a sign and trade, like that opens up some functionality or flexibility for them possibly. So we'll see what all of that actually tends to look like over time. But I really think like you would start with Walker Kessler. That would be the best case scenario. If it's not him and if it's not Jalen Duren, I would want maybe Tari Eason next. I feel like Tari Eason's super underrated. Really good at the point of attack. I know everyone's attention to Peyton Watson, and for good reason. He's a solid player, but I think he's going to stay in Denver. Tari Eason would be a player I'd be trying to pry away from Houston a little bit. I think in a different context with a little bit more playmaking around him, some of his offensive functionality could theoretically come to life. So Be very excited for that. But high grade Pat, thank you again for the $20 super chat. Let's get those W's flying in here. We'll see if the balloons are working yet. I've had some. There we go. It's working again. Finally, I got it finally back working. But appreciate you, high grade Pat. We'll see if confetti comes in. It doesn't look like it, but we're doing our best. Brian, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says need that Embiid plus 2028 Clippers first salary dump to LAC. Clippers can finally rebuild, and Sixers can get rid of Embiid. Embiid should not get salary dumped yet at this point. Embiid's still really good when he's on the floor. I mean, I know that's a rarity, but let me look up his contract. I've not taken a peek at it for a while. I mean, he's under contract through 2029. He's got this year, next year, and the year after on his deal. I would not salary dump him at this point, like, especially if it cost me the Clippers first. I'd just rather keep that first and hope it gets lucky in the lottery. And then, like going forward, this is going to end up aging perfectly with when Edgecombe's extension kicks in. So this is like really not that bad for Philly, honestly. But Brian, appreciate you for the $5 super chat. Very grateful for you, of course, my man. Huge thanks for all of the support over the years. Who is Scoop B? I feel like Scoop B comes up once a year and like some random news. But Sheldon, make a call and make something happen. All right, guys, let me get on the phone here quick. A little bit of a ring. Okay, we'll see. I made my phone call. We'll see what happens here. Carlos says Sheldon Blazers meeting with Kelly Oubre according to Kelly Iko, Yahoo Sports. Let's go over to Kelly Iko. See what he's reporting. Free agent wing Kelly Oubre plans to meet with Sixers, Pacers, Blazers, and Lakers, among others. So basically, he is just out there canvassing his value, looking for his next destination. Sixers could retain him. Indiana reportedly interested in him, I guess, but I don't know. He's played better the last few seasons compared to earlier in his career when he was in Golden State and Phoenix. He's a solid player. I think Portland's an interesting spot for him, but I think like the Lakers would probably be the most likely if Philly doesn't retain him. Shansky says, thank you. Of course, I'm glad I could make that call for you so that, we're setting the wheels in motion here on some of these bigger deals kind of going down and finally happening. So we'll see what fully goes down here. But it's been a great time so far streaming with you guys. Been live for 5 hours on the channel here, which is absolutely crazy. Let's see how we're doing on the likes. So that's what I'm really curious on. You guys have been absolutely killing it with all the support lately, of course. It's been a great time. I really appreciate each and every one of you for being in here today so far. Been absolutely killing it with all of the support and everything. It's been just a very, very good time. So I'm very grateful for each and every one of you. Very blessed, obviously, to see my hard work also, turn into success in the way that it does because of you guys. So again, I'm very grateful. I'm very thankful for everything that I am blessed with. So appreciate you guys all a lot. Have I applied for a front office job? I don't know if those are really the jobs you necessarily apply for, but that's why word of mouth is so important. And if you guys keep hyping me up and telling people about me, that maybe someday I will get where I want to be with that. But till then, I'm going to keep working, keep putting together my portfolio of work, and I've also been very blessed to do a few other things as well around basketball. So I've been working very hard on the court too, which has been very good. Life is often disappointing, says interest in your thoughts on Kobe Brown. Showed some encouraging signs under Carlisle in Indiana. Will they want to keep him and flip a guy like Obi to a team like Minnesota? Obi would be tremendous for Minnesota, although I don't think the Pacers are just going to dump Obi Toppin. Unless the Wolves were willing to give them like a 2032 pick swap and maybe something else. Obi's a really interesting possibility for the Wolves because the Wolves have really tried to add more pace and transition influence into their style of play with Dosunmu and LaMelo. And getting Obi Toppin would give them a really good transition play finisher. Kobe Brown played pretty well for Carlisle, but I think there's a pretty drastic difference in terms of the equity toward winning in the postseason between Obi and Kobe Brown. So for that reason, I don't think Indiana will move off of Obi, unless the only reason Indiana will move off of Obi is if there's a huge, big trade. Check Rob Murrows. I don't know who that is, but I'm going to take you at face value here. NBA reporter. Okay, this is according to Rob Murrows that he follows me. I did not remember who he was, but Marcus Smart intends to sign a deal with the Houston Rockets, league sources tell him. I'm hesitant to fully trust that, but Mason, thank you for saying that. Can you explain what LeBron to the Heat would look like, possible sign and trade? It would probably be minimum contract, honestly. And if it wasn't a minimum contract, let's go over here to Miami. And if it was a sign and trade, like you're starting to see, there's really not a lot of salaries here. It could be around Bobby Portis's salary size, but that's kind of problematic. Could be Drew Smith in a sign and trade, but again, Miami's not going to want to shed off any of this salary here. So I don't know. There's a lot of solid players in here that, Miami's not just going to let, like Jovic even. I don't think they want to do that. So I think it would be the minimum, or the biannual, or whatever number that they could ultimately fit under the aprons when they're done with all of their other moves. But they gave 6.5 to Tim Hardaway. So I don't know. I feel like Miami's not the most likely for LeBron, even though there's some understandable sensibility there. Frederick says, hello, Sheldon. I'm your fan from Indonesia. Why value of Ja Morant is so low in trade from Memphis to Portland? Frederick, appreciate you for watching, man. It's so awesome to have people watching from all over the world. And it's great to hear that you're watching from Indonesia. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you've always felt welcomed in the utility sports community. And for Ja Morant specifically, part of it is the value of creators in general. There's a lot of point guards. There's a lot of really good point guards. There's a lot of young point guards around the league. 2025, 2026 drafts. There's a bunch of guys that teams took stabs on. Jeremiah Fears, Michael Brown, Keaton Wagler, Darius Acuff Jr. That, first of all, lessens the interest in acquiring a 27-year-old point guard, and especially one who's missed a lot of games, coming off the worst season of his career. And it was a worthwhile stab for Portland because they looked at it as a value addition, and one that really came with very little risk. So that kind of explains it a little bit, just the availability, the positional value, and kind of the fact that a lot of other teams already have their point guard in place, which made Ja Morant not a sensible fit for a lot of teams as well. Thoughts on Cam Boozer this year? He's going to be awesome for Memphis. He's going to be unbelievably good. Steven says, do you know anything about a player named Blake Hinson? Two-way guy for the Jazz. I do know Blake Hinson. He will be a surprise this year. You guys will be surprised, but I know pretty much every single player in the league. There's once a year, usually there's a guy where I'm like, where did he come from again? But for the most part, especially now at this point, this would not have been true about 6 years ago for me, or 7 years ago. I would have probably been I would have known about 98% of the league, 99% of the league. But now I'm pretty much 100% with one exception usually a year where I'm like, wait a minute. Shane says, general basketball question for Coach Sheldon. Do you have a preference of where the ball starts from an early offense, secondary break? Yes. I am very much a wide slot, wide wing mind. I really like the ball getting up wide. I like being able to throw hit-aheads up into the corner even. Trying to get early paint touches, and I think that's easier to do if the ball doesn't advance through the middle third of the floor. So, yes, for early offense, I'm very much wide offense. I really like it depends on what you want to do, but whether you're in 5-out with delay or if you're in 4-out with your big run in the middle of the floor, advancing the ball up the wing compared to the center of the floor. This pass from here from the center to the rim running big makes it really hard because you're basically having to throw it over his shoulder and catch it like this. Or he's bringing up wide, you can throw it in angled to him, which is a lot easier in case, defenses aren't set. You maybe get your big outrunning the other big down the floor. If there's no tag guy, that obviously works. But if the tag guy comes in, then you're also from the wing, you can see the weak side corner pretty easily while reading the big running the floor. And then in delay action too, you can get into little pitches and you can work with the middle of the floor pretty easy. You can get into drag screens really well. And then you're attacking the two side, heavy side of the ball. So there's a lot of really good stuff that I think you can get to from the ball coming out wide. Now, obviously, there's functionality with it down the middle third of the floor too. But you need to be very intentional about what the rest of your spacing looks like around that, I think. So that's a great question, Shane. Honestly, like one of my favorite questions I've maybe ever answered in a live stream. So it's a great question. It's very fun to talk about. King Nacho, appreciate you, my man, for being in here as usual. You guys are all awesome. I've had so much fun. Covering the streams. JG Winston says depends on how you define point guard. Yeah, it's true too. That is a good point on today's game. That you're 100% right, JG. You are 100% correct on that. The essence of point guard is highly different than it was 15 years ago even. The Ricky Rubios of the world really don't exist in prevalence anymore the way that they used to, which is kind of good and kind of bad. So not even a whisper right now in free agency. Not enough collusion, says AC. It's been very quiet, but that's all right because we're having a lot of fun talking hoops. Shane here says, okay, we're in the same boat. R5 never leaves the lane line except for ball screens. See, I feel that. I also think like, in my dream, in my pinnacle offense, like with the right kind of talent and everything, I really like the 5 playing out of the corner and playing uphill DHO and a whole bunch of stuff. And depending on your talent, then you can heavy overload the weak side. It depends on who you have and your personnel. Not every 5-man's going to be able to shoot it from the corner, and it really is reliant on personnel in general. So. But I think in my dream world, if I in the future have the right collection of talent in a certain way, you're looking at pace, space, get the big out in front, and you're setting what I really think that you guys want to know the real cheat code, setting flex screens for 5s out of the corner as the ball reverses. And then you're using your weak side corner. It comes at a flex rip screen for your 5 in the strong side corner as the ball reverses. And now this ball gets to the left wing. Hopefully your big's with a switch down in the paint with everyone else on the weak side of the floor. And then if you don't even get it to them, then it's basically just a ram screen functioning into empty side pick and roll. Like, I think there's a lot of good stuff you can do out of that stuff too. This will give you guys a fun little idea of how you guys think I'm a basketball sicko for YouTube. Just, all of these, I know they're having a little bit of issues loading right now, which is kind of weird, but if you guys think I'm a basketball sicko on YouTube, this is the good stuff right here as it loads in. This is you guys have no idea how much I love this sport, honestly. Like, YouTube, I think, does a pretty good job kind of painting the picture on how much I care about it. But it's very it means a lot to me, as you guys can probably tell. And I spend pretty much all day thinking about it. So Shane says I talk ball all day and coach with a guy from Grinnell who loves playing out of the middle, but we don't have the person. Yeah, see, that's the thing. 100%. Like the best coaching, like you have to be adaptive to what your personnel is and who can do what. Because otherwise, like, you can be so smart, have such a great idea of your system and then obviously depending on recruiting and all that stuff, like maybe you can go get those guys that fit that, but sometimes you don't have that available to you. Sometimes that's not accessible. And then it's about, okay, instead of, sitting there and saying, this is what I want to do. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Being adaptable and shifting is huge too. So Shane, I feel like you guys are killing. Shane, anytime if you want, send me messages on Twitter. I'd love to watch some of your guys' like game clips and stuff. Like any kind of basketball I can digest, I am all for it. Craig says, missed most of the stream. Sheldon, hope you're doing well. My question, did the Spurs throw the finals? What did you see? I haven't been able to watch your videos recently. Craig, appreciate you a lot, my man. Thanks for hopping into the stream here today. Really value you for coming in here. Obviously, free agency has been a little bit quiet as of late. We have not had a lot of news, although there is a little bit of a Shams report right now. 7-footer Brandon Carlson has agreed to a 1-year, $2.5 million deal with the Portland Trail Blazers. Very happy for him. Landing a standard NBA contract with Portland. Great to see. Very fun. Very fun. But I think San Antonio was very firmly in a position where they could have won the NBA Finals for sure. I think that they were in a position 4 out of the 5 games to steal the series pretty wholeheartedly. And I do think that they kind of struggled to finalize games at the very end. So John Collins maybe going to Orlando. I don't know if they're going to have the financial flexibility for that, honestly. How long am I staying live tonight? For quite a while. I think the plan is to be live for a long time. Okay, so you'll see me here on the channel for a majority of today. What time am I live tomorrow? I've got team practice in the morning, and I'm probably doing a good amount of stuff after. So we'll thank you guys for spamming Shams, by the way. Hopefully we got to it not too long in. Windhorse just announced what? People are saying Legion. The Lakers are expected to sign Sandro Mamukelashvili. That's what people in the league believe, and he would basically replace Rui Hachimura. Interesting. Okay, so that is the report right now. I don't know. Okay, there we go. Let's go over to Shams. We got more news. Kobe Sanders, 4-year, $11 million deal to return to the Clippers, second-round pick. Very friendly, cost-controlled deal for the Clippers here. Kobe Sanders played a lot of minutes for them as a second-round rookie, and now is inked to the franchise for the foreseeable future. Okay signing there. At least the number is not very big for him at 4 years, $11.2 million. It's pretty cheap, honestly. I know free agency has been a tad bit slow, but we'll see how everything kind of goes. Dupe says, bro, spamming chat for Brandon Carlson. Hey, he's trying to help out here, guys. I appreciate you guys all for trying to keep me up to date. Thank you all for everything and all that. Shane says, I love it. My phone looks the same way. It's like the basketball sicko mentality, man. You just have to, especially when you're in coaching, like the motivation to, I spend a lot of time in thought trying to imagine and invent new offenses. Obviously, you see anything that works, you try and take it and steal it too. So we'll see. Sheldon, I sure wish you could coach. Alan Shannon, I think your creative offensive schemes would work very well with him and his talents. Appreciate you guys so much. We just got a little delivery from my fiance, by the way. She restocked me up with a little bit of beverage to keep me rolling here for the stream. So let's shout out to my fiance. Let's get some meep hype in the chat right now. I need to see those meeps flying in. MEEP. Let those fly in. Darren, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, after re-signing Champagnie and Harrison Barnes, do you think the Spurs are done with free agency? Not necessarily. If we look at the Spurs cap table, Darren, thank you for the $5 super chat again. I cannot emphasize enough how much the super chats help the channel here, really support what I do. But even with Barnes and Shampenny back, they have still plenty of room on their roster. Obviously, they'll have Terrace Reed, Jaden Quaintance. You're looking at 9, 10, 12 players, but they still have 2 or 3 roster spots depending on what they want to do. Obviously, they have a couple second-round guys that they could sign to standard deals depending on what the planning is there long-term. But the Spurs are not necessarily fully done. They have room against the aprons. They have room against the tax as well. So they could go out with the mid-level. They could always use the mid-level to eat contract from somebody, too, that's trying to save some money, and then they could pick up more future assets. But they're in a very good spot. I do not think Jeremy Fears will be in the lottery. I think he's just a little too small. But I do think he'll be a top 45 pick probably. Boxes on the basketball strategy topic. I love talking defense. In a perfect world, how would you defend an empty side pick and roll? Okay. This right here is the most thing. I have a transformative empty side pick and roll coverage. Okay, I tweeted about it last year just a little bit. I didn't share it. Okay, I am so excited about it. I really think it would change the NBA and how you defend empty side pick and roll. It's unbelievable in my opinion. I think it's the best form of empty side coverage. I think it's 10 times better than icing ball screens. I absolutely love it. You will see this from me at some point in time. I'm not going to share it right now, but it's a 3-letter word. Okay, just like ice, it's a 3-letter word for my coverage name on it. And I've coached it. It works. It's very good. And if you have the right athletes and if you have help side from the weak side, oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. So I'll Bach, stay with me at some point. You'll see it. Okay, Bach, I promise you'll see it at some point. Okay, I need to share it with some other people first, and then you'll get to see it later. Okay, but I promise you, it's very, very, very good. And honestly, it's a great question, and you can tell how fired up I got by it. I'm so excited about it. Tim here says I think Yang Hansen is gone. All right, okay. Supposedly, Walker Kessler is receiving contract offers starting in the mid $30 million range annually. Interesting. We'll see what happens with Portland there. Detroit has still Paul Reed and then Duren if they keep him. Craig says, we got a lot of meat pipe in here. You guys are the best. Shout out to my fiance again for hooking me up big time with a little bit of a beverage refresher here so that I do not lose my voice. Yeah, I do have it made. She's the absolute best. She comes in big time for me every single time. So I'm so thankful for her. She's the best. Amadou, thank you for throwing in the meat there. BMax says, man, I try to get you the scoop. Agam says, I'm predicting a blockbuster trade at midnight. Interesting. We'll watch for it, obviously. I do not have a. It's not called Ace, but it's a different 3-letter word. But it's like ice in terms of the short nature of the name and the fact that it's 3 letters and a side pick and roll coverage. Jacob says, not sure if I heard had my question answered. I might have missed it, but besides the LeBron news, what else do you think the Cavs might do? That's okay. Good question. I talked about this today in my predictions video for free agency. One of my predictions video, and I think a lot of it stems right here. Okay, the Cavaliers have Keon Ellis, they have James Harden, and they have Dean Wade as free agents. Okay, they are very, very close in proximity to not only the tax line, but the first apron, and then definitely the second apron, especially knowing that James Harden might make around $40-ish million or $35 million, whatever that number ends up looking like. He's going to make a lot. So for Cleveland to stay below some of these numbers, it's very clear they might have to move someone else from their roster. And it's really this guy right here, Dennis Schroeder, who I think is the most movable for them at $14.8 million. I think he gets salary dumped, and then maybe Max Strus. But Dennis Schroeder is going to get traded somewhere. And he's a guy that, with teams having the mid-level exception, Dennis Schroeder could get traded with some kind of draft asset. He gets sent somewhere, and the team receiving him gets a couple of second-round picks, or maybe a plethora of second-round picks, maybe even 2 or 3 of them, 4 of them. Maybe a first-round swap even. Some team like San Antonio would love to get something like that from a team like Cleveland. So watch for Dennis Schroeder to get salary dumped potentially this offseason. That's kind of the biggest thing I would expect to see with all things kind of in play there. So PJ Washington next to get traded. Live for 5 hours, my PC would have blown up. Luckily, I invested heavily in the my computer setup here, so that you guys should see my desktop right now. With this time of year around free agency and the draft, everything is a blur. Everything is a crazy blur. Should I post a screenshot of my thing right here on Twitter? Holy cow, my brain's literally shut off for 30 seconds. But does it work against Wemby? No, nothing will work against Wemby, if I'm being honest. Mog, that's a good name. Maybe I should call it Mog, because we're going to Mog opposing offenses with my empty side pick and roll coverage. Mason, appreciate you. Patrick, I don't know what that's about. Frederick says, Sheldon, now LeBron is a free agent, so Lakers have $50 million in cap space, right, or below, because of AR-15's new contract. So they do not have $50 million in cap space. Now they do have theoretical pathways to cap space, but that would require renouncing LeBron James at $60 million on his cap hold. That would require renouncing Rui Hachimura at $27 million. And even then, with all of those renunciations on the roster, they still wouldn't have a ton of space because they would have the new Austin Reeves contract kicking in. So it's just not really a tenable way of building. I think at most you're looking at around $30-ish million of space, and that's just not enough to fill in fill a 15-man roster. So interesting right there. Clutch. Interesting. Ben here says, hey, Sheldon, why does Atari Eason sign and trade to Milwaukee to have a new face of the franchise? Well, I don't think he would necessarily be the face of the franchise for Milwaukee, but a sign and trade would probably center something around Miles Turner's contract if a deal materialized, but I don't necessarily expect that to happen. Mike, that's all right. You just gotta work through it. We're gonna get there together. All right. Noah says, I think the Kings are moving in the right direction. Should they just waive DeRozan? I think they will stretch and waive him. Yes. Shane says our new defensive shtick is having the backside corner stay home and play corner plus slot, and the top defender sliding in front of the dunker spot guy. We get so many steals on dump offs. Okay, so you're basically having your backside guy be the X out man, and then you're having your top defender on the weak side rotate in. So he's your helper. I see. So you're bringing your help from a different spot, which is interesting. The one thing I do like about that is your help is probably more active because it's further up the floor. So yeah, that's true too. That's a good point on 45 cuts. That's interesting. Obviously, a lot of defenses kind of work the opposite way, so it's interesting that yours. That's exciting, honestly. Keep me up to date on how that's kind of playing out for you guys, because that is it's unique in a good way. I think the more unique stuff you can do, the better too. Curry, yes, that I've had some really incredible moments on camera. Chris says, just heard about Brandon Carlson's deal. Love it for him. He can definitely find a long-term home in the NBA one day. He was the best fourth-choice big in the league last year. Best of luck to him. Very happy for him. Renunciation is a dope word. It took me a long time to get to it. Holy cow! You tell I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Whew, it was taking a while. Ryan, welcome to the stream, my man. Ryan was watching the channel years ago. Shout out Ryan. says, yo, Sheldon, what's good? Sorry I'm late. Can you give me a quick rundown on your thoughts on the Kawhi Toronto trade? Yes, of course. I would love to, Ryan. Appreciate you for being back. Here were my updated trade grades. I gave the Raptors an A, and ultimately I feel very good about what the outcome was. For the Clippers, I gave it a B. At first, I gave it a C. Oh, whoops. At first, I gave it a C because I did not like that they were giving the 27-29 first, is what I had seen reported. But the 31 and 33 picks gives them more upside. But I still like it for Toronto. And, of course, the biggest reason why is I think there's a huge kind of addition by subtraction by moving off of Ingram, and a huge addition by addition by adding a top 10 player in the sport. So Toronto is really legitimate this next upcoming season. I really love their kind of rotation that they have in place. Jamison Battle's underrated. Jacoby Walter's a solid young player. Trace Jackson-Davis is a nice little depth big man. We'll see what they do with Pirtle. But Graves, CMB, Scotty, Kawhi, like this quartet here is ridiculous. And you add in Jamal Shed, and you're like, oh my gosh, they might give up 60 points a game for stretches this season. They're pretty nuts. Not as in dumb. If I say interesting, sometimes I'm alluding to that person being correct, or interesting is I usually try and use interesting in a positive manner. Yes, Clippers fans were not happy with me, Ryan. So as a Raptors fan yourself, you should be over the moon excited about Kawhi to Toronto based on the inverse of what I had said. Mike Mills says, what do you think the Bulls will do? I think they'll add a little bit of shooting. Ingram gives Brandon's a bad name. I'm sorry, Brandon C. My apologies to you. With cap space, only $30 million or something, what do you think Lakers must sign first? Kessler, Jalen Duren, or Kennard? Kessler, if they can. If they can get Kessler, that would be so good for them. Itsuo says, hello, Sheldon. Just did a basketball camp for 6 hours straight. Appreciate you, man. I've been doing a live here for 5 hours and 24 minutes, so you even have me beat a little bit. Box says, hey, Sheldon, if you ever want/need someone to help break down shooting form film, I'd love to help. It's definitely my favorite thing. I'll definitely keep that in mind, Bach. Make sure you follow me on Twitter, right? Make sure to just tweet at me quick so that way I know which profile is for sure yours. Obviously, sometimes like on Twitter, not everyone's profiles are the exact same as what their YouTube profile is, so it's hard for me to sometimes even know who is who from Twitter to YouTube. But make sure to reach out to me on there. Crane says, any updates on the Chicago Bulls in free agency? Not anything huge yet, but we will keep our eyes on them. It's been actually a very slow start through free agency for the first 2 hours here. It's been honestly surprisingly slow. T-Dog, what's up, my man? Says, sup, Sheldon, it's been a while. Do you think Reed will be out of the rotation if Smart lands in Houston? Can't stand Ime not playing him. I really hope not, T-Dog. I really hope that would not be the case. If so, I'd be pretty disappointed and honestly a little devastated if, I just think the Rockets, unfortunately, have not utilized Reed to the fullest extent of his capabilities, and they haven't used him in the proper way either. And I think, whether it's a change of scenery at some point or a change in coaching staff, good day still await Reed Shepherd in the NBA. Any 76ers news? Sheldon says Lamont. Not anything definitive yet on them, but we are watching Lamont, so stay tuned. Oubre, actually, there is one little bit. Oubre is meeting with the Sixers on a potential reunion, so we'll see. I'm glad that I could reply for you and answer your question. Shane Ski says we went to that because our corner kept getting stuck behind the dunker spot. We also played chest to ball in the gaps above the break, so the footwork. Yeah, okay, I get you. That makes a lot of sense actually, though, because if you're playing chest to ball in the gaps, you're basically eliminating your long drives to begin with for the most part. So you probably don't need as bad of rim help in general. You're basically just trying to cut dunker. That's very interesting. That's something I don't have experience coaching at all, or I haven't really used or seen used a lot in person. But that's I think conceptually like pretty intelligent, honestly. Yeah, send me some film and stuff every once in a while. I'd love to see kind of what you got and how everything looks. Chris here says, am I crazy for thinking RJ Barrett is a good tier or two above Ingram as a player? Raptors did great. I'm not the biggest RJ Barrett guy myself either, but I think RJ Barrett is easier to fit around other talent than Brandon Ingram is, and RJ makes $11 million a year less, so that's part of it. What will the Pacers do, says Boss 13 Beast. Let's go over here to Indiana quick and talk about the Pacers. Thank you for asking a question here, Boss. And if you look at their cap table, they obviously have the two huge salaries that are identical with each other for Siakam and Halliburton, which is really great. That's a great thing. And then from there, you notice that they have some tax space yet, just $2.4 million of tax space, and they have 15 players under contract, 13 of them being two-ways, or 2 of them being two-ways, 13 of them being standard contracts, with Quentin Jackson not having a lot of guaranteed money, same with Micah Potter. So for the Pacers, like they, obviously acquired Braden Smith. He'd be a factor into their roster. What I really think the most likely thing for them is salary dumping Ben Shepherd or trading Jarris Walker. One of these two guys from the 2023 draft, and moving forward with a couple of cheaper contracts to get to the 14 contract minimum, and then staying below the tax is what I think the most likely outcome is. I know it's not sexy. I know it's not super exciting, but it's very, very likely. Chris wants to know if I think Cam Thomas ends up on the team or is he donezo. I think he's going to very likely be not on a roster to start the year this year. Which I will definitely check the messages here after. It's on the Kobe Sanders post, Bach. Okay, I'll check that after the stream here to make sure everything is that I've got that and everything. Okay, but as long it's on my Kobe Sanders post, then I should be able to see it for sure. MK says free agency done. I know it's been a little slow. I'm not even going to try and overgas it up. Okay, but we did have this today, right? We still had this, and again, it's not the craziest thing ever, but Kawhi Leonard going back to Toronto is really cool, man. It's very, very cool, and it's at least we had this today, very least. Slowest start in years. It has been a slower start than typical. Even I would definitely agree with you. I wonder how much of this is a hang up because of LeBron James. His team's kind of away where he's going to sign. Arthur asked a great question. What's holding up signing guys like Powell, Rui, John Collins, Anthony Simons, Kuminga, Mitchell, Robinson? This is a great question, and one that I think is really important to discuss. Okay, let's go over here, and let's go over to Shams. And I really think it is this fact right here. Okay, the fact that LeBron James is off the Los Angeles Lakers. I think this is the driving force holding up the signings right now. Because think about it. If you're the Lakers, you have this huge cap hold on LeBron. Yet, obviously, he's not going to return to the Lakers from everything that we've heard. But now you have the optionality of a possible sign and trade. And if you're someone like Norm Powell, wait, can I get paid by the Lakers? Can I go play with Luka Doncic? If you're Rui Hachimura, now you're waiting, okay, what are the Lakers trying to do now with LeBron gone? If you're John Collins, you're saying, can I end up being a Laker possibly? Or what about Minnesota? But if you're Minnesota, then you're saying, wait, what if we could get LeBron James all of a sudden in some kind of sign and trade or using some kind of exception, or could we just convince him to sign for the minimum? And like I think there's a lot of teams around the league right now, probably like we heard earlier, Sham Sharani say a dozen of them, even if it's just 8 or 9 or 10 of them. Those 8 or 9 or 10 teams are kind of holding up the business for a lot of people, I'm sure, as they're trying to figure out, okay, if we get LeBron, how would we do it? What's our pathway to getting LeBron? And then from there, you don't want to, let's just hypothetically say LeBron wanted to be a Timberwolf, which again, I'm not even saying he will want to be. But if LeBron wanted that and the Wolves went out and signed John Collins first, you think that there'd be some real regret there from Tim Connolly? Yes, and I think that they want to do their due diligence first and genuinely see what might happen. And I know it's crazy because he is literally 41 years old and he's holding everything up to a certain extent, I think. That's kind of my biggest rationale for it. Again, I might not even be 100% correct, but I just think that it's very obvious that with LeBron actually available, that teams are operating slower than normal now all of a sudden because of that. Cole Chanda here, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, what do you think Harden signs for? Is there any possibility if they get LeBron, they don't keep Harden? I do think that they're going to keep Harden. I think he will sign for 2 years, $73 million or so, which is a downturn for what he was owed this year. He was owed $42 million. I think he will sign for about 35, and then the following year will be around 38, or maybe he'll sign for 36 and 37 million, something like that, with your standard 5% escalator, like whatever the contract will look like. Bach, appreciate you for stopping in today, my man. Big Papa J says the revenue a team would get from signing LeBron. Yeah, it would be a lot, 100%. Goat holding up free agency, says the greatness as always. Frederick says, can Lakers get Jarrett Allen from LeBron in a sign and trade? See, that's going to be a question too. Like if you're the Lakers, if that's a possibility, you don't want to all of a sudden rush your other free agency moves and then say, oh, shoot, we could have had Jarrett Allen. So again, I think that's a great example of maybe why there's a real patience around the league right now. Frederick, thank you for the $5 or thank you for the question here. Cole, again, thank you for the $5 super chat. SC Arisen says 50% less players named LeBron James playing in LA as of today. That is 100% true. That is 100% true. 1 second here. I'll be back in just a second. Okay. Stay tuned. Okay. You want to join? Oh, are you sure? You don't want to talk on the next 3 hours? Please? Okay, me neither. Okay. Michael, go now. That is hilarious. Whoops. I was not muted during that. That is crazy. Appreciate you guys. My goodness. I am very tired, as you can tell, but very tired, but very fun today. Appreciate you guys. Everyone says smash that like button. No, not tequila. Appreciate you. Dupe says LOL. I know is very very crazy. Amadou says we could barely hear it. It was me. I was just me chatting with my best friend. We say stupid stuff over the phone all the time. So don't worry. It was just we're just being. So I was actually asking him if he wanted to hop on the stream for a while, but I was looking for a little bit of vocal relief, being able to have a co-host talking with me for a couple hours. Jake here says, I've been busy. Has there been any news yet? There has been a bit of news, yes. Ryan, thank you for the 5. Says, I have no problem using your name in a basketball debate. Guys, this man has done every little bit of research for every player. Appreciate you, Ryan. Thanks for being in here. As per always, my man. Let's get some W's flying in the chat right now. Let's go over to Jake about the news here and cover everything that we've seen so far. So Kobe Sanders signed back with the Clippers. Brandon Carlson signed with the Thunder. Kawhi Leonard obviously traded to the Raptors, or not with the Thunder, excuse me, signed with the Blazers from the Thunder. Tim Hardaway Jr. signed with the Miami Heat. And DeAndre Jordan stays in New Orleans, and then Ousmane Dieng staying in Milwaukee on a 2+1 with a team option type contract, which is very interesting. Very interesting. W for Ryan, love seeing that. Do you think the Bucks go after Kuminga? They could definitely play around. They could definitely play around with it. as a possible option for sure. King Nacho throwing the emoji in there. Very interesting. A lot of crazy stuff going on today. It's been a great time, of course, streaming with you all. I've absolutely loved every single second of it. It's been a lot of fun. Love talking hoops. I'm very appreciative of you guys. My whole life is basketball, so it's fun getting to come in and hang out with you guys. Tony Jones. This will be a fun experience for you guys here. Oh no. Oh. Has had meetings with a couple of teams and is headed to another meeting. I don't even remember what it was about that he blocked. It was something silly too that he was very wrong about. LeBron not meeting with anyone. Rich Paul is calling around the league to see what his options are. Rachel says slow free agency, but mostly low impact guys on the market. Frederick says, Mr. Pelinka, please move now in this free agent. Update on Brooklyn, says Taquan. Still kind of in the same spot. They have not made a move to Taquan. We're still looking at Mitchell Robinson as a possibility for them. So we'll see kind of what they do. Brian, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says my Sixers got scammed. We signed George Paul by accident instead of Paul George. Appreciate you, Brian. Thank you for the $5 super chat. King Nacho says LOL blocked. Yeah, no, I don't even. Should we try and figure it out quick? I thought that was how I would be able to find it, but I guess not. There was something that he actually probably deleted it, honestly. If I go to, here we go. This is how I go to find it. T Jones on the NBA. Oh yeah, this was. Oh yeah, it was. It was about Wemby versus Chet Holmgren back in 2023. Oh man. This is there it is. That's why. This was in response to him about something. And I got blocked for this, by the way. This is what I said, and I get blocked. Yeah, it's so funny to me, man. Arthur says he's seriously doing this. Meet with all these teams to stroke him and freeze the league. I mean, I don't know. I think he's just probably trying to figure out where he's trying to play. Yeah, isn't that crazy, guys? Just absolutely no reason either. Appreciate you, Harper. But yeah, very fun, but kind of slower day of free agency so far. Coach Ryan Rasmussen. Ryan, appreciate you, my man. He says, Sheldon, I need a breakdown of ideal archetypes for your players in reality. You pick what position is your star. Okay. Very great. Okay, so ideally you have a stretch big who can shoot it not only well from three, but with range, with genuine range, Ryan. You know how I get down, Ryan, with my spacing. I love bigs who can shoot it. So that's at the very pinnacle of it. And if the big can handle it, like if he's a stretch skilled big who can actually put the ball on the deck, even better. And in fact, I would say that I would want my star to be I'm trying to figure out if I want the star point guard or a star center. Part of me wants it to be like a star center because like the Jokic, Embiid kind of player is so easy to build around. But the star point guard is pretty good. We'll wait on which one's the star. But I want a stretch big, okay, which is the rarest archetype in basketball. I want a At the point guard, I want a high volume pull-up three-point shooter who is rim-oriented and pull-up three-oriented with like 10% of their shot diet being mid-range jump shots. I want a two-guard who is strong. I think that's one of the biggest things that has evolved in my evaluation and ideology over the last 3-4 years is the value of play strength. And I'd want like a really strong, long, physical, catch and shoot oriented two guard who can also handle a little bit. I want a three with some real playmaking connectivity value. I'm looking like, again, like these are all going to sound like really good players. That's my ideal archetype across the board is like, if you're finding a three, basically you want your wings to all be able to shoot and then handle the ball to a certain extent, but be very good off the ball. Again, if you can kind of run your offense through your 1 and 5 with just standard 15 action and 51 action and 52 and all the good stuff, like, you have a lot of flexibility. So like, I'm probably going to say that I'd prefer my 5 to be the star player, honestly. And then for the 4-man spot, I want another 3. I want another forward who can handle, pass, shoot. I'm not super focused. It's either I'm going to have 2 5s or I'm going to have 2 3s. I'm not going to have an actual 4-man. I think a lot of teams get themselves in trouble by having a 4. Like you look at the Knicks, like OG Anunoby is a 4-sized player, but he's skilled like a 3-man. You look at some of the teams that have been best in other situations, like if you're running double big, they have 2 5s basically on the floor. I think there's a huge advantage to that. So basically, I'd have no 4-men. I'd have a bunch of 3s and a bunch of 5s, and I'd want them to be able to play in and around each other and off of each other. So, Ryan, that's a great question. I appreciate you being in here. Rachel says RFAs aren't getting offers until after regular free agency dries up. That is very standard, Rachel, 100%. I'm H-Town says, Sheldon, don't worry. It's pretty garbled, and we couldn't really hear what either of you were saying. We weren't saying anything bad. I'm just it's just embarrassing that I made that mistake on stream in general. Too Clutch Corey says, come home, Rui. LeBron just tweeted. Did LeBron tweet? Here we go. This is Shams Charania. Let's hear from him on the Kawhi Leonard news.
We've seen over the last several months the Clippers start to turn the page on this era of trying to go for it each and every year. James Harden traded at the deadline. Ivica Zubac traded at the deadline. And now Kawhi Leonard moved. And this all stems from them starting to move toward a younger direction. They were fine keeping Kawhi in LA, but that was not going to come with a long-term extension. And Kawhi Leonard wanted to know that he had a future beyond the 1 year and $50 million left on his deal. But my understanding is there just was none. So the Clippers were open-minded in trade talks, and several teams over the last couple weeks had really seriously tried to engage. Minnesota, Detroit, but they were rebuffed on multiple fronts because of the control Kawhi Leonard had because he was on an expiring deal. And so the Toronto Raptors emerged as the only team that Leonard was willing to give a long-term commitment to for a few reasons. His familiarity with the organization, the fact that he spent time in Toronto winning a championship. He knows members of that organization. He feels that team can contend in the Eastern Conference, and he has relationships across that organization still. But even more so, Hannah, I'm told Kawhi Leonard wants to retire. He wants to finish his career in Toronto. He wants his legacy to be as a Raptor, a Spur, and a Clipper. Wow.
So there you go. You heard from Sham Charania there on the Kawhi Leonard news. Hopefully that audio came through pretty decently for you guys. Brandon, you're funny. Yeah, Spurs with Julian at the 4 is a pretty good example of what that looks like, right? I think, the only difference is obviously Harper doesn't quite have the pull-up three-point volume that I'm looking for, but, he's going to drive the bus pretty well. Also, the one thing, like whichever one of my 2 forwards, I want one of them to be, like in a dream world, like one of them's like Jaden McDaniels, where he's long, can stay in front of guys, can stay attached to guys' hips, can really move with them and work with them. Like that's really the value there, in my opinion. So very good stuff. Chester here says, can we just get some big news already? Holy, I know it's been not a lot of Not a lot of huge news, unfortunately. Unfortunately, not a lot. Trae Young tweet, what could it mean? Let's go look at what Trae Young's got to say here. All these players, man, they tweet some really funny stuff. Interesting tweet from Trae Young. I am going to repost this and buy into the hype, of course, and drive everyone's anxiety level through the roof as they're all trying to figure out what happens. I don't know why Trae Young does not have a profile picture either, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Like the horns and like 77 in general is so good. Like you get double drays, you can shallow cut them, you can do so many things. My favorite, Minnesota had. Let me see if I can find this here. Here we go. This kind of action is really good. Minnesota did this a lot. If you want to see Jonathan Isaac value here, man, this is really good. So like you can tell, like Cat sets the first screen for Nikhil, and then Rudy cleans up Cat's guy. The issue is Jonathan Isaac's ridiculous and blew up the entirety of the play. But you can see it in a few other things. Here's Orlando running it with Paulo setting the first screen, and then coming off with Goga getting a hit and just frees up. Like, look at the quality of shot there. Sorry, this is not meant to be Paulo Banchero slander, but I forgot that he missed that shot. It's been a long time since I've looked at that. But, yeah, Horns Horns is just so good in general. So Suggs is this era version of Marcus Smart. Magic needed a lead guard. I do think they are a tad bit thin on that. So I'm trying to set something up here real quick. Dave here says thoughts on Brooks Barnhizer taking a leap. I do like Brooks Barnhizer a little bit. He was a fun player to watch in college, and obviously he stuck on as a two-way last year. But I'm not sure about a leap, but we'll see. Lakers since 1990 says, what a slow first 2 hours of free agency. It has been a little bit slower for sure. But I appreciate you guys all hanging out. Like the fact that I know we haven't had any big moves, we haven't had any crazy news so far since the Kawhi Leonard trade. I get it. But the fact that you guys have all hung out and we're talking some hoops and just having a really nice time is so much fun to me, and I'm very appreciative of each and every one of you, and all of the support that you guys have shown is really just remarkable in general. So I'm very thankful for each and every one of you. You guys have been all just tremendous in so many different ways, and I'm just very thankful. So I could not be blessed any more than I am, which is just really great. So thank you so much. And Aquino, thank you for the $10 super chat. Aquino, I really hope you had a great time at the draft, my man. He says, am I wrong for praying we sign and trade AD for Jimmy's expiring in assets or Duren or anything? I'm just not a fan of the whole experience and don't even have to think about want to have to think about a possible extension. Aquino, first of all, appreciate you, my man, for the $10 super chat. Again, I really hope you had a great time watching AJ DeBanza hear his name called first overall for your Washington Wizards. And then for AD, again, I would love for Washington to figure out a sign and trade like that. If one were to materialize, I think that would actually be very good for them. Or not sign and trade, just a trade in general, but one that would kind of center around LeBron ending up at Golden State. But as of right now, it seems like that's not going to be the case based on the recent reporting. But I don't think you're wrong at all. I think it would be good for them if they could figure something else out. But Isidore says, just wrapped a 12-hour workday. Majority was spent listening to you. Appreciate you, bruv. Appreciate you for watching here today and hanging out with me. It's been a great time, and I'm glad that I could help out with a 12-hour workday. It sounds like a long day. So hopefully you had a bit of a reprieve from the typical same old for a little bit more fun and NBA free agency discussion here on June 30th. Chester says, can we just get some big news already? Slap P says, Jaylen Brown to the Pistons, please. The 51 says, where does Colin Sexton sign? I honestly don't have a great answer for that. I'm curious what you guys think. Where would you expect Colin Sexton to sign? As of right now, I don't have a great answer to that. So I'm curious what you guys think, or how you guys feel about every single thing there with all of that. D here says, poetic if LeBron finishes his career in Washington like MJ did. It would be. That's kind of what you maybe think, like, what could happen here, right? The top response here for this is pretty sure going to be for, yeah, this right here. LeBron in DC would be ridiculous. What is it? All this for John Collins? Yeah, maybe it's a John Collins reunion with Trae Young. I'm sure Trey would like that. Him and John Collins has some pretty good chemistry together on the floor there. Ryan, thank you for the 5. Says this quad trade clearly doesn't bring the Raptors any closer to winning a championship because the West is unreal. So why give up draft picks for them? Well, it makes you just better. Like, again, what if you get to the NBA Finals somehow out of nowhere, and then, what if Wemby sprains his ankle or SGA goes down with an injury that no one was expecting? I don't know. I think, especially during the Wemby era here, I think it's going to be really easy for analysis to say, oh, well, they're not going to win the title, so why would they try and get better? I think that's very counterproductive to what the NBA should be. You are trying to compete. You are trying to win. You're trying to put your team in the best position to win. And the Raptors got significantly better today, substantially better. Give me the best free agent Pacers fit. Let's go take a look over here at some of the top free agents available. I think they do need a center. It's not a free agent, but I would really like Yves Missi for them, Damon. I think he would be very good for them. Jackson Hayes would not be a bad fit at all as an option. I don't mind him that much for them. I don't think it would be very poor at all. But if we go look at what I really want to see, sort this by previous annual value and scroll down. Thibault would be a guy that I think fits really well actually for them as another kind of event creator defensively. I would not be mad at that. Kennard, obviously, as a shooter, would be unique and interesting. Another guy who can handle it a little bit too. I would not be mad at that. But my best fit, I really want someone who can shoot it and drive it, which I should probably not be scrolling down in annual average value looking for that specific skill set because it's the real kind of crux of basketball. If you can shoot it and then drive it, you're really good. Keon Ellis low-key might be the answer for me because he's going to be cheap. He's going to be affordable for Indiana, and I feel like he can just get after it. So, oh, yes, Killian, yes. Shout out to Killian Hayes as well, man. G League legend. Ryan here says, quote tweeted you, curious on your capology thoughts. You guys are asking a lot of great questions. I'm very. I have not seen your quote tweet. Try and tag me at _utilitysports, Ryan, so that I can for sure see that because it's not. I swear my mentions are either broken or something. Like I don't see certain things when I feel like I should. So I don't know. If I ever don't respond or don't see something you send, just feel free to tag me again. Jacob says, sorry if this has been asked, but what are your thoughts on Timberwolves targets? We're really looking in the front court, in my opinion. If we go back over to our tab here, specifically, we're going to look at forwards for them because I think that's predominantly what they're going to look at. Tobias Harris would be a really nice fit, but he's going to be a little bit too expensive. I think John Collins is a real possibility. Kuminga on a one-year prove-it deal would maybe be sensible. And then you're looking at, Rui's probably out of their price range, just being honest about it. But Dean Wade's at the very top of their price range, I would think. Kevin Love back to Minnesota would be a little fun, but that's not super functional. Sandro Mamukelashvili would be a guy that I would really like, but it sounds like he is going elsewhere already. And then Jonathan Isaac on the minimum would be super sensible as well to me. See, I'm here again, but I don't know what the. You see what I'm saying about my mentions? Like, I don't know what it is, but hopefully that's a good answer for you, Jacob, on your on the Timberwolves there. Make sure to comment at me, Jacob. Big Money says, "How did the Hawks build around Devin Carter?" They already have. They got all the pieces in place for him. You say you have a Timberwolves logo, but I'm trying to. I don't. Here, just reply to me on this one right here. Okay, the Kobe Sanders one. Okay, reply to me on there, Ryan, and then that way I can see. Okay, there we go. That's Bach. Good. It might be because of I don't know why sometimes certain things are labeled as spam. I don't understand that. But Ryan, comment on this one and I can see it. Everett says, "Thank you for all your hard work. You've got the best channel on YouTube. You do an excellent job of covering all 30 teams with no bias. We're all smarter for having listened to your videos." Well, I appreciate that. I don't get every single thing right, but I try my best to, of course, as much as I can. Ryan says, "OKC got way better through the draft." Again, I just don't understand why we're trading picks for a 35-year-old. Well, because you gave up Brandon Ingram. Like, Ryan, I get you, and I understand some of the concerns about the picks, but sorry, Brian. I just saw it now. Okay, I just think with the overall goal being competing at the highest level, again, okay, you might not beat OKC, but maybe San Antonio beats OKC, and I feel like probably 3 months ago, no one would have said that New York would have beat San Antonio, and then here we are. The Knicks are NBA champions. So Kawhi Leonard's shot making could theoretically be enough to push any team over the top, depending on how everything goes. So I get what you're saying. Again, is there any guarantee at all that they end up winning an NBA championship with Kawhi Leonard again? No, there's no guarantee. But there was no guarantee that even next season they would be, a 50-win team. And now I think that's way more likely to be a 50-win team with Kawhi Leonard on their roster. So we'll see. Yeah, Sandro to the Lakers. It does seem like what is going to happen. Sandro Mamukelashvili, very solid player. I do like his game a lot. Very, very solid player. So Lakers are expected to sign him per Brian Windhorst. So we'll see. JJ says, "Hey, Sheldon, what's up, man?" Taterhead says, "Who is Sanders for the Clippers?" Is Kobe Sanders. So Kobe Sanders, pretty solid young player, 4 years, $11.2 million deal. Yeah, Ryan, of course. Appreciate you, my man, for being back in here today. Okay, Ryan says he replied. Let's see if I can find you here. I don't know. There we go. Oh, there we go, BZ. Okay. Cool. I don't know why that hasn't been popping up in my thing. Okay. Here's where Minnesota sits after Bones Highland's signing. First apron. So they're $6 million over the first apron, and they've got $6.5 million of room against the second apron. With how many? 12 guys signed. So if they get LeBron and they don't trade Josh Green, it's going to be on the minimum, basically. So, okay, very interesting. Very interesting. Thanks for sending these to me, guys. Brendan says we need some Jazz news. We are watching for it for sure. Daryl says Kawhi makes perfect sense for the Raptors based on their defense. They just needed a true bucket getter. They ranked 15th in the NBA in offensive rating this past year, and they ranked defensively 5th. So they were one of the best defenses for sure. Who has the money for Kessler if the Lakers sign Sandro? Pretty much, again, this is what I said this toward the beginning, but I just want to reiterate it now. Any team can really find any pathway possibly as long as another team helps them out. So whether it's salary dumping somebody and doing a sign and trade mechanism, or if it's using an exception that maybe they didn't have, but then they salary dump to get the exception, teams have a lot of functional ways to figure things out and problem solve. And that's what you're going to see a lot of here around the free agency, is teams that don't look like they have cap space find a way to have cap space. So BZ, it finally popped up now. I don't understand. Thank you for that. Dark Reaper, I think they're going to sign minimum contract guys. Javon Carter being back is a real possibility. In fact, they might have even, I think they haven't signed him back yet, but I think they probably will. It's all minimum contracts for Orlando this offseason, unfortunately for them. Brian here says, man, the East looks crazy. The East is pretty good. The East is pretty good. Wolves need size now. Kenrich Williams, he could be a solid small addition for them for cheap. It's not a bad shout either, D. Not a bad shout at all. Yep, Itsu, I'm looking for it. I am looking for it, but sometimes I can't. Sometimes it doesn't pop up. The mentions are a little bit funny. Oh, here we go. Timberwolves and Pistons attempted to pursue Kawhi Leonard, but his camp shut down the idea. Thank you for tagging me in that. I don't know why everything's going rough. Ryan says, could you rank the East as it stands now? NBA East tier maker. Let's do it. I think that's a fun little side quest here. Real quick. Let's get rid of all of these. Why is this? You can't move that around. There's no... What is going on with these? What is happening? I don't... Why aren't any of these working? Here we go. Okay. Contender. Fringe contenders. Playoffs. Play in. 9, and we're going to make this 9 and 10, okay? And then this is 11 through 15. Okay? Everyone got our criteria? Brooklyn. I'm going to put Charlotte here for now. Contender. Play-in. Fringe contender. Playoffs. Fringe contender. Boom, 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 boom. Miami is fringe contender. Milwaukee is here. New York is here. And Orlando. So I've got 6, 8. So this is a problem. There you go. Something like that with maybe like really any of these teams are kind of shuffleable together though. Like Toronto, like I don't know what Detroit's going to do with Duren yet, which makes me feel not great. Miami, obviously, with Giannis and Bam, they're going to be a force. This is kind of where I'm at right now. I'd love to hear what you guys think about that, but something in that kind of spot. My thoughts on Duren to Sacramento. I think it would be a real mistake for Detroit to allow that to happen. I would love it for the Kings if it does. Honestly. Too Clutch Corey, appreciate you, my man. Green Dew says, Blazer, what's your thoughts on Portland? I like the John Moran addition for them, and they kept Robert Williams, which I thought was a pretty solid move. Maybe a little bit more than I was expecting them to pay him, but not the end of the world. Ryan says, like it. I think this is about right. Like, you know, really any of these fringe contenders, like if I'm being honest with you guys, I probably, going into this playoffs, I probably would have had the Knicks like here, maybe here, right? Like in between the two threshold spots. Like, and that's me being honest with you. Like, I wouldn't have said, oh, the Knicks are the favorite in the East. I would not have said that. and then they won the NBA Finals. So, like, it really shows how close some of these teams all are. Indiana's really good, man. Indiana is so good. Like, I don't know. I know a lot of people are laughing about them, but man, they're very, very good. One of the realistic LeBron landing spots. Out of the realistic LeBron landing spots, which one is your least favorite? Surely from a basketball standpoint, I don't think the fit in Cleveland is that good around Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. I just don't love it. But I like the storyline. So, like, that Golden State, I think, is fun and whatever. Miami, I think, actually makes a lot of sense for like a table setting point guard type of player. So, Cadillac says Wizards over Magic. It depends on what the Wizards do. As you could tell, I wanted to put the Wizards in here. Like, honestly, like, I'm just gonna put this because they're like playing caliber. Like, there's very clearly, I think Charlotte's here, Brooklyn, Milwaukee. Chicago is probably worse than Brooklyn right now because Brooklyn has Julius Randle, but the Lawrence. The only thing is, I'm skeptical on what they do with Duren. I don't know where Duren's going to be, so that's part of why. Jake Fisher said Duren wants to go to Boston. Stein said Pistons are being aggressive. He expects to move by the end of the night, and I think they're trying to create room to target their front court. Interesting. Wake up. Thanks for sharing that. Goldflow says, what will it take to fire Sean Marks, bro? Us Nets fans have been tired of his stubbornness of refusing to sign centers. He still believes in small ball nonsense. It's been outdated for a decade. Big Money says Sheldon's opinions are like the gospel to me. Well, I appreciate you saying that. I am not always 100% right, but I appreciate you. Yes, you're correct. Says, hey, just got back home. What did I miss? There has not been a lot of news, but we will cover it regardless for you. Make sure that you are caught up on everything. So just recap. Kobe Sanders re-signed with the Clippers on a 4-year, $11 million deal. Brandon Carlson signs with Portland, former OKC depth big man. Kawhi Leonard was traded to Toronto, as I'm sure you saw, and it was actually a 2031 and 2033 first. Which made me like the deal a lot more for the Clippers. Tim Hardaway Jr. signed with Miami, which was pretty good. And then Ousmane Dieng with Milwaukee, and DeAndre Jordan with the Pelicans. But this is roughly where I'm at with the East. Again, things will change. I definitely think it's a. I definitely think Indiana is a contender. Only time I still stand by that, by the way, but I want to point out that I was probably the loudest voice on the internet about how the Spurs should still take Dylan Harper at 2. And I said trading the pick would be stupid. I said that not taking anyone else would be stupid, and thank God that they made the right choice for themselves. Beast here says, do you think OKC is done making moves? Honestly, Beastie Boy, yes, for the most part, I do. I do think so. I'm not the biggest PJ Washington fan either. BS Express says, "Thank you, Sheldon. How much do I owe you? Whatever your heart, is content with, but definitely at least a like on the stream. That's what you for sure owe me, BS Express. Be sure to smash that like button." Luis wants to know if I think Duren is coming to his Lakers. Unfortunately, I do not believe so. Destroy Colonialism says, "I hope Indiana plays Detroit and Knicks next playoffs." It'd be fun. Obviously, Indiana. I think the one thing about Indiana with their pace and their style of play and Halliburton's turnover aversion, they match up. They match up very, very well. Yes, Express says, "I did that the first minute." I figured you did. I appreciate you, my man. Yes, you are correct with the super chat here. Thank you again for another super chat. Let's get the W's flying in. He says, would you rather keep Butler over trade for Davis? I mean, trading for AD is at least interesting to me, and if it means that's what you need to do to get LeBron, I'd be fine with it if I'm Golden State. Now, it can't be I'm giving up Butler and like 3 first-round picks. It's got to be like Butler and 1 first for Davis for me to even be all right with considering it. Carl says, what are the Nuggets and Rockets doing? I think the Nuggets are saving money, and the Rockets, I don't know what Rafael Stone's doing, to be honest with you. I have no idea. No idea. We've been live for over 6 hours on the channel. Do I like the Wolves and Blazers moves? I think both of them were pretty good bets on guard talent for sure. This is not Adam Silver's fault. Well, kind of with the new CBA. But Schlepp says, who's a player the Raptors can target to compete with the Knicks? I mean, it depends on what they do with their cap table, because they have the sizable contracts of a couple of different guys. But I think for them, it's really about Jakob Poeltl and making an upgrade there. Someone who, if they could get a stretch big like Miles Turner, that would be, I think, a shifter for them. Not that advances them over these teams, but it maybe vaults them into the echelon of those teams. We saw how valuable Marc Gasol was for them in 2019 around Kawhi, and Miles Turner's not Marc Gasol. He's just simply not. But I think would be a substantial offensive upgrade over Jakob Poeltl. So, yes, you're correct. Says no. Keep Butler with Porziņģis and LeBron. Well, the issue is I think LeBron wants to play with AD again, based on what I'm hearing. So very interesting possibilities here. Mike Mills says, can we revisit this Bulls ranking later in the season? Where would you want them? Like, if you want them here or here, I don't think there's going to be a huge win difference between these 3 teams. Like, if I'm being honest, like these 3 teams are probably floating between 15 and 25 wins, if I had to guess. So, and there's still a lot to change. Like, again, if you told me that you think they'll be here, cool. I'd be surprised if you think they're up here. But I don't know. They're going to be very developmentally focused, which means they're going to play a lot of young players, and playing young players is not a good way of winning games, as evidenced by Brooklyn this past year. Here we go. Taterhead saying, everyone, let's say something, please, NBA, please let there be free agency news. We'll see how everything goes with that. Red Hair says, are you going to grade or break down all the moves in a video after the dust settles? That is kind of the hope tonight, but we will see. We will see. Bro, we got nothing. I know it's been a little slow. Guys, you guys know the little cheat code here at Utility Sports on how to fix this, okay? Let me type it out. We can't say it out loud. This is how it always goes. If you've been watching Utility Sports, you know the moment that I click that little red button, that all of a sudden, someone's got something going on. So you guys let me know what we do here. I'm having a great time being live, so I do not mind at all. But if we're trying to manifest some news, we've got the ability of it for sure. Did Kawhi's trade set the price for any new Anthony Davis trade? No, because I think Kawhi is better than Anthony Davis, and has been better the last many, many years, honestly. Who should the Spurs aim for? Says, let's think together. I think the Spurs are probably in a spot where they don't really have to aim for anybody. They have what I think the Spurs should do is Spurs should eat a salary that some team doesn't want and get a draft pick for it. That's what I would do if I was San Antonio right now. Frederick says that's bad. Kerr Sheldon. The kid says don't end. Okay, you guys heard me. Free agency. Agam here. That's an all-time quote here. 2.5 hours into free agency says, when does free agency start? That's a great one. Yes, you are correct. Says, what package for Jaylen Brown to the Rockets would you take? Let's talk about the possibilities here on the trade machine. Let's go over to Houston and Boston, and talk about some of the options. So Jaylen Brown, obviously quite expensive, but we have some functionality here. Alperen Şengün in there. We have Fred VanVleet, which we could do, but we're not going to. We're going to do Reed Shepherd into the mid-level, and that financially works. And then we are also going to do Tari Eason into a sign and trade with Boston around, we're going to do $19 million, something like this, and then a draft pick. Boom, something like this is if I was Boston, I would say yes, probably. I'd be very interested in that because the Celtics would be a very deep team then, with a lot of different lineup flexibility and different ways of kind of building out their team, and a lot of different just lineup manipulation and construction that they could play with. Guys, you guys are hilarious, by the way, in free agency with all the comments on free agency. Oh man. But this is kind of what the package would look like. Thank you. Yes, you are correct for the super chat. Jeff says it's on. I think that's part of the joke, is it's moving so slow. Green Dew says, where does Kelly Oubre end up? I think he will ultimately stay in Philly, if I'm being honest with you. But there's always some flexibility that you never expect, and he could end up in a variety of different spots. There's a report about him meeting with the Lakers. There's a report about him meeting with a few different teams. So we will see if LeBron makes a decision. We are still waiting. Will Memphis trade anyone else? Asked Taterhead. Probably not today, I don't think, Taterhead. Ryan says it's the moratorium period right now. I expect a lot of deals to happen after midnight or tomorrow. It's moratorium all the way until June 6th. So we just need, usually it's still busy during moratorium even, but I think the new CBA has slowed things down a little bit. And then I think, and then I still think there's been a lot of other stuff too that's kind of played into it, like the LeBron news and everything being a factor here. So just a lot of different stuff that has shifted and shaped the league a little bit in a certain way. But let's run through our super chats quick as a huge thank you. Starting off the beginning, thank you to everyone who has super chatted today. Thank you to Prize Picks as well for sponsoring today's video. It's been an absolute blast with you guys. I've been live for 6.5 hours basically on the channel here now, which is remarkable. A lot of fun, really great time. And I'm very, very appreciative of you guys. So thank you all so much for tuning in today so far. Again, the moment I wrap up the stream, I already know what's going to happen. But I'm thankful for each and every one of you guys for all of the support and everything. Aquino, thank you again. Let's get some W's in here for the super chats. You guys are all absolutely awesome. He says, thoughts on Lively? See him as long-term 5 in Dallas. Lively would be a player I'd be trying to get if I was a rival team right now. He's got health concerns. He's really not in basketball shape right now, honestly. If you've seen videos of him recently, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But I'd see if, the talent's still there, and I'd see if I can pry him away for maybe less than what he would have gone for a year ago or 2 years ago. So could LeBron end up in Toronto for the low? I think they'd be a team that would look at him for sure. Please let something happen so that Sheldon's 8-hour live stream is worth it. H-Town, thank you for trying to push for it. Gree here says, utility, I'm hearing Jaylen Brown to Cleveland. I would not believe that. I don't think that is real. King Nacho with the W as well as Itso. JJ says, who can the Kings sign that would work well with Acuff? Jalen Duren would work well with Acuff. Anyone who is either an athletic player or a 3-and-D player would work well with Acuff. It's a super easy type of player to build around, in my opinion, which is why I liked it for Sacramento to the degree that I did. DeAndre Jordan, if you can still play, anyone can play, even if you're fat and overweight. Logan says LeBron to Toronto. Yeah, no. What's wrong with LeBronto? We need to get let's get some LeBronto in the chat here now. It'd be fun, man. Him and Kawhi team up finally. Be kind of cool. Dark Reaper says Magic could sign a bench piece. They definitely could. We'll see. We'll see what happens here in free agency. But it has been a busy day for me. It has been a quiet day in the NBA. Of course, the moment that I end the stream here, I'm sure that something will happen. And just a disclaimer, as long as I'm still awake tonight and something happens, I will go live. So how many notifications will I have from Shams? We'll see. But I promise, guys, if something else happens, I will go live on the channel. So stay tuned for that, okay? I'll go live if any little bit of news happens, anything really like meaningful at all. If there's another Brandon Carlson type of signing, probably won't go live. I'll tweet out my grades, so make sure you're following over on the Twitter. But I'm going to take a brief reprieve here, a little break, and then I will come back better than ever if something happens. So if LeBron signs, or if there's rumors or reporting on LeBron signing, you will see me get back going live. So stay tuned for that. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. Again, very slow free agency start. I am sorry for that, guys. Like, I was honestly very excited for the start of free agency, but I appreciate each and every one of you. I really, really need to say like how grateful I am for each and every one of you. I don't know why it doesn't like the confetti. It likes the balloons. Can I get the lasers flying in here too? We'll see. But I'm very, very thankful for each and every one of you guys. I really am so thankful for all of the support today, all of the great comments, and I hope that you felt like this was a good trade deadline or free agency live stream so far for early day one. Again, it's been quiet, but we'll get the news, and the news will come at some point, right? There's still a lot of good free agents. It's going to be slower with some of the RFAs like Kessler and Eason and P. Watt and also Duren. But stay tuned, okay? Glad that you guys enjoyed. Leave a nice little comment on your way out, especially if you didn't comment so far. Henderson, I'm so glad to see you commenting in here. Pat as well, thank you for being in here. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Leave a nice little comment on your way out. I'll read every single one of them as you guys kind of pop out of here. So appreciate each and every one of you, and we will catch you as soon as live news breaks, all right?